Good afternoon, West Orange. My name is Tammy Williams. I am your council president, and today is September 19th, National Voter Registration Day, and I welcome you to our 22nd council meeting. Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 23rd, 2022, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on December 1st, 2022. Councilwoman Castellino?
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
She should be on Zoom, and if you'll transfer her over to a panelist, thank you.
Councilman Rutherford?
Present.
Councilwoman Scarpa? Present. Council President Williams?
Present, thank you.
You guys hear me?
And as you know,
Councilwoman Deborah Michael is on Zoom and we can hear her on the computer. But we
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, I heard it.
Yeah.
You heard me?
Yeah.
I said present.
yeah, we heard you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
It's coming
You
through.
guys hear her? Yeah, okay.
Thank you. So it is September, and as we know, September is Suicide Prevention Month. And in that, we are going to welcome our Mental Health Association Honorable Leader, Mrs. Lynette Sheard, in this role today.
I have 10 minutes, right? I'm setting my timer right now. So
All right, no, go ahead, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Lynette Sheard, and I am the director of the National Award-winning New Jersey Mental Health Players and a community education coordinator for the Mental Health Association in New Jersey. And September is National Suicide Prevention Month. All month, mental health advocates, prevention organizations, survivors, allies, and community members unite to promote suicide prevention awareness. And I'm so proud to be in a town that recognizes the importance of mental health. And thank you to the mayor and the council for the health summit. It was a huge success. And I just am so grateful to be here, to live here, and to have this opportunity. Some quick statistics: 48,000 people died by suicide in 2021. One death every 11 minutes. And you can see the data right there. This is important because it's a reminder that everyone matters, that there's a toll for all of us. What the studies also show that someone who has died by suicide impacts 26 people, 5 organizations, the ones that they're connected to. So we should connect early on rather than after the fact. It's also important to remember when we're discussing something as sensitive and stigmatizing as suicide, we can break the stigma. We all have the power to break the stigma by paying attention to each other, paying attention to our family members. The holidays are coming up, and this is a time that, unfortunately, for many is not a happy time. So we really need to check in, notice behavior, notice talk, notice mood, notice the congruency between all three: behavior, aggression, crying, withdrawing from activities. But I put this up there because I want us to focus on 3 things, because if they're all together, consider, or at least offering that person some type of assistance. Some action steps in helping someone in emotional pain. Just because someone is in emotional pain does not mean that they are suicidal. So we encourage, again, by breaking the stigma, to get right to the point. Ask the question: are you thinking about killing yourself? Directly. Keep them safe, reduce access to lethal items, be there. And usually that be there is just listening. It's just listening as many people process out loud. Help them to connect to the appropriate resources in town or without. I actually have some information at the table, which helps people to know which line to call. Also, and stay connected. It's not just a one and done, because mental health conditions such as depression, anxiety are real. It's not bad parenting. It's not a weak personality. It's real. It's diagnosable. But the great news is that it's treatable. You can recover. 80% of people recover from mental illness with early intervention. Stigmatizing. Terminology matters. How we talk. We're learning how to talk to each other. So possibly avoid saying committed suicide or failed or successful attempt. We don't say committed cancer. We don't say committed diabetes. So say died by suicide, ended their life, killed themselves, suicide attempt or death by suicide. So we're all growing in this uncomfortable space. Creating a climate of healing and support is absolutely necessary because it is really about connection. It's about a connection to the feelings and not a correction of the behavior. We are breaking stigma. We can do it one person at a time by just reaching out and asking, how are you? How are you really? And then just listening and seeing where they are. So we can break the stigma because support is available. The 988 line offers free confidential support to anyone. And it's not just for suicide. It's for anyone who's in emotional distress. So that's what I want to make sure that we all know, because you may not perceive it as a crisis. The person may not perceive it as a crisis, but it is an opportunity to talk to someone and breaking the stigma. So 988 suicide and crisis line, I have information about that too, is you can call, you can text, and you can chat. And it's in multiple languages. And as we speak about multiple language, also September, while it is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, it's also Hispanic Heritage Month. So we can break the stigma. We break the stigma so much that I know that our first responders work so hard. More than 98% of lifeline interactions are resolved without involving 911. I've been in this council and I heard the impact, on our first responders. And what about another option for people to call for support? So how we break the stigma? We take a free screening. It's free. You can hold your phones up right now, but you don't have to, because I actually have it printed here. But those of you who are watching on Zoom, go right ahead and scan the QR code, and it will take you out to the Mental Health Association in New Jersey, Mental Health America's page, and you can have a list of different screenings. If you're not sure what to do, it's okay. At least take the screening to get an emotional landscape so that you can share it if you need professional help. So joy is a part of wellness. Do you know what makes you happy? Does anyone else know what makes you happy? I know what makes me happy is creativity and art. And yes, this is a shameless plug. Yes, my name is Lynette, and like I said, I'm the producer of the West Orange Jazz Festival, which is this weekend. So I don't know who's out there praying for rain, but stop. We do have a rain date. And but I just want to show this real quick. This is who we got lined up. You don't want to miss it. October 7th is the date. "98 years old he is, and still carries his own amp." So I encourage all of you to come, consider taking a screening. Your mental health matters. Check in on someone. The holidays are coming. Even the ones that are smiling, they need you the most. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just remember, as Lynette said, just always check in on your people. It's very important. And our next presentation is going to be from an organization located right across the street here in West Orange. They have expanded. They've been here for a little over the year. And so I would like to introduce Najibe Kaplan, who is going to talk about programs for parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't have jazz, but I do have respite for parents that need childcare. Greetings, Council President and council members and members of the public. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Najiba Kapayang, and I am the CEO of Programs for Parents. And I wanted to talk to you a little bit about our organization and the services we offer our community. We are a nonprofit that work to ensure children get the best possible start in life, and we do so by supporting children, families, and childcare providers throughout Essex County. We do advocacy and action. We provide education and referrals. We share best practices, and we help families access available financial resources for childcare. As mentioned by Council President, we are located at 570 Broad Street, but we also have an office right directly across the street, 80 Main Street. We're on the 4th floor, and we welcome visitors. And we are also co-located with the county at 50 South Clinton Street in East Orange. So we are approaching our 40th anniversary next year. So we will be sending out more information on that. We have been around since 1984. And like I mentioned, these are some of the services we provide. We offer financial assistance. So we offer subsidies for families. We determine eligibility, and we'll talk about what makes a family eligible in a second. But we also provide resources and access to community programs. We have a mini diaper bank in our Newark and our East Orange offices, and we provide training for providers, family childcare providers. We do referrals for families, and we offer credentialing in 2 different programs, family development and child development associates, for those interested in getting into childcare. And the eligibility is primarily determined by family size, household income, and employment or education hours. However, there are different programs and funding streams to meet most family circumstances. We don't want families to rule out that they're eligible for childcare subsidy. We want to make that determination because there are a lot of different programs they can qualify for. Subsidies can be used for families for childcare centers, family childcare centers, preschool programs, summer camps, after school programs for children, for teenagers up to age 13, and for children with disabilities, special needs up to age 19. If approved, most participants are only responsible for co-payment. And actually for this year, the co-payment has been waived. So families would not be responsible for a co-payment if they're eligible for subsidy. These are our 2 voucher programs. We have the New Jersey Cares for Kids program, and that program is specifically designed for folks that are attending school full-time or are participating in activities. It's also if families are working less than 30 hours, if they're working more than 30 hours, they are also eligible based on their household size and employment. And we have various programs that fall into this. We have special programs for families of kinship care, post-adoption child care. We offer families that are experiencing homelessness through McKinney-Vento. We give them special priority. And we also have community care vouchers. So there are a lot of different programs. A family may not be eligible for one, but they may be eligible for another. Also, we partner with the county with Workforce New Jersey. So families that are participating in a welfare to work program are eligible for our services as well. That's just, kids are just beautiful. So we, in our office across the street, we offer families the childcare options that are available to them. We explain the different programs, whether the program is quality rated or a district program or a private provider. Families can give us their address, and we let them know what programs have room and are near their house or near their jobs or whatever their preference is. We also recruit and register family childcare providers. So for families that want to become childcare providers and service children in their home, we help them start up their business. We help inspect their home. We give them tools and resources so they can provide services for up to 5 children. And we send them children via our subsidy referral program so they can thrive in their business. We do CPR and first aid training and AED training all across the street. And we also help new providers, childcare centers that are looking to start up. We also have a FFN department. So family, friend, and neighbors are family members. Let's say your grandma wants to watch your child and you want grandma to come to your house to watch the child and you're eligible for a subsidy. We provide support for that grandma to go into your home and provide care for your children. The child can be eligible for subsidy. Grandma can get paid or auntie can get paid for watching the child. And we inspect the home, we provide resources and all that other great things for the family, friend, and neighbor provider. And this is our website, programsforparents.org. Our phone number is 973-297-1114. And we provide services in English, Spanish. We have French Creole speaking employees, and we are here to serve the community. So we're excited about being in West Orange, and we hope we get to see you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Again, just trying to make sure we should provide continuous support opportunities for our families, neighbors, and friends here in West Orange. Now we'll move on to our council liaison announcements. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, last night, the Older Adults Advisory Board met and had a really nice meeting. I think it was a real testament to the quality of contribution our seniors can make. One of our members had quite a knowledge of Robert's rules and parliamentary procedures. We just don't realize, I think, until we start involving our seniors, what kind of contributions they can make to our community. And I'm happy to say that they all spoke and voted for all of the revisions that we're making tonight to the Older Adults Advisory Board ordinance.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Council President. Joint meeting meets Thursday, insurance met today. That's really the extent of my update, but I did have a question for Ms. Sheard, if I may. One of the things you said was to ask, how are you, to people? And as I'm sure you're aware as an expert in the field, men in particular will often just say, okay, and keep moving. So my question is, and it doesn't have to be answered now, you can forward some stuff to us via email if that's more appropriate. But would certainly like some tips on how to ask, how are you, differently, so that we can actually get a real answer. Yeah, sometimes people suffer in silence and they don't want the help, and if they can just blow it off, they do. So if you could provide some help in that regard, I think that would go a long way.
Absolutely right. And if I had long.
Yeah, either is fine.
Okay, thank you so much. And I appreciate that question because it does matter. It's more, that's just the opening. Because really what you would go into is, I noticed that. I noticed something different. What I want to say really is, first of all, it starts with there's no such thing as normal. It's what's normal for that person. So when you're paying attention to something, you notice something that's not so normal about that person. So you would say, I noticed that you seem sad. I noticed, are you okay? So you layer it with that. So what have you done in the past to kind of make you feel better? Have you felt like this before? It's more open-ended questions, and then that listening ear and watching the mood, behavior, and the talk. Is it congruent? Yeah, you're saying this, but you're acting like this. You're acting like this, but you're talking like this. So it's having that open-ended question, and then how are you really? Just even adding that. But I would love the opportunity again to do a presentation, or we can connect and I can send you some information that I have.
And I just one other, so are there grief counseling? We just come through COVID, people are still experiencing the grief of the loss. Are there grief counseling or grief groups, to help folks, either, locally or in the county that?
There are
Yes,
some locally as
yes,
well.
and the interesting thing about 988, first of all, the office where I work in is actually 988 is tied there. If you call 988, they don't only just give you support for emotional support, but they give you resources. So you can give them your zip code and they can say, well, there are grief groups in your area. So depending on what it is that you're looking for in support, 988 is actually
Thank you very much.
There's also a local group that meets at the Presbyterian Church on a monthly basis for those who have members of their family who have died by suicide,
Or just by suicide?
just by suicide.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman. Gabor Michael, do you have any liaison announcements?
Yes, I do. But before I give my announcements, I received messages that people on the Zoom cannot hear our audio.
Thank you. And your
You're welcome.
announcements?
And my announcement, so the Open Space Commission met on September 7th. We actually met at Rock Spring and drove around the course to give recommendations of what areas should be carved out to the mayor and the administration. And then in October, we have a few meetings coming up. Thursday, October 5th, the Open Space Commission's meeting. On October 11th, the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board's meeting. They did not meet this month. And the West Orange Arts Council's meeting on October 12th. And that concludes my liaison announcements.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Castellino.
Thank you, Council President. First, thank you to Ms. Sheard and Ms. Kaplan for their great presentations and great information. Just knowing we have these resources make a world of difference, and good luck on Saturday. Hope it doesn't rain, Lynette, and I hope you're singing, by the way.
October 7th is Friday, but
But thank you both. Very informative and very valuable. Public Relations Commission met this past Thursday night. We had a great productive meeting. We are working on some materials for our visitors destination campaign. We had received a grant from the Jersey Department of Travel and Tourism the past year. We have to get out some literature to be in compliance with the grant. And I want to thank the commission for all their valuable input and hard work. And also to our Downtown Alliance Director and Assistant, Ms. Brill and Mrs. McCampbell. They have been working tirelessly on those grants because the downtown, it's kind of a joint venture with the township and the downtown entity. So I appreciate all their support there. Our downtown newsletter is coming out, and we're excited on Downtown Main Street. We want you to come downtown. We want you to catch our energy and visit some new local dining facilities. We have Oko Fine Cuisine on 437 Main Street. It's fine dining offerings from the ultra popular Afro Taco food trucks. They have opened up their restaurant dining room, and we look forward. If you go to their Instagram page, you'll see some great delicious delights. The pharmacy in the Edison Lofts building has opened up. They'll be having a ribbon cutting soon. Brings its all-powerful services to deliver your prescriptions, pharmacy service, and a range of health appointments for your convenience. That's at 161 Main Street. And if you haven't visited our new Angelo's Deli and Grocery at 239 Main Street, not only do they offer a wide range of convenient groceries, but they have great, delicious sandwiches. So we hope you catch our energy in downtown. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. In addition, just want to remind our community that this week is Green Ribbon Week. So please make sure you take the pledge for Green Ribbon Week. You can go onto the township website, maybe not this time, but you can go to the Grassroots Community Foundation website and learn more about Green Ribbon Week and all of the activities that you should be doing just to breathe, listen, and make sure you are a calm human being. In addition to that, again, announce that today is National Voter Registration Day. Well, first, I want to acknowledge that there is the West Orange African Heritage Organization's tutoring program is back. You can scan the QR code and it'll take you directly to their site for more information. But for just 1 hour weekly on Wednesdays from 3:20 to 4:20, you can tutor kids. And I I'm not mistaken, that's going to be held at Washington Elementary School. But please go on to the QR code and make sure that information is absolutely accurate. It'll give you all the details. Again, today is National Voter Registration Day. And today we registered 22 students at the high school. 60 students registered to vote on Friday at Senior Fun Day. Remember, you have to be 17 to register. And interestingly enough, just a small bit of information, most of our kids registered to vote unaffiliated. So I thought that was really interesting. They were willing to learn more. Most of them, when they were asked how they wanted to register, they said, well, I don't know who's running yet, so I want to be able to understand who the candidates are before I declare any decision. So I thought that was just intuitive and very, just a positive reaction from our students. In addition to that, we have talked about the health fair a bit. Well, before I go to the health fair, the West Orange Historic Preservation Commission met last week. They did not have an August meeting, so they discussed some grant opportunities. And they also met with the congregants from Nia Fellowship Church to discuss the process for a possible historical designation of their building, which is over 100 years old. And then we also just wanted to talk about the health fair just a little bit. We had over 40 different vendors come out to the health fair last Sunday that was held at the high school. We had Montclair Nursing Division, Montclair State University Nursing Division came out and did all kinds of testings. We had Zufall Health. They did HIV testings and additional testings. We had St. Barnabas there. They gave COVID shots, flu shots, and all kinds of testings. And the biggest part of what we were able to contribute to the community is that we were able to provide at least 100 students with free vision testing as well as eyeglasses. So if they needed eyeglasses, they were able to get their prescription and the eyeglasses will be delivered if they weren't available on site within the next couple of weeks. So a huge deal for our kids. That was a partnership with the Board of Ed as well. Governor Cody, Senator Cody also made a contribution to make that possible. We were anticipating a grant with the Mayor's Wellness Program. Unfortunately, we did not receive the grant. There was over 750,000 asks for a distribution of only $125,000 for the Mayor's Wellness Program. And just, gratefully, with the partnership with our health department, with our senior services department, we were able to pull this off really with no cost to the community other than sweat equity, the time that it took to put it together. So again, I just want to thank everyone and anyone who contributed to making that date just a success. Tremendous opportunity to make sure our residents understand that health and wellness is a priority in West Orange. So thank you to everyone. And that completes, oh yeah, sure, we can show the video. I forgot. When you ain't got no worries, I just need back. I'm just living. When you walk in, there's one thing you gotta make things up. That's how I'm living. No, you're tired, just one day at a time. It's alright. The sun still has to shine in the night. Oh, oh, oh. When you ain't got no worries, I'm just living. I'm just living. Thank you. And just to finalize comments from me, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention my project, which is our Run for WOSAC, which is our 5K Suicide Prevention and Awareness Run, which is going to be at Rock Spring. It's our 4th year. I'm extremely excited. I will not give a sneak preview of who we will celebrate and highlight, but it's going to be a special opportunity to just celebrate life and to acknowledge those who have been grieved or touched by suicide. Thank you. All right, it's 7:03, Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 23rd, 2022, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on December 1st, 2022. Councilwoman Castellino,
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Present.
Councilman Rutherford,
Here.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Present.
Council President Williams,
Present.
Mayor McCartney. Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The council is now in their public meeting.
I would like to invite the members of the Buddhist temple to please come forward and lead us in our invocation today. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Venerable Sanata Vihari, and I'm joined by Venerable Brahmavara.
I don't know if it's on. Can we make sure it is? Okay. 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 Okay.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm Venerable Sanata Vihari, and I'm joined by Venerable Brahmavara from Empty Cloud Monastery just up the hill on Ridgeway. And we were invited here, and happy to come here and share some blessings with you all.
So we'd like to offer a blessing chant for your meeting and for all the good people of this area. The chant is in the Pali language. You won't understand what we're saying, but it's basically a big blessing for you all. Canto Devato Chatwa Bawasavitio Oiwajantu Sabaro Vinasthumate Bawa Terra Sugate Gayugo Bawa Bewa Dana Siri Sani Chan Buddha Vajayino Jata Sura. Which we will tell wrong line of happiness and good reputation. May all your good work be bring you. Thank you so much for all that you're doing here.
Thank you. We appreciate you. We appreciate you tremendously. Thank you. And now our statement of the quorum. Now we are open for public comment and all matters not provided for in subsection 3-15.1. And except upon consent of the council president, each person addressing the council pursuant to this subsection shall be required to limit his or her remarks to 5 minutes and shall at no time engage in any personally offensive or abusive remarks. The chair shall call any speaker to order who violates any provision of this rule. If you would like to have public comment, certainly the mayor will come and give us public comment first. Thank you.
So good evening, everyone. I really have a lot of thank yous this evening. I wanted to thank you, Council President, for organizing that health summit. There were over 300 people there. Really was very, very well done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the Health Department, Noelia, Laura Van Dyke, and Director Fonzino, and all of the departments that were involved there. Police, fire. It was a lovely event. Wanted to say thank you to Lynette because this jazz festival on Saturday, I'm sorry, will certainly raise everyone's spirits. So excellent. And thank you to the legal department also, because at our last council meeting, the town council asked for 4 ordinances to be put on tonight's agenda, and they were promptly put on. However, and thank you to last night at the Older Adults Advisory Board. I was here to thank the chair for the recommendations that the board has provided. A lot to do with transportation for our seniors, which was very important. And it was nice to see how many volunteers were here actively involved in that in the program. And thank you for the blessings. I think we could all use as many blessings as we can get. So, nice to see you again. So I really wanted to talk about the proposed ordinances. One in particular, I'm going to start with the drive-through restaurants. Though I thank the legal department for putting it on. Oh, and I'm sorry, before she leaves, I wanted to say I served on the Programs for Parents Board for many, many years. And thank you for being here in West Orange as a service for our families.
Thank you.
So there is a proposed ordinance for drive-throughs, and I just wanted to say that as a business owner, I put my life savings and loans on the line 25 years ago to invest in our town. To then have to face rules changing midstream through the process, I think is unfair and unjust. There are applications pending right now before the Planning Board and Zoning Board, and I have legal concern on their time of decisions. So please allow the land use boards and our township professionals to complete their due diligence process before any consideration on changing the laws out from under them at this time. That's one. The proposed ordinance to prohibit gas-powered leaf blowers. So my 20-year environmental record speaks for itself. As many of you know that I want to move the town in this direction. The only provision in this ordinance I would support would be to limit the use between the months of May 1st through October 1st, and in accordance with our new noise ordinance. However, this proposed ban ignores the unfairness of the economic impacts on both our residents and local business owners. Switching abruptly from gas power to battery power will create a financial challenge as well as raise even more environmental hazards. Currently, there are no lithium battery recycling programs in New Jersey to handle the number of batteries used and disposed of with this proposed ordinance and those in neighboring towns. Lithium batteries are currently being investigated to have been found at fault for many house and business fires that cannot be extinguished by water. Both an environmental and economic impact on landscape business owners would be the need to buy a generator or to install an electrical panel to keep the batteries charged. Landscaping is labor intensive, which equates to time and money. The proposed ordinance prohibits leaf blower use on Sundays, which I believe is discriminatory in the nature for observant residents who might only be able to do their yard work on Sundays. However, in a recent ANJAC, the Association for New Jersey Environmental Commissions, in their autumn 2023 report, legislative action is underway here in New Jersey. Pending Senate Bill S-437, proposing to prohibit the sale of gas-powered leaf blowers within a year of the bill's passage, and then entirely after 4 years. Assembly Bill A-6238 tasks the Board of Public Utilities with establishing a rebate program for the purchase of electric or battery-powered leaf blowers, and Assembly Bill 3906 was introduced to prohibit the sale and use of gas-powered equipment and provide a series of tax credits for electric equipment to replace the gas-powered equipment. However, at this time, this proposed ordinance, I believe, creates more environmental and economic hardships for our residents and our business owners than providing any environmental or economic sense. I don't have as much to say about the tree ordinance, except thank you to the township forester, the chair and members of the West Orange Environmental Commission, and the legal department, residents who have submitted definitions, conditions, and practical regulations for the legal department to be able to provide the township with a strong ordinance that moves to continue to protect and helps to replenish our tree canopy. So thank you, Council President. I don't know if I ran my 5 minutes, but
You're the mayor. You're welcome. So if there is anyone in council chambers that would like to speak, again, you have 5 minutes and you come to the podium in the center and you state your name and address, and then you speak about your concerns.
John Blanford, Park Road in Township. I was raised somewhere. It's no true. I usually watch the meeting from my home, but I decided to come in tonight to make my comments. At the last meeting, I remind each of you, as elected officials and employees of our town, that you have an obligation to listen to us, answer our questions and our concerns, as well as to listen to each other and answer each other's questions and concerns as well. In that meeting, I also asked, and it was repeated, by Councilman Rutherford and by Councilwoman Castellino, I asked 2 questions. And Mr. Gross, you do not furnish the answers to my questions. So I'm coming here again tonight to repeat the 2 questions that I asked in the last meeting. My first question is, what is the status of any employees' employment with our township at the time that I asked the question last meeting? And what is the status of his employment currently with our township? I also asked about my concerns about possible environmental effects at the DPW cleanup, and would like to obtain a DEP or EPA complete report and any other reports that have been issued concerning that site. I want to know how I can obtain it. And it's very personal to me. I can tell you that because of people not answering questions like you, my mom died from an environmental highly contaminated site, along with other people's friends and family and parents that I know. So I would like to receive a complete DEP and EPA report and any other report you have about that site and the possible environmental issues that pertain thereof. My last concern, as I watched the meeting last week, it's about how you guys in this chamber treated Councilwoman Scott. I was in the last few older adult advisory board meetings. It may have been your pleasure. Thank you again, and I can't thank you enough for creating the older adult advisory board. Councilwoman Sparkle came to this meeting with recommendations from that board last time. And she's coming with the same recommendation that was made at the last meeting. And you as her colleagues question her integrity to the point that you sort of call her a liar. And I'm sitting at my television with my wife and my son. We just had to connect the meeting somehow to our big screen TV. And I'm listening to you guys. Our town attorney was laughing. Chairperson was laughing while the 2 of you, Councilwoman Castellino and Councilwoman Scott, was trying to explain to you. Councilwoman Gorbermeyer even got up and told you guys that she was at the meeting. One of your other topics, what Councilwoman Scott was saying was true. And so I think all of you owe her a public apology. You did it in public, don't try to apologize to her privately. You owe her a public apology because she's coming with the same exact recommendation that was made again last night in the presence of the mayor being at this time. And again, you guys, if you get a chance, I don't know if you watch yourselves, go back to the last meeting and watch that last section, the last item that you guys were taking for, I think 3, 4, maybe 5 minutes, and it's horrible. And if our children acted like that, laughing at other students and doing that, they would be suspended. You guys are paid professionals, and you are elected officials. And it's totally unacceptable for me, and I'm here representing my family, totally unacceptable how you treated her. And if you would have called the people you appointed and spoke to them, or if you would have checked the minutes from the last meeting, you would have been able to find that she was telling you the truth. God bless you, and the smile upon you. You have a good evening. Going back home with my family to have dinner like I normally do, and I'll be waiting for your response to your mixture. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Blanton. Yes, come on forward. Good evening.
This is a reference to ordinance 17-23 regarding banning gas powered vehicles in the smart. Facts on the harms caused by gas powered blowers are well known and have been presented to this council. Those facts include information about greenhouse gas emissions produced by blowers that are significantly higher than those produced by vehicles. Toxins and dust that adversely impact lung and heart health. Harmful chemical damage to habitats and beneficial insects and to other things. In the apartment complex where I live, when I'm at home, when the landscapers are working, even with all the windows and doors shut open, the noise is so loud that it is impossible to have a total conversation. In addition, the blower emissions seep into the building cracks, so much so that I can smell them indoors.
I'm sorry. I'm getting messages. I apologize for the interruption, but I'm getting messages that you can't be heard. So I'm going to ask that we switch you to the microphone. I apologize, but they can't hear you on Zoom. It's something with the microphone. I'm sorry.
Thanks. So should I start over or should I?
Please don't start over. Just go back to your sentence. Yes.
Okay, so what I was saying that the blower emissions seep into the building cracks so much so that I can smell them indoors. Those emissions penetrate the walls and enter our living spaces, resulting in our being forced to inhale toxins. Exposure over time can result in serious health problems. This experience is not mine alone. It is also shared by other citizens in this township. The town council is here to serve the community. It is reasonable to expect that that service includes protecting the health of the citizens and the natural environment. In view of public health and climate change, it is imperative that you pass legislation banning gas-powered leaf blowers without exceptions for golf courses and governmental properties. If residents and property managers have to comply, then so should government entities and recreation areas. I recognize that this presents challenges to landscapers, and I sincerely regret that. I know some of them. But in the interest of health and environmental protection, we must transition away from gas-powered blowers. Other communities have done it. And finally, please remove from the agenda 2820-23, the amended tree removal ordinance. This ordinance, as written, must not come to a vote until substantial changes are made to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chambers? Yes, Ms. Morelli.
Is it working? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We just want to make sure the people on the Zoom audience can hear you. So go ahead.
I'm okay.
We'll know if they can't hear you. They'll start texting me.
As you are aware, I'm an advocate for seniors, being an elder senior citizen myself.
Ms. Rosary, can you just give us your name and address, please?
Oh, I thought you knew.
We
Rosary
do, but-
Morelli, Ralph Road.
Thank you.
Anyway, getting back to the seniors, we've made some progress and I'm happy with what's happened. We did the survey. It was terrific. Michelle, can't ever thank you enough for that. At a point where we need a senior center. Most of the townships, especially in Essex County, have a senior center, a place where seniors can go meet, greet, socialize, get out of their houses and deal with their peers and their contemporaries. We've talked, I'm out there lobbying. I went to the 2 senior groups, spoke to a lot of seniors, being one of them myself. We want a senior center. And we would like to have the CAT Center. That place was built years ago with the probable intention that seniors would utilize it. It's an ideal spot. Bucolic setting, the water there, the deck, the little ducklings in the water, everything there. There's a whole kitchen set up. They can go there and make coffee, bring cake, eat. It lends itself for a place for seniors to go. And I traveled from Westchester County down to Cape May, interviewing all senior advisors in every township, and they all had a senior center. And they all agree that seniors need a place to go to socialize, mingle, and spend time. Talking at 2 senior groups in town, majority, in fact, all of them want the CAT Center. I don't know what that's going to mean in terms of, as far as upkeep, we'll get volunteers. I'll go clean it myself. We'll all clean our mess if we go there, if that's a problem. And we'll get volunteers, and we should look for volunteers for everything in this town. So it doesn't cost us money. All the other towns who stay within their budgets have a lot of volunteers working, and we can get volunteers there. So I bring you a message from the seniors. They want the CAT Center as a senior center, and we will work to keep it clean, functional, and a place where we can enjoy bad weather. We're stuck in our houses, like we go through the COVID, whatever. We got stuck in the house. This will give us an outlet where we can go share and socialize. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morelli.
Pastor Adams, 9 Westover Terrace. Really thought I would have an opportunity to kind of come and just sit in the background, but thanks to my friend Rosalie, we have a conversation. Toby Katz, for at least as long as I've been in West Orange, for 27 years, has been the #1 gathering place for 65 to, in some cases, over 80 households of West Orange residents, group home residents who come there every month for the mayor's program for the uniquely gifted for parties. Every year, every summer, there's a program that's there for the teens and the young adults to come to that summer camp program. Many of the young people at the high school have worked in that program. We know that this year, one of the young men who grew up going to that program got a full academic scholarship to Caldwell College and then worked in the mayor's program. I'm fortunate enough to be in that age group where there are some senior benefits that I now qualify for. So I would never, ever speak against anything that's going to benefit our seniors in West Orange, to help them to be able to age in the community in which they have lived and supported for so long. But one of the biggest challenges for the people and the families with unique individuals in their household is that one, there are not a lot of resources outside of what they get in school when they're underage and what they get from the Division of Developmental Disabilities when they're overage. What we need to understand at West Orange is we are a pillar community when it comes to the support of young people and young adults with developmental disabilities. The people who think about this very seriously all across the country and even in other countries, and my wife and I have had the opportunity to visit with them, to talk with them, and to do learning journeys with them, they would easily say that West Orange is a pillar community. Because what agencies and advocates try and convince communities to do, West Orange does organically. Our children, my daughter, they're all safer in West Orange because they are known. They have a place. The people who volunteer for the program in various capacities, they see this all the time. I invite, I encourage, I send out flyers. And there was a time when the council were regular visitors to the program. And so what I would say is, if you have not come see one of the events. Come see the number of families and individuals that are there. I understand that many of them don't vote. And I know for sure that most seniors do. But there's been too many wise individuals who have spoken about the quality of a community being based upon what it's done for the most vulnerable and those with the smallest voices. So before you make any changes to the structure of that facility and the purpose of that facility, it's important to realize that there are a large community of West Orange residents that not only use it on a regular basis, but they find that to be their primary gathering space. And those community members who volunteer in that, support it, the organizations, the Rotary clubs and various places that have for years donated tremendous amounts of money to help support that program. I think that we all would be a little bit disappointed if somehow or another these families and these individuals lost access to it. So my best to the seniors, and hopefully one day, if I keep living, I'll get to be one. But I think it's really important to think about all that it does. And please come to an event, meet the families and the individuals. They may not vote, but they do matter.
Thank you, Pastor Adams.
Evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Dean Weiss. I live at 11 Tannery Lane in Roseanne, New Jersey. I own a landscaping business that does work in town. Some of my customers are Seton Hall Prep, Crestmont Gardens, which is the garden complex next to the high school, and the Jewish community housing buildings on Northfield Avenue. Represent over 60 acres of land that I maintain, and thousands of customers, patrons, and students that visit those areas. And I'm here to express my concerns about what would happen if this ban goes into effect relative to their safety, the well-being. I want you to recognize the possibility information you are using to base your vote on may be one-sided and incomplete. If you believe what is written in the New Jersey legislative bill S-437 that states, and I quote, there are affordable alternatives to gas-powered leaf blowers, including electric blowers, which are quieter and safer to operate and less harmful to the environment. If you believe that, please consider the following facts. Bill S-437 says there are affordable options. Unless you are referring to a leaf rake, I disagree. A Greenworks backpack with 2 batteries costs between $900 and $1,000. The battery usage ranges in times from 40 minutes to an hour. This requires additional backup batteries at the cost of $700 because a charge takes an hour to complete. So I would offer that $1,700 for one commercial grade backpack is not affordable. Also, the purchase of a portable generator to charge these batteries is another $1,800. This generator has a 4-stroke engine that will run as needed, creating pollutants, and would defeat part of the intended purpose of this bill. Bill S-437 says there are alternatives. I disagree. Currently, there are no electric alternatives to the 4-stroke big blower that plays a critical role in work we perform in early spring and fall months. Also, no other piece of equipment that uses a 4-stroke engine is facing a ban. Bill S-437 says they're less harmful to the environment. I disagree. Are we supposed to look the other way about the resourcing of lithium and cobalt needed to produce these batteries? The massive carbon footprint created from strip mining, the water pollution resulting from mining these minerals, and lastly, the lack of safe and sustainable disposal methods for these batteries? Getting rid of these batteries is not as simple as disposing plastic straws. The amount of fires in landfills associated with lithium batteries grow proportionately with the production of these batteries. According to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection website, and I quote, when they are disposed of, most lithium-ion secondary batteries and lithium primary batteries in use today are likely to be hazardous waste due to ignitability and reactivity, parentheses D001 and D003. Will you acknowledge the amount of pollutants sent airborne from these fires are not environmentally friendly? Can we also acknowledge that the electricity used to charge these batteries are from fossil fuels? These machines are not as environmentally friendly as you wish they were. Again, Bill S-437 says less harmful to the environment. As an option to blowing leaves off the property, mulching them is considered. Mulching too many wet leaves will smother your yard and do more harm than good. A layer of leaves more than 1/4 to 3/8 of an inch can damage your lawn because they block out sun and increase damage from fungal disease. West Orange is known for their oak tree lined streets and properties. To manage mulching leaves requires dry conditions and frequent visits. Neither situation is attainable in the fall for landscaper visits. The buildup of leaf mulch in beds also create an environment for unwanted insects and rodents, such as termites and mice. Also, mold spores and fungus, such as artillery fungus that shoots black dots all over the foundation and stick like super glue to the house up to a height of 6 feet. Bill S-437 says safer to operate. I disagree. How can you compare with wearing noise-canceling headphones to the alternative of raking leaves all day for 2 months? The dust and pollutants sent into the air will still be present with the use of battery-powered machines, as will all the other complaints associated with airflow. Please consider the unintended consequences associated with your decision to eliminate the use of gas-powered blowers without a viable alternative or appropriate recycling measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reese.
Hello, good evening. My name is Fred Calloway, 11 Burnett Street, Livingston, New Jersey. I, for the last 49 years, have been in the power equipment business. I supply leaf blowers and lawn mowers to all your citizens, also to the contractors that has just spoken before me. What we have right now is an impasse that we can't think of going backwards. We are used to our properties looking the way they are. We're in a situation financially where most people work a minimum 40 hours and it's a husband and wife. Times are short, your days off. No one has a full Saturday, Sunday to do their maintenance of their property. Every neighbor wants the houses on either side of them and across the street to look well. God knows there's been complaints if one of your citizens calls in and say, hey, guy next door is a mess. His leaves are coming over into my place. I see rodents in his leaves over there. Everybody wants a clean lot. Difference is now, ever since COVID, there's a certain amount of people that are staying home, working from home. And that is the changing point of this. We haven't invented a new machine in my industry since I started in 1974. The same leaf blowers are there that are there now, except now they're more efficient and you're in and out quicker. More people are home noticing it now. This never came to be until people were working from home. Well, nobody wants to go back to what takes you an hour to do your own home with a leaf blower to be a 4-hour job with a rake. And for all those people that work those dual income houses, you have to hire a landscaper because you need those incomes to proceed with your life and your mortgages and your daily function. So how can we not have this if we all want it to look nice? You can't go backwards to where it was. It's like saying we don't want electric wires on the street. We should have candles and oil lamps. Yes, the wires look very obtrusive. It would be nice if they're all buried underground, but we have power wires and poles, and there's a spinoff to having the electricity we all need. Can't get rid of electric, can't get rid of leaf blowers. It's a necessity. My business is open to anyone in this council who wants to come down, try an electric blower, try a gas blower. You can see you're going to be 5 times more efficient with a gas blower than you would with an electric, and 20 times more than a rake and a broom. You can sweep my parking lot at work. I'd love to see that when it takes me a minute to blow it off. It would take you an hour just to sweep a small parking lot. So I invite you to come down, educate yourselves. I'm open 6 days a week. I'm only 4 or 5 minutes away from here, right off Northfield Road. Please come down and see me. Make an informed decision after using and trying these. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Calloway. Ms. Lefkowitz? Ms. Lefkowitz?
I got you next.
I'm sorry, you hadn't been waiting so patiently.
Sheila Lefkowitz, 703 Pleasant Valley Way. Volunteers don't get paid because they're worthless, but because they're priceless. As an appointee of the Older Adults Advisory Committee, I see myself as a volunteer, and I take this job very seriously. I appreciate, in addition to the other appointees that we've got, I appreciate that in addition to the other appointees, we've garnered an additional volunteers who are eager to learn about how they can support the Older Adults Advisory Board and have also begun attending our meetings. At last night's board meeting, there were 3 votes taken during this meeting, and it resulted in our board's favorable recommendation for all 4 proposed changes to the Older Adults Advisory Board's ordinance that is on tonight's agenda. More appointees are needed so that we can have more hands on deck to handle the wide variety of matters that need to be addressed to make West Orange a model for other communities to look up to. Please move this ordinance forward. I'm very excited about the expected opening of our library at the end of October, and I can see how this space is going to offer some areas for senior activity. We hope to bring back the Teen Techies intergenerational program, and this is best placed at the CAT Center that is on the campus of the high school. As such, the CAT Center is geographically desirable intergenerational meeting space that both students and seniors can meet without having to deal with the traffic and logistics of a bus from the high school to the library and traffic delays. Sometimes the CAT Center will be that special location where seniors and high school volunteers will have that warm, homey feeling of the CAT Center setting that will facilitate a relaxed environment where seniors can work with the teen techies to hone in on learning more about the new frontier of smartphones and computers. Perhaps our new library will be the setting for more formal meetings and speakers series. We need not confine our meetings to one location, but should choose the location that fits the nature of the meeting. In this vein, I would like to ask the council to clarify that we will be able to use the CAT Center with volunteers. It's my understanding that parties can take place at the CAT Center without supervision, so I would think the seniors group would be able to function similarly. By utilizing the CAT Center, we can start up the much beloved Teen Techies program as early as October 2023. I hope we can get the council's support to do this because our volunteers are poised to begin. I want to thank John Gross for responding to Dr. Robert Sipsner, a community member who I advised to speak with him a few weeks ago about the funding of our sidewalks. John returned Dr. Sipner's phone call and took the time to answer questions. That is the kind of response a community member should expect from our government. I spoke to Dr. Sipsner last evening, and he advised me that he has collected upwards of 25 signatures on a petition to get the sidewalk repairs on Hoover, Cleveland, and Lincoln, just from the neighbors on his block. And now the petition is circulating further into the neighborhood. We eagerly await the response of the council at the end of public comment and any presentation about the capital budget that might relate to this. We must take good care of our physical resources, namely our roads, and we must take care of our elder resources, our seniors. According to the American Community Survey of 2021, older adults age 65 plus make up 16.8% of the population, and this population is growing with the aging baby boomers. The population under 18 was about 22% and is expected to decrease. Like volunteers, elders and our young population are priceless, and together we can learn and benefit from our wealth of information, joy, and life. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lefkowitz. Yes, please. Thank you for your patience.
I'm here to kind of switch gears. My name is Amy Levin, and I'm at 23 Oak Ridge Road. And I just wanted to say I'm actually representing our neighborhood from Glen Road and on Oak Ridge up until Mitchell Street regarding the parking ordinance that's an agenda item tonight. Because we're very happy that you're going to be voting to see if it can get revised as far as coming down on the parking. So sorry, I'm doing this off the cuff. I should have been better prepared. But we have a large problem with the Seton Hall prep students that park illegally all day on our streets while they have their own parking lot, which they seem to never use, at least most of them. Our streets have been clogged with cars blocking driveways. The past couple of weeks have been hellacious. Even today, somebody had their driveway blocked. There have been near accidents. There's racing down our streets and just a whole lot of parking where we can't even have deliveries made in front of our house, or when workmen show up, they have to park down the block. So we're just here to say thank you for having this on the docket, and we want to see it go through. If it doesn't go through, it's kind of a burden on the West Orange PD, because all of our neighbors, if we see the Seton Hall kids blocking our driveways or just clogging up our streets, we call them to come, and they have to waste their time marking the tires because there's like 2 hours. You can park 2 hours on the street, and then they'll have to come back to see if that car is still there and come back and ticket them. So it's kind of a waste of time for the police department. What we'd really like to see is no parking Monday through Friday from 8 to 4 on Glen Road, and also Oak Ridge from Glen to Mitchell Street. And all our neighbors are very happy to have like tags in their cars just so you can know whose car is what. And just so, we can get rid of the parking on our street by the Seton Hall prep kids.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else in council chambers? Yes, come forward, please. Oh, okay.
Good evening, council. Michael Giovini, 68 Mango Road, West Orange. I'm a lifelong resident, homeowner, and business owner here in the township. I am imploring that you please do not pass through the blower ordinance that is in the upcoming year for the limited use, followed up by the complete ban of the blower in 2025. We do have ordinances that pertain to the maintenance of your homes in town. This new proposed blower ban would work in contrary to the maintenance of anyone's home. An unkept home is one that will start with insect infestations that can and will be harmful to the home. You will have leaf piles, brush piles that in turn do harbor rats, mice, snakes, and other rodents. Again, undesirable to someone's home and the community. I am a landscape owner, business owner. When we start our spring cleanups in the beginning of the season, it takes our crews at least a month and a half to complete our tasks. In the fall, come November, the crews work tirelessly 10 to 14 days just to complete a single rotation. This is a task that gets taken care of on a 7-day basis during the heart of the season. Without the use of our equipment, there's the potential that these tasks may not be completed at all. And if they're not completed at all, it will be a black eye on the community and the streets around. The seniors in town are now being reassessed on their taxes, added for sewer, and now the increased costs point to 3 to 5 times greater than the current rates for us to maintain their homes. This is an unwanted tax that the seniors should not burden. They rely on us to help them with the maintenance of their homes. So I ask all of you to rethink and consider the ban of the blowers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hear me? Sorry. Good evening, council, mayor.
Name
My
and
name's
address.
Brian Lawrence, 8 Cleveland Terrace. My comments are some are, I guess, pertains to the entire township, but some specifically to myself and my neighbors. About 2 weeks ago, some work was done on Mellon Ave, at the corner of Mellon Ave and Cleveland Terrace. The end of the project stops right at the edge of my driveway. First, I didn't get any notice that any work was being done. We were blocked from using our driveway. And then now, since it was, I think they milled it down. And so there's about a 4.5 to 6 inch gap from the roadway to a drain to our driveway. My wife's car cannot make it in and out of our driveway without being scraped on the bottom. It's been damaged, and I had to put wood blocks to try to get in and out. I just received a text today at 4:23 from, I believe it was DPW, I'm not certain, that I'll tell you exactly. It says it's tentatively scheduled for repaving this Friday, but I believe it's probably going to rain and it's not going to happen. Again, my wife won't be able to go in and out of our driveway. A larger concern is our street, Cleveland Terrace, and also Hoover Ave. A few years ago, actually going further back, when we first purchased our house, I spoke with Lenny Lepore about having our road repaved. I also spoke with several of our neighbors on the street and said they've had the same conversation over many years trying to get our road repaved. Fast forward, PSC&G sends out notice that they were going to change the gas lines and that they would then repave our roads. Mr. Lepore informed me that it was decided that it was, I think he said it was fiscally feasible for our road to be repaved. And so it was, something was done so that another road could be repaved instead of ours. I drive a Jeep.
And it's rough for me to get from Hoover Ave to Cleveland Terrace to my driveway. And all of our other neighbors complain about it constantly because our road is horrible. And I've noticed Belterra Road, which within the last 8 years, I believe it was repaved 3 times. And it's not in any weird shape or form close to our road. Also, I just noticed earlier today, Man Ave and Dunn Road. It's horrible, like completely horrible. And no road in this town should be like that. And then we're gonna be reassessed shortly. And there's no way and no reason why our roads should be that bad. And I just want to know if there's any kind of system of how roads are decided when they should be repaved, or is there a cycle? Because I've been here almost 11 years now, and each year I have emails and telephone conversations with Ms. Lepore. Maybe in the spring, in the fall, in the spring, and each year comes and goes and nothing happens, and it just keeps getting worse and worse. My third thing, there's a lot that abuts my property and my neighbors on Hoover Ave and Garfield Ave below. About 4.5 years ago, we all received notice that we could purchase that lot because I believe that there are developers maybe that are interested in it, although it's a non-buildable lot because the road, Mellon Road, does not connect to the lower road. We've gone through the process of saying, me and my neighbor, Larry, I won't say his last name because I wasn't able to get confirmation for him today for me to say his last name, but we were only 2 in the area after we received notice that said we were interested. We signed papers, we were told everything was moving forward, and we haven't heard anything in about 2 years now. When we contacted town council's office, we're not exactly sure who the attorney was that we spoke with, but they said they had no idea about it or that it had to go through the state. And we told them we went through a whole process, and all we were told that we were waiting for was just for it to be bifurcated because my neighbor wants a certain portion of it. I want a portion that goes back just to abut his, so that we know that no one is going to come there and build and disrupt our little neighborhood. Also,
time is up.
okay.
I just have a couple of questions, if you don't mind. Can you
Sure.
please tell me, you said Man Road and another road?
Man Ave, that road goes into Dunn Road.
Man
It's off of,
Avenue and Dunn Road, okay.
Eagle Rock Ave.
Off Eagle Rock. And then you said the small patch of land that you were talking about
Yes, it's
Mellon
directly
Avenue.
behind my house.
on Mellon
On
Avenue?
Mellon Ave.
Okay,
So
thank
it's between Upper and Lower, right before Garfield Ave.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in council chambers that would like to public comment? I think he's next and then you. Thank you.
My name is Richard Leonardis. I'm a resident of West Orange and have been for 60 years. Matter of fact, I voted for many of you people that are up here today. I've been in the power equipment business 50 years. Like Fred, I own a lawnmower shop. And I can tell you that there's not a piece of equipment on the market that's going to work and take the place of that backpack blower. Now, I've been involved in the controversy with Montclair for 25 years off and on. So first it started with noise. So if noise is an issue, then we really can't use a chainsaw or drive a motorcycle through town. Then it went to particulates. Then it went from there, it went to quality of life, and it just keeps bouncing back and forth. So now Montclair finally got the right board in place, and they're banning a backpack blower. And a lot of these landscapers behind me here have gotten together and they're suing Montclair. That lawsuit will I believe, break this Friday. So between the landscapers getting together to sue Montclair and many of the homeowners, so if you live in a 50 by 100 house down at the bottom of Montclair, it's no big deal. But if you're paying $100,000 a year in taxes and you live in one of those big houses, it is a big deal. So whether they open up their checkbook and write a $10,000 or $15,000 check to the lawyer, or pay these guys $10,000 or $15,000 for a cleanup, because now they're going to charge $70 or $80 a man hour with a rake. Ultimately, they're going to pay, right? So the lawyer, Roosevelt Nesmith, who has sued Montclair before, the goal is to sue Montclair, back this up,
And if he wins, he's then going to go after the town for his legal fees, which they expect to be in the six figures. Now, I don't know what that sounds like to you, but my taxes are high enough as it is, right? So the last thing I want to do is have my town be involved in a lawsuit. And all they're doing is they're hindering the landscaper from doing their work. They cannot do the work without the blower. If you were going to build a house and you went to a builder and you gave the guy a set of plans and you said, I'd like you to build this house, give me a price. And the contractor tells you it's $250,000 or $500,000. And then before you sign the contract, at the very end, you say, oh, by the way, there's an ordinance. You can't use a nail gun and you can't use a circular saw. Well, you probably just added 40% to the bill, right? It's no different for these guys with the cleanup. They hire a bunch of labor. The labor's going to say, I'm not going to use a rake. I'm not going to work for you. I'll go work for someone else. So they have a labor issue, losing their people. They have the issue where they can't get the job done without that tool. On top of that, they'll be working in January and February to try to get rid of the leaves. I mean, they can't physically do it. It don't matter to me because I sell battery powered equipment. I sell gas equipment. I sell 2-cycle. I sell 4-cycle. So this isn't about me. This is about them. And the worst case is if that were to go through, my vote next time for you people on the board might not be for you people on the board because my cleanup might have just tripled or quadrupled. Now, when I started, I grew up on McKinley Avenue on a 50 by 100 piece of property. And if I used a rake, no big deal. Where I live now, off Pleasant Valley Way, I can't use a rake. My landscaper is not going to come in at a reasonable amount to clean my property because he can't, because time is money. And you tie his hands behind his back if you take away his blower. So the state sets rules, the federal government sets rules. Generally, I would say the whole thing is arbitrary and capricious. If to put a rule through, right, you need a case study. You need an expert. There's no case study on this. There's no expert. We got nothing saying what it's going to cost to have, they don't even know what it's going to cost to do a cleanup. Montclair, Maplewood has tried it. Now they're rethinking it. Livingston scrubbed it, thanks to Fred. Now you got West Orange trying to follow Montclair, who's going to get sued. Just, it doesn't make any sense. So, and I know where we're going. I think it's great to get there, but we don't have the products to get there today. Maybe we revisit it a couple of years from now. That may make sense. We don't have a battery strong enough. You got houses burning down because of, you just put the television on and look at New York. The lithium ion batteries are causing fires weekly in apartment houses. So there's people here from smaller pieces of property in apartment houses. That's great. But people up on the top of the hill with big pieces of property.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mark Meyerowitz, 19 Howell Drive. Is this on?
Yes.
Okay. I'll be quick. There is a lot of development coming to West Orange. I know behind me in the woods behind, next to Howell Drive, their developer wants to put 500 units in of apartments. And I know the manor might be turned into apartments, and the stables might be turned into apartments. And I'm very concerned about the school system being able to handle a lot of new kids that could be coming in. I mean, it's potential conceivably for 1,000 kids to be up on the woods behind me if there's 2 kids per unit. So I'd like to know if the school system, has gotten together with you, or if the council and the mayor have gotten together with the school system to discuss the long-term outlook for schooling for all these kids that could be here. It's still early, but this will be a problem in 5 or 10 years. And I think the time to address that problem, to start addressing that problem, would be now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, how
Hi.
are you? Tried to be brief, to the point, and tried to make this a little bit humorous since, you can
cut the ice here.
Can you state your name and address for the
My name is
record?
Gustavo Pereira. I live at 100 Terrace Avenue. I'm the owner operator of a small business, landscaping business for over 30 years. I just want to, just a little bit add what my colleagues and, owners of shops that I usually visit to repair my equipment. So I don't want to bore you with all the specifics that, graciously, Mr. Dean, Wise and Rich and everybody else, provided you with. I just want to give you a point. I'm part of a huge Latino population that we have here in the city of West Orange. Some of them are owner operators. Some others are like the men that work for me, Latino men who work very hard and, provide. Most of my customers are elder and work that they cannot do. With the usage, of the blowers that they are promoting, we can't do our job. It's just that simple. I do own one of those blowers and they don't last you maybe at full force, a half hour, 40 minutes. And, it's inconceivable to think that, we're going to have a generator in our truck, which produces way more damage than, more cons than pros. So what I would like you to do and, is to consider, okay, that eventually the technology will get there. I'm very sure. And I'm pushing for that because I want everybody to be happy, everybody to enjoy their homes, everybody to enjoy their environment. But unfortunately, at this time, the technology is not there for the homeowners in mind, because they can spend 5, 6, 10, 12 hours, 2 days to clean their house. We cannot do that. We have sometimes 10-hour shifts. And then when the fall comes, you know very well that time is money and time is precious. So we can't work 10, 12 hours. We have no lights to work, no sunlight. That is. So I will ask you to please to consider, this will affect the life, not only of mine, but the life of a lot of people who need us to provide them with work. And certainly the customers that we have, and in my case, a lot of senior customers, they won't be able to receive the quality of service that I've been providing them for almost 30 years, because I cannot do it if I don't use the blowers that I'm using right now. I think that there's more equipment that can cause more damage than our blowers. But again, that's something to discuss maybe in another day. So thank you very much for allowing me to voice out my opinion. Thank you very much, Mayor. And hopefully this will come to an agreement that it will be perhaps not positive for some people, but for the majority of the people who live in this beautiful town of ours. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm gonna ask in the room, how many people are wanting to talk about the leaf blowers? Okay, and so for the people that want to talk about the leaf blowers, is there any perspective that might be different from the perspectives that we've already heard?
I think we should hear them all.
Yeah, I think we need to
I'm
hear
not,
them all.
I'm not saying I'm not suggesting that I'm not. I'm just asking a question. Thank you. Yeah, so you come on forward. That's fine, not a problem. I was just trying, I'm just trying to understand what's going on and monitor our time. And I can hear everyone, but I can also, I'm sorry, and I can also, if we need to do business, we can do business and we can come back and open up public comment at another time. So exactly. Okay, thank you.
Madam President, Town Council members, community leaders, general public, Christopher Bellotta, 27 Wheatland Avenue, off of South Valley. On behalf of the residents of Wheatland Avenue, we want to thank the town for their assistance and supporting our bid for permit parking on our street. As you are aware, there have been several incidences reported from Wheatland Avenue regarding car theft, couples copulating in their vehicles
where most people might get a chuckle out of this when they were 18 years old. In our community, we have small children, so these things occurring on our street have been growing. And we are thankful very much to the town for hearing our pleas to proceed with the permit parking for our residents only. The only ask that we have of the town engineer and those in that line is the reconsideration of the actual parking space, the designated spots on our street. I have spoken to a couple of people regarding it. Our street runs in a relatively east-west direction where we now park north to south, and that enables us to keep our cars pretty close together. They are recommending a east to west parking, which means we'll be end to end. And there are those of us, like my wife and my family, we have 4 cars. My neighbor has 3, gonna be 4. Most of us do use our driveways, but in the instance of using my leaf blower, my gas powered leaf blower to blow out my driveway and my lawn, I do bring my cars out front. So the only thing that we asked on behalf of those involved with this is to reconsider the designated painted parking spaces for our street. But everything else that we've been discussed and informed about, we are pleased that this is moving forward, and we thank everybody for their continued support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. No problem. Thank you. Your name?
17 plus Valley. My colleagues back here have told you about the blowers and everything like that. I just want to say that I've been in business since 1983, came out of high school, West Orange Cowboy. Okay, all my customers are seniors. And I know the councilwoman Stark is a big proponent of seniors, and people are talking about seniors. They're not going to be able to afford it. It's just plain and simple. I have a picture in my phone. Somebody sent me from Montclair. It is a revised contract. They are charging $155 per hour per man. $155 per hour per man to do it with electric blowers and rakes. There is no senior in this town that can afford that. Please do not pass this bill. Thank you.
Yes, please come forward.
Good evening, Mike Brick, 50 years in the town, chairman of the West Orange Environmental Commission, 19 Colony Drive West, off Gregory. And I'm asking you, I'm only speaking very briefly about the blower situation, but I need to speak with you about the trees. So we have been looking at the blower situation for about 4 or 5 years now. We've spoken to the New Jersey Society of Landscapers, the president, the officers. We've done research about what's going on in the industry. We looked at it through a neutral eyes about cost and safety and health. So the industry has also looked at it. And I need to give you guys the information, and I can't do it right now, but companies like Makita, giant international companies, have realized that the gas blowers 2-cycle are too noisy, decibel level is exceeded, and the exhaust level is exceeded. So they've gone to 4-cycle engines and they reduced the decibels below 60, which is an OSHA standard. If we can get the equipment that's affordable to the gardeners, to the landscapers, and there are programs that give special pricing to large groups, I think it's a good compromise, because the electric blowers will not solve the problem of the cost will be obscene. And I know some of these gardeners, and no one can afford the cleanup. The cleanups in the spring and fall will be 4 to 5 times more than they are right now. So if we can do a compromise position and see this trend changing, because the electric blowers cannot do the job power-wise,
lithium battery wise, charge wise, pollution from the trucks running them. We solve one problem, we have another problem. The easiest solution is to use the new designed 4-cycle, very quiet gas blower. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Daria Paxton. I live at 7 Greenwood Avenue. I also own a landscaping business. I work in Montclair, West Orange, and South Orange. Can you hear me okay?
Just your name,
What was your name? again?
your name.
I said my name is Daria Paxton.
Daria.
Okay. First of all, I want to reiterate that, yes, I agree with pretty much everything everybody has said so far about the gas blowers. And it's something that not only do I live with, both as a homeowner, but also as somebody who runs a landscaping business and has been dealing with this issue since so much of my business is in Montclair for such a long time. I personally have done everything that I can to mitigate climate change. I've been a vegetarian for 35 years. I drive an electric car. I just bought an electric pickup truck, and I've been using electric tools for 6 years, as much as what's available. And one of the biggest problems is that the tools that we need for the cleanups in the spring and the fall, especially the fall, are not available. They don't exist. I had a conversation with Still, which is a manufacturer, about this, and their strongest electric blower is half as powerful as a standard Red Max blower that's used. And if you multiply for the sheer energy, because that's what work is, it's energy, you take away one Red Max blower and you need 2 of them. And that's not even considering the fall and the 4-cycle blowers. You end up having to buy and use at least twice as many tools. And the batteries last up to maybe 2 years, and then they stop charging. We all know how that works with old cell phones, right? And I have a lot of experience with bigger batteries in the vehicles as well. But there are some unintended consequences that nobody else has mentioned, and there will be many. One is that, and I can tell you this as somebody who studied botany and ecology at Rutgers, some of the biggest ecological problems that we have to do with invasive species and allergies. And one of the things that we do when we're using the blowers, not only to clean up the leaves, but pollen and small seeds, is we help mitigate the spread of invasive species. And there are a lot of things that we could be doing to help this, but it's a massive problem. And it's not even something that people are talking about when they're talking about health and public safety in this situation. But I don't want to take up too much more time, but there's just so much more to say about this. Aside from, yes, there are legal proceedings in Montclair as well, although they did a particularly sloppy job of writing the ordinance. But the state industry groups, particularly the New Jersey Nursery Landscape Association, is working with the New Jersey Green Industry Council on statewide legislation that would usurp all of the local ordinances and create one standard for the entire state that will phase out the gas tools as the electric tools become available. But the one thing I'm curious about is, why is the pressure not being put on the manufacturers to create these tools? Because we try, they don't listen to us. And well, anyway, and to inform the public on how to use their properties differently, because not everybody can absorb all of the leaves that come out of their trees. And unfortunately, one of the things that's horrified me the most that I've seen in Montclair is a number of my clients deciding to remove healthy, mature trees to mitigate the costs of their cleanup bills. And I do actually have that written notice where the landscaper said he was going to charge $155 an hour. You put it on the Montclair water cooler if you want to find it yourself. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chambers? Yes, Mr. Kipp.
Hello,
Hi.
I'm Walt Kipp, the town forester. I just want to talk a little bit about trees. We're currently having a tree inventory done here. We have around 10,000 street trees alone, not including parks. They need some maintenance desperately. Tree trimming. tree inspections, some plant health care. Because they're starting to get old. As we know. Can't hear you back there. As we know, all trees get old. When trees get old, they have more problems, more issues. So we need more maintenance on them. We currently don't really maintain the trees that well, just because we haven't had the resources. But I would like to create a tree management plan for the next 5 years. That includes planting, replacing our dying trees, pruning our dying trees, inspecting our trees. So they don't fall down, branches don't fall off them, hit the cars. We've had a lot of problems this year with the cars and the branches falling down from the older trees that we have in town. And I kind of want to stop it. So, because I don't want residents injured, I don't want property damaged. We need to create a plan to help with it. And currently, the residents take down about 600 to 700 trees a year. The town takes around 200 trees a year down for the entire town. So you got to think, hey, the residents are taking down a lot of trees. They could be live and healthy, they could be hazardous. But we need this tree ordinance to go through to help with the planting. We need to replace these valuable trees. That's all I have. I want to thank you for helping me. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Kipp. Anyone else in council chambers for public comment? Yes.
Thanks for having us. My name is Vincent Militello, lifelong resident of West Orange until I decided to move after high school. Last graduating class of Eagle Rock School on Valley Way, Edison Junior High School, West Orange, and then partial Mountain High School on Pleasant Valley Way.
And what's your current address now?
182 East McClellan in Livingston. All right, I don't want to go over the same things that are being said about the type of power of equipment, battery life, insects. I just want to say, you got a lot of reputable landscapers here, and if the technology was there isn't anyone in this room here that isn't willing to try something new. No one wants to pay $3.50 per gas. They would go electric in a heartbeat. I had the privilege of speaking to a few of you before the council meeting. I'll give you my card. If you guys want to come on a route and see how an organized crew works, you'll see it's not, a waste of fuel, time. I don't even know how else to put it. A good reputable landscaper is going to work very efficiently, and it's going to get the job done right. If the technology was there, like I said, we would all have it. I'm working on third generation. My son's 25 years old. My father, God willing, is going to be 86 on Thursday. We're all living a prosperous life. None of us are dying from fumes, dust. All of that can go out. I take care of a senior's place on Pleasant Valley Way 25 plus years. The only complaints I get is maybe we leave a little bit of dust on the cars in the parking lot. I don't know how we'd be able to do it with an electric blower. Just not going to happen. Rakes are not on the cards. So you guys really got to reconsider this. And when the technology is there, I think any one of us here are willing to use the new products that are out there, but it's just not there yet. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that's everyone in council chambers. One more, Mr. Rick, you've already spoken. You can't come back again. No, I'm sorry. That's not how it works, but it's a good try. Noelia, if you'll tell me, please, how many people are on the Zoom audience?
61 people.
So now it's time for those on the Zoom audience to have an opportunity to also engage in public comment. I'm going to ask that those who want to have public comment, please raise your hand so that you can line up in the queue. Please raise your hand now. Do not wait until the person that may be speaking until they complete their speaking opportunity. Please go ahead and get into the queue. We need to see how many people we have in the Zoom audience that want to speak, and then we will continue.
At this moment, I have 9. I'll start with Anthony Puglisi.
How many total on Zoom?
59 total.
Okay, thank you.
10 have their hands raised.
10?
Yes.
Thank you. For those of you who are on Zoom, I'm gonna allow public comment to continue for about 15 to 20 minutes. So that we can just try and manage our time.
Anthony Puglisi.
Yes, hi, thank you. Good evening. This is Anthony Puglisi representing County Executive Joe DiFincenzo. I usually bring you a long list of events. Nothing has changed. We still have our Fall Festival at the Environmental Center this Saturday, our Senior Wellness Day on Tuesday, October 3rd, our first Household Hazardous Waste Collection Day on the first Saturday in October, that's October 7th, and then our Computer Electronics Recycling Day on the 21st, again in Cedar Grove. I've mentioned all those before, and they're all on our website, which is EssexCountyNJ.org. I do want to share some additional information. Essex County, in conjunction with the ECIA, is conducting another pooled capital lease equipment program. Essex County Executive DiFincenzo also authorized the program because it's a way that the financial strength of Essex County can be used to benefit West Orange and the other 21 municipalities. We did send information earlier this summer, sorry. And through this program, municipalities can lease capital equipment using the high bond rating of Essex County, and the pooling leases also reduces interest and authorization costs. The last time this program was offered was in 2019, and in that program, the equipment leased included technology and computers, communication equipment, vehicles, furniture, and firefighting equipment. Participation is easy. We had sent the administrator, Mr. Gross, and Mayor McCartney just a brief one-page survey to complete. You just need to complete that and list the types of equipment you intend to lease. Email that to our person at the ECIA, which is Lucy Sapinski, and we've extended the deadline to September 27th. There is no obligation to participate, so if you feel that this program is not good for West Orange, that's fine. There is no pressure. Even if you do submit the survey and then you change your mind at a later date, you can withdraw from the program with no consequences. We just want to make this available, like I said, to the municipalities. And if it works for you, we'd like to partner with you. If you have any questions, you can just reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puglisi.
Lisa Stedwell, welcome to the meeting. Lisa?
Hi, you can hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Lisa Stedwell, 42 Chestnut Road. I'm just letting you know I'm still here, advocating for 42 Chestnut Road. And I also wanted to mention, the last meeting you guys talked about rat infestation coming. So you may want to look at how New York is handling it, because they have an abundance of rats. So they even got a rat czar. So, and changing the garbage cans and stuff. So you may want to, mimic what they do to see if it's effective or not. And that's about it.
Thank you, Ms. Stedwell.
Mm-hmm.
Noelia, is it possible to turn off the small speakers?
This is off.
They are off? Okay.
MKA, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. MK Adams, Park Drive South. I listened with interest this evening as the mayor recited the statement prepared for her by the legal department. The mayor's argument that rules should not change after a business establishes itself in town ignores the basic elements of economics. Demand determines supply. There is currently extremely low demand for more drive-throughs by the residents of this town. The only push for more drive-throughs in West Orange is coming from an ill-advised administration with no town planner. An ordinance limiting drive-throughs is perfectly timed to stem the proliferation of businesses
that only a small number of residents want. The applications before the Zoning Board of Adjustment and the Planning Board cannot be affected by an ordinance change. Those applications must be decided by those appointed board officials. Many of you on the town council have already stated your reluctance to the proposed Popeyes and Sonic. If you postponed the drive-through ordinance, as the mayor suggests, it may be too late for this town to retain any of its remaining character. I support moving this ordinance forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Adams.
Robbie Rodden? I'll come back. Oh, there we go.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Robbie, please state your name.
Not working. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Am I?
We can hear you.
No, you come back to him and go to the next person, please.
Claudia Sanders, state your name and your address for the record.
Claudia Sanders, Old Salem Road, West Orange. I'm going to keep it short in interest of time here. I just would like to say that I would love to see the Toby Katz Center used for senior activities. I think that just so many more activities could be offered for seniors if there was a place that was designated for them. So that's it. I just wanted to put my vote in for that. I think it's a very important thing and a lot of people would benefit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zasha, please state your phone name and address for the record.
Hi, yes, Ms. Zasa Kennedy, I live at 4 Dawes Avenue here in town. I wasn't planning on saying anything tonight because I'm a little bit under the weather, to tell you the truth, but I kind of just felt that I had to speak to the desperation I heard from the landscapers out there, thinking that us residents or other people who are suffering from these dirty machines want to ruin their business or make life hard for them. It's not about that. It's about air pollution. It's about my quality of life, my ability to do. I'm also a small business owner. I can't do my business because you do your business. The fumes permeate my home with all the windows closed, and I'm pretty much choked out, nor can I hear anybody on the phone or on the computer. So this is about that. No one's trying to cheat you out of a business. What we're asking for, what I'm asking for, is a slow transition and not use these machines when they're not needed. I see my neighbors, for instance, I see my neighbor's landscaper blowing around some dust and a couple of leaves in the summertime. Completely unnecessary and really impacts my health terribly. I am a senior, and these machines are most harsh to vulnerable groups, including people of color who run them, and seniors and children, and people who have medical issues. Like myself, I have asthma, and I had adult acquired asthma from air pollution. So with all the smoke we're getting from Canada and every other climate catastrophe we're witnessing, we have to try to transition slowly out of this, folks. And just so you're heartened and not dismayed, because I heard of all the threats of lawsuits and this, that, and the other, just to not use them in summer is not going to hurt you. Okay. And by 2024, right now, as we speak, it's being tested, portable 4-charge electric batteries that you can just put in your pickup truck to keep charging batteries all day long. And that's being tested by Ego. I wasn't prepared. Like I said, I'm under the weather, but next time I would love to bring some landscapers that have already transitioned, some to fully electric on all their equipment, who will tell you it's not as hard as you think and it's not as bad as you think. I saw some numbers on social media that were just outrageous. I don't know where they got these numbers from, but, and I know some of these guys who are in the audience, I feel for you. You sell these for a living.
So obviously, change is hard, but we have to change because, there's no planet B to live on. Okay. So, let me just state another fact. The entire state of California, which is our largest state, has banned the sale of gas-powered all equipment in 2024. Okay. I know at least the gas-powered blowers, mowers, and trimmers are going to be banned for sale in 2024. That's going to force the entire industry to come up with new equipment. So things are going to change fast. And all I'm asking for as a resident is have a heart. Let's change slowly. Let's not use them when we don't need to use them in the summer, throw around dust on the driveway. Okay. And by the time 2025 rolls around, there will be portable chargers and better equipment for you that you won't feel like you're working so hard. And a lot of landscapers, by the way, in Maplewood and Montclair have already transitioned to electric blowers that they carry around to other towns but don't use when people don't ask for them, and they haven't raised their prices. So, I don't want to accuse anyone of being hyperbolic, but I don't think it's as bad as you say. I'm on your side. I want you to do your business, but I also want you to allow me to live, breathe, and do my business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joyce Rudin, please state your name for the record.
Joyce Rudin, Woodland Avenue. I get it. Business owners don't like change. But I pretty much can guarantee that the landscape owners and the salesmen who spoke tonight are not on the front lines all day, handling this equipment and breathing in the toxic fumes. Leaf blowers are exceptional polluters. Their small engines spew outsized amounts of smog-forming chemicals, cancer-causing volatile organic compounds, and lung-damaging particulate matter. Operating a gas-powered leaf blower for 1 hour produces as much volatile organic compounds as driving a 2017 Toyota Camry from New York to Orlando, Florida. And storing fuel, by the way, is dangerous. The landscapers and salesmen talk about cost to them. What about cost to the health of the workers who they claim to care about? What about the cost to us as residents? Are these landscape owners going to cover the costs of their workers' lung disease, hearing loss, heart disease, asthma, early death? This should not be about profits of landscapers, but about the health of the community. I find it ironic that the chair of the Environmental Commission of this town has spoken only to industry leaders, not to landscapers who have actually chosen to use environmentally responsible technology. As for the threat of lawsuits, anyone can sue anyone for anything in this litigious society. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do the right thing. Electric lawn and garden equipment is increasingly competitive with gasoline versions. The best battery-powered lawnmowers, for example, receive almost the same scores according to Consumer Reports. There are alternatives to blowing. Leave the leaves alone, mulch them, spread them in your beds, and let them perform their God-given magic of enriching our depleted lawns and garden beds with natural mulch instead of more chemical fertilizer. Gas blowers disrupt ecosystems by dispersing wildlife and damaging vegetation. They also contribute to soil erosion. I believe this ordinance provides a balance of environmental and health concerns with practical considerations. Businesses have until 2025 to transition. This isn't immediate. There is no urgency and no death threat, as the mayor seemed to imply that this is something that's going to happen right away and we just couldn't possibly live with this. That is not the case. We are suggesting, and your ordinance suggests, a slow transition. This is a small ask, and I urge you to vote for it to move us forward. 1,500 West Orange residents have already signed on to a change.org amendment or petition asking this leadership to stop polluting our community. Please pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Darren, welcome to the meeting. State your name and address for the record.
Hey, good evening, everyone. My name is Darren Nurse. I'm at 6 Dartmouth Road,
I'm
Gregory
sorry, Darren, I couldn't hear your last name.
Nurse.
Oh, okay.
Yep, Darren Nurse, 6 Dartmouth Road, West Orange. Yeah, I just wanted to speak real briefly on with the population growth of our town. There seems not to be enough recreation coming for the kids, and I'm speaking in terms of, let's say, something such as like a Dave & Buster's. You know, you're building these residencies with these 500, 200, unit populations. But then you also bring these children here, and you got to keep in mind that when you bring these children here, you have to have something for them to do, something to entertain them. And without having, like I said, David Buster's or, Target Zone, whatever these places are called, Fun Zone, we don't have any of these places, and we have enough spaces that are available to bring those type of vendors in. So just wondering what will be done by the council in order to attract those people instead of attracting all the developers to continuously build on top of what's already here. I think we have to find another way to use our space and use our space in a way where it's going to be helpful to the community, because nothing wrong with building for population, but when you become overpopulated, because this is where things become a strain. And you got to remember, we have a police force where, is built to cover a certain amount of people. So you bringing in all these extra people. When did you decide that you was also going to build on the police force to bring in the extra police? Because people are going to want that. That's just something people are going to want. So I think before we start giving all these permits to these developers, we need to develop another plan on other ways that we can entertain on bringing money to our town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Phil, welcome to the meeting. State your name and address for the record.
Thank you. My name is Phil Litwinoff, Linden Avenue. Only one comment, because you've heard a lot of comments about the leaf blower. I spoke to my landscaper about this several months ago, and I asked him about the batteries, and he said he's got batteries. I said, why don't you use them here? He said, because West Orange doesn't care about it. When he's in South Orange or Maplewood or Milburn or the other towns that have required it, he uses them. And it's just a cost of doing business. And that's why I believe I would suggest to everybody else from the landscaping community who came out in strength to speak tonight.
Thank you.
Sally, sorry, go ahead.
Is there anyone else?
We have four more.
Okay. To the public, I want to apologize. We cannot hear you. Mr. Litwinoff, I know we can make off certain words. We heard you say leaf blower. Mr. Nurse, we heard you talk about developers and not having an opportunity or places for children to go and overdevelopment. Ms. Rudin, we certainly are clear on your position as far as the gas leaf blowers are concerned. Sasha, it was very, very difficult to hear you. I am going to ask, because we are having technical difficulties in council chambers, hearing those who are coming through the Zoom. Would you please email us at council@westorange.org your comments? We will have all technical difficulties resolved by our next meeting. We will respond. I'm asking each of my colleagues to please respond to the emails, but we cannot hear you. So at this point, I'm going to close public comment.
Can you?
It's only four
Does
left.
she remove the speaker? Because I was reading that sometimes this, I know it is.
I mean, I got the gist of what they were saying.
I can't hear.
think it's right to cut off.
I understand, but I can't hear, and they can email us. They can email us now if they like, and we can respond to the email, but I cannot hear. I cannot hear, and neither can anyone. And I'm not going to argue with you about being able to hear. I can't hear. I
just
can't
don't think this is
understand.
right. You
Council
can't cut
President,
off
if I may.
public comment.
No, can you please just try one more person and see if we have any more clarity.
Before we do that, Council President, if I may,
No, you may not. I'd like to have public comment.
I
If
just
it's all-
requested the microphone. That is totally appropriate.
In public comment, and I'll
Yes,
give you the
you just-
microphone. Noelia, please allow the next person to see if we can hear them.
Okay, let me try. Sally,
absolutely-
please state your name and address for the meeting.
This is unbelievable.
Sally Malanga, Ridge Road.
Same thing.
No, I'm sorry, Ms. Malanga, we can't hear you. If I'm gonna give the last people an opportunity to email us at council@westorange.org. But we cannot hear you. You're extremely muffled. We cannot hear what you're saying. So I
Council,
apologize. We're having technical difficulties. I apologize.
I
You
got
hear-
it just to what they said.
can you hear me loud and clear?
You all can hear?
Because
Yeah,
I
I can hear them.
I'm willing to try whatever can work. I can't hear.
And yeah, and I think it's rude to just turn off with 4 left. So we've suffered through. Let's just finish.
There's 2 more after Sally.
I hear everyone clearly. Can you guys hear me or am I muffled also?
We hear you. It's just very echoey.
There's an echo in council chambers and you're muffled, so we cannot distinguish what you're saying.
Okay, go ahead, Sally. Sally?
Okay, I'm going to carry on.
Speak slowly. Tell her to speak slowly. It'll
Can you just
speak.
speak a little slowly so we can try and hear what you're saying?
Yes. Starting with the persistent theatrical invocations that we have been objecting to. They are no replacement for behavior that is destructive to the environment. Regarding prohibiting gas-powered blowers, I have heard and respect the concerns of the landscaping businesses. I disagree with their conclusions. Using scare tactics that their costs are going to go up from 3 to 5 times is unproven. Cleaning pollen from the air with a gas-powered blower is impossible. Stopping invasive species with a blower is not credible. In addition, Mr. Trank removed all the recitals in the ordinance that state why we are doing this. Those need to be restored since we just got threatened with a lawsuit by a landscaper for being arbitrary and capricious. I want to address my remarks to the doubters with an approach that is a win-win strategy. Let's remind ourselves that we are talking about leaves, things that float down from trees during a limited time of the year. But landscapers are using high-powered blowers 9 months of the year for senseless blowing of leaves, grass clippings, dust, and sometimes absolutely nothing at great noise, expense, and pollution. Do they even see their workers walking up and down the streets blowing dust? My neighbor's landscaper used to mindlessly blow grass clippings for 3 hours every week until I asked them to stop. I have come to the conclusion that putting the technology of gas-powered blowers behind us will awaken landscapers to be more efficient and more profitable businesses. We have come to learn from landscape experts such as Kim Eierman of Eco Beneficial, who has worked in West Orange, as well as etymologist and professor at the University of Delaware, Doug Tallamy, that better practices for managing leaves consist of not blowing them, but allowing them to decompose as mulch, becoming nutrient-rich soil in the shrubs and flower beds, and likewise for leaves that fall to the lawn should be mowed by a lawnmower to become fertilizer. Leaves should only be blown away as a last resort, and only during certain times in the fall.
If they have done a good fall cleanup, what need is there for a spring cleanup? According to Michigan State University Extension Services, up to 6 inches of leaves can be mulched at a time by a lawnmower. So to be most efficient, these experts recommend that landscapers leave the leaves, which will decrease their blowing every last leaf from a property while saving costs, time, and energy. Beneficial insects require decomposing leaves to hibernate. Landscapers are depriving them of their home because of unscientific beliefs. In addition, blowers are not designed to clean our streets. They should not be used to blow grass clippings. This is an inefficient use of time and manpower, and once discontinued, landscapers will see their profits increase. As for concern about recycling of batteries, the manufacturers and distributors take back the used batteries when you buy a new one. The most economical strategy is to leave the leaves, just as Mother Nature does. With this better strategy, landscapers and residents will not be under pressure to scavenge every last leaf at great expense. Landscapers will be able to move more quickly from yard to yard, since they won't be wasting time blowing leaves and dust. There should be no exception for the township or the golf courses. We must all be equal. No one should be allowed to pollute.
Your time is up.
I'm speaking very slowly. I need to finish my remarks, please.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next commenter.
Robbie, welcome to the meeting. State your name and address for the record.
Moshe Rudin, Woodland Avenue. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just sorry. The mayor's claim in the beginning of the meeting to be an environmentalist really crosses into absurdity. Pro-irresponsible development, pro-pollution, pro-sprawl. Yes. Pro-environment, where? I've not seen it, but I would welcome it. Mayor McCartney, please be the environmentalist you claim to be. Filling our shopping centers with car idling, polluting drive-throughs, increasing sprawl, traffic, and safety hazards, contributing to the fast food corporate domination of our local commerce, chokes out local small businesses for the sake of pandering to big development and fast food franchises. It's not putting the residents first. Please vote no to more drive-throughs, no to fast food sprawl, and yes to smaller quality business and quality food that will enrich our community and bring people here the way that they now go to the surrounding towns that do feature diverse local cuisine and business. We don't need more car culture, concrete, cardboard food. I would like to urge our elected officials to be guided by their role in protecting the citizens of West Orange from the ongoing damage caused to our health, quality of life, and environment caused by the constant and daily use of gas blowers from morning to evening. I'm astonished that this is seen as controversial. I have asthma, and there is no question that dumping toxins into our air, turning our community in a fume-filled, two-cylinder gas-spewing cacophony is hazardous to my and all of our health. The research proving this is copious and incontrovertible. I find it hard to believe that people are defending the right to blast dust, allergens, animal feces, and poison into our air as if they have a constitutional right to endanger public health. Gas blowers are old technology whose time has come. The state of California, surrounding townships have made a common sense decision to put the health of our people first. Epidemiological studies don't lie, and the particulates and toxins are deadly. Full stop. The propaganda of the opposition with the same nonsense they use against any environmentally responsible, misleading statements about batteries, anti-mulching, and other falsehoods that has been wheeled out to provide specious and misleading misinformation
does not abrogate their responsibility to public safety, nor does it excuse our township's tolerance of continuing this noxious practice. Public health and the right to quiet enjoyment and quality of life is just more important. Those who oppose gas leaf blowers, we're not anti-landscapers. We love landscapers, and our landscaper uses batteries. So what is wrong with asking for no emissions and less noise? It's time to update the tech. Finally, everybody says they love trees. It's time to pass a tree ordinance that actually provides for replenishment and prevents further erosion and destruction of our canopy. None of this is difficult. None of it's controversial. Please, council members, support the people and children of our community. Stop car lineup sprawl. Stop the din and blue clouds of gas leaf blower fumes, and support the trees that make such a difference in preserving and supporting our quality of life. Let's be real environmentalists in fact and not in claims. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Isabella, welcome to the meeting. State your name and address for the record.
Isabella Friedman, 716 Northfield Avenue. I think most of the other public comments already said everything that I want to say. I just want to put one more person here saying that I support the slowly transition to electric leaf blowers, if leaf blowers are actually needed, which I agree with most of the statements. They are not actually that much needed, but if people want to use it, at least that they should be using electric in the near future, like all of the other towns surrounding us are doing. I think we should be in the forefront of environmental stuff and not be backward in one of the last ones to actually take those decisions. We should be up front, not being the last ones. Same thing for the trees. Let's stop to cut the big trees, which are very important for the environment. And because we are not even replanting enough trees to support them, but the big trees are the ones that actually take care and protect our air, not the small ones. Then please, let's protect them, not cut trees that don't need to be cut unnecessarily. And last, Mayor, this is for our mayor, Susan, please remember that you run in an environmental platform. Be environmentalist and not against it. That's all we ask. Do what you've said that you're going to be doing and protect the environment of West Orange. Thank you very much and have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew, welcome to the meeting. State your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Andrew Kapfer, and I'm here with my sister Natalie Kapfer, and we live at Fitzrandolph Road. So this past summer, we worked in a native plant pollinator garden. This property did not allow the use of gas-powered blowers, and we found that we didn't really need these blowers, even though the property is heavily forested. We learned from the experts that leaves should be left in the beds to decompose as mulch and fertilizer for the plants as well as habitat. For beneficial insects, the leaves that were on the lawn were mowed into the lawn as mulch and fertilizer for the lawn.
I experienced the beauty and abundance of thousands of native bees finding food throughout the property without disturbance. I learned that they don't live in hives and they don't sting. I also learned that a beautiful black butterfly called the morning cloak requires fallen leaves as its habitat during the winter. If those leaves are blown away by landscapers, where will these special butterflies live? We've seen many of our neighboring towns ban the use of gas-powered leaf blowers. We have no excuse.
We live in a very beautiful neighborhood. Our neighbors have all turned on to battery-powered blowers instead of gas-powered blowers. And if anything, our neighborhood looks better every year. It looks beautiful, and we can honestly say that we do not find the benefits in gas-powered blowers. We're very concerned that the planet is heating up, and pouring gasoline fumes pollution and pollutes the air. These fumes and this pollution is harming my family, town, and the planet. I urge you to vote to prohibit the use of gas-powered blowers. Thank you.
Andrew, you said you had your sister with you. Can you repeat her name, please?
Yes, her name is Natalie Kapfer.
Thank you.
Josh, welcome to the meeting. State your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So my name is Josh Santiago. I live on Mount Pleasant Ave, right across the street from Crest Ridge.
What's your last name, please?
It's Santiago, S-A-N for Nancy, T-I-A-G-O. And just like others, I mean, I really have to say, I just share the same sentiment as, you know, Sally and Rabbi Rudin and just the previous callers. I, for one, I see it first-handedly. I work from home. And when the blowers are on, I mean, especially at Crest Ridge, it's not just one guy out there. It's 3, 4, 5 guys out there, and they're there with the big blowers, and some of them even have tractor blowers. But when they're blowing it, it gets all over the place. It gets on my property, it gets all over, you know, the properties that are by my house also. And it really, I mean, it contributes to a really bad overall quality of life. I mean, aside from the dust, it contributes to the noise pollution. And it's not for anything, but I believe that I made the transition. I paid $500 for my new DeWalt battery powered blower, but I think it suffices for my property, and it suffices for most people's properties here in West Orange. And so I think that we do need to start some kind of transition. I don't think it needs to be so drastic. And I believe that there are some properties that do need you know, the big blowers like the golf courses and other places like that. But for the standard property or for the common property, I don't think it's necessary. And so I just want to let you guys know that, you know, I support this also, and it's something that I've been getting emails on. And I wanted to make sure that I was on this meeting for it. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you.
Linda, welcome to the meeting. State your name and address for the record. Linda? Linda, please unmute yourself.
Public comment is now closed. Thank you. Thank you. And again, I want to apologize to the public. It was very, very difficult. You were very muffled in council chambers. There was an echo. And for some of those speakers sitting at the dais, we were unable to understand exactly what you were saying. For those who were in the audience, they were able to hear a little more clearly, even though it was still a continued muffled, at least we were able to decipher some of your words. So that is why I left the dais and went to the rear, because I couldn't understand several of the commenters. However, I just want to thank everyone for their engagement. As always, this is exactly what community is about. We want to make sure whenever we're making any type of changes to legislation, to ordinances, to laws, rules, and regulations, that we always hear from the public. And so I want to just appreciate and thank everyone and let you know that I appreciate all of your commentary. It is important for us to make decisions based on information from you, your sentiments, your feelings, as well as informed decisions after we do our due diligence. So for the majority of the commenters on the gas ban blower, the tree ordinance, the drive-through ordinance, we hear you. We will have those on first reading. Fortunately, as far as my personal commentary is concerned, I am going to yield that until we get to commentary on the actual ordinances so that I can try and move our meeting along so that we can get to the ordinances. There was a tremendous amount of commentary also about Toby Katz and the senior center and it being utilized as a senior center. I just want to make sure that everybody is clear is that that facility is utilized. It may be underutilized in some's opinion because maybe they don't know or are unaware of all of the activities that occur there. But that is a shared space for the community. And as much as I love our seniors as well, I go to our community houses, our senior houses, I do community programming. I love our seniors. I don't have my grandmother, so that's probably why I even love my seniors more. But to that point, we all have to figure out how to work together. So I want to see the Toby Katz Center more utilized for our seniors, but I also know, because I've been there and I've also heard the vision of our library director, that he wants a computer center in the library. He has a room set up for it. I don't know that we'll have all of the computers set up when we first open, but that is his goal. Is to have that facility open to the community. It's a beautiful facility. The space is there. When we talk about Toby Katz and being a tech facility, there are no computers in Toby Katz. There's no Wi-Fi in Toby Katz. And for us to do all of the programming that we're talking about with Toby Katz, that's an investment. That's an investment that right now, with the increased sewer tax for most homeowners of about 150 and up, and an increase in our municipal taxes and an increase in our school budget taxes, I'm just not comfortable saying, yes, we can continue to spend and spend and spend. Again, just as much as we talk about being calculated and making sure that we have someone who is doing our development and planning, we also have to have someone calculated in doing all of this programming. It costs money. And what we're trying to make sure we do is keep that in mind. We've all heard about the increased fees to our seniors that we want to protect. I want to protect all of our residents, not just every resident. That's why I continue to bring different people here to talk about opportunities. We have such a diverse income in West Orange. We have affordable housing. We have mansions. But we have to be mindful that we all have to do this together. Mayor wants to speak, so I'm going to yield to the mayor.
Council President, thank you for your remarks. And I just want to remind Councilwoman Scarpa and any members that are still here and volunteers from the Older Adults Advisory Board that I had given the chair of that board direction for the board to consider the 7,500 square feet that is still at the 46 Mount Pleasant Avenue site to consider potential use. So if you are you're looking for a senior center, that would be a perfect location. Everyone wanted to stay there anyway. And though the building is demolished, there is still 7,500 square feet of space available for that. And at last night's Older Adult Advisory Board meeting, you talked about the Mountaineer Mentors. And when we did that pre-COVID, we were at the high school where all of that equipment was. So there's no reason, I have an appointment there from the high school on the board. There is no reason, that's a phone call away, of setting that up at the high school.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, you're welcome.
I also wanted to just talk about, as Mr. Blanton brought up, the questions about Lenny Lepore. Will give the administration an opportunity to respond. But he also mentioned about policy and procedure information from the last meeting. You know, I want to just indicate, I did attend the meeting last night. And in these meetings, we still have policies and procedures and protocol. And just because at the end of a meeting, in open discussion or new business, something was discussed, it still has to be voted on by the body. That occurred last night at their meeting. So for it to be brought to this body as if the Older Adults Advisory Board had approved it, they had talked about it, but they had not given their consent to any of those changes until last night. And so we just have to be mindful that while things do occur, they do have to occur in some type of form and order. And so, quite frankly, it wasn't appropriate to bring until the body had voted upon it. And that has now been done, and it will now be considered when we have discussion. If there are any items that are in any of these ordinances that we do not, as this body, see, like, or want to change, that is our purpose. That is our role. We are the legislative body, and we can make amendments. We can make adjustments to any legislation that is put before us. That is the proper process and procedure for this body to function. Absolutely in agreement with Mr. Kipp. We've heard from our environmental chairman, Mr. Brick. We've heard from a guest that he brought as well. To the last meeting, we know that in West Orange, we have a tree canopy problem. We know that the trees have diminished. We realized that years ago when we first made changes to our tree ordinance and required permits to be required for it didn't matter how many trees. It used to be you could cut down 2 to 3 trees without notifying the township. That has been reconciled because we want to protect our canopy. However, at the end of the day, we also have to do some things to protect our canopy. We have to replant. So I just want us to consider, when we make the changes to these ordinances, and I recall that when the initial changes were made to the tree ordinance, there was a constant ask to slow down and make sure we include everything. We have a lot of people behind this dais who are extremely passionate and want to make changes to the betterment of West Orange. But we also have to listen to professionals. We also have to listen to the people whose livelihoods it impacts, and not just the people who aren't necessarily in the room. I want to remind us that we have 50,000 residents, and there is something called the silent majority. Again, you've heard it this evening. Things get passed through because the people who are always not in agreement don't speak up. Tonight, we've heard those who are not in agreement with the ban speak up, speak loudly, and speak clearly. Also heard about volunteers with the Older Adults Advisory Board. We welcome all volunteers. However, volunteers cannot replace employees of our administration or our township. And we have to keep that in mind. This council this year put a freeze on hiring personnel, increasing wages, and no promotions. We did that because we were trying to be fiscally responsible. All of the programming changes that we are discussing require some type of financial obligation. I'll just put this in as an aside. We personally, not I, my husband went out and bought it. We personally own a battery operated blower. It's not the same. Not even for our little yard. It's not the same. It's not the same. He bought the most expensive one because I said, if you're going to go to battery operated, then it better do what I need it to do when you're not here, because you're not the only one that cuts the grass. It doesn't do the same job. When technology gets to the same level, then certainly we can do bans and anything else. Mr. Puglisi, always thank you for keeping us informed with the county. That was the start of the muffling. So again, if there are any events or updates, please see the county website. As far as streets and paving these streets, I have asked that we have an assessment on the last 3 to 5 years of what streets have been paved and what streets still need to be paved or potentially are going to be paved with the bonds that we have on second reading today. And then we need to get a schedule so that we can understand and communicate. We don't take it lightly when you say, Mr. Lepore said over and over again that your streets were going to be paved. If this council can't do but one thing this year, we want to get the streets paved. That's a priority for us. So by all means, we want to make sure we get it done and we get it done right. We understand that that is important to all residents. I told the mayor just a couple of days ago that I was walking by the high school and that the road was so despicable. I don't know how anybody could drive on that road without the possibility of damaging your car. And this is real. It's all spread throughout town. So not only do we need a tree assessment, to Mr. Kipp's point, we don't want any more deaths in West Orange from broken limbs falling down. That's a priority. That is urgent. The streets are urgent. But we also need to have a proper assessment. So perhaps if we need to reorganize the priority of what streets are going to be first or second, then we can do that. And I think that's something that the administration is certainly willing to do. I'm just going to, so that we can again continue to move forward, I'm going to curtail my comments. I'm certain that there's someone or something or some topic that I missed. I apologize in advance. I do want to speak to, again, and this is off the cuff. I did have some additional prepared remarks, but I just want to move on. We're going to continue to do an invocation. I understand, respect, and I hear my colleagues, I hear the public. But I've also heard other people who aren't willing to speak publicly say that they support the invocation. Why did I start invocations? Because we were having some challenges and still do as a collective body to sit here and try to govern. It's not a secret. You all know, you complained about it. 5, 6 meetings in a row. It's caustic. It's hostile. There's a lack of respect. So I tried to implement something that I thought would center us and give us a little bit more stability before we engaged in our council meetings. It may have offended some, but it hasn't offended everyone. So I'm going to ask for your indulgence as I continue to serve as council president. It's as simple as, if you don't like it, don't listen. But it is an opportunity for us to highlight the diversity of our community. There are people who have never seen a Buddhist monk, ever. Don't know that they exist here and have a temple in West Orange. I'm highlighting the diversity of our faith. And if that offends you, I'm sorry. And that's all I have to offer. It's something that I implemented as council president. The next council president doesn't have to continue it. But I ask, there's 5 meetings left. Please indulge me. We won't know that it helped or didn't help if we just abruptly stop it. And for those meetings, they have ended more timely. They have been more civil. The one meeting where we did not have an invocation was a workshop. It was difficult. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Okay, let's see. Let's start at the beginning. To Mr. John Blanton. Again, I want to thank you for all your advocacy for your seniors and all of the work that you are doing with our Older Adults Advisory Board. I appreciate all of your efforts. And I also appreciate your taking note of the way I was treated in the last meeting. I found the attack shocking myself. I always try to put myself in other people's shoes, particularly when I don't agree with them. And I try to take a breath and sit back and try to just think about where they're coming from. And I really wish we would do that more and take a more respectful moment, and then have a discussion about the merits of various sides of issues. Particularly since I am a person who is very open to listening to other people's points of view, I was surprised that my colleagues did not question a little bit more about what was happening. But I think I did make it clear in that moment what my rationale was for all of the revisions that the seniors have asked me to make. And I will do that again later on and talk about that when we get to that ordinance. Susan Lenchek. I have to agree with you. The tree ordinance does not have enough teeth. I will be making a motion to table it. We'll talk about the rationale why when we get to it, but I believe that we need to have all of the stakeholders at the table in a more formidable and constructive way. Many of the revisions that our Green West Orange wanted in there are not in there, and I think they're very important. So I will be making a motion to table it. Rosary Morelli. And thank you so much for coming out and reminding us all again about the health and welfare of the seniors. I watched many of my friends, my senior friends, deteriorate since COVID. It was because they were stuck in the house. They're just beginning to get out. And our seniors need a senior center. They don't need a whole bunch more activities. We have a lot of wonderful activities, thanks to Laura Van Dyke. What they do need is a place where they can go, have lunch with one another in a relaxing environment, hold hands, talk about the problem they may be having of the day. That is what our seniors desperately need. They have it in most other townships. And I think that will maintain their health, not just their brain health, but their physical health by getting out of the house and having somewhere to go. Sheila Lefkowitz, too, you spoke of the same thing. I really appreciate it. I think as a social worker, you have a deep understanding of the needs of the seniors and of our community. I think the point that you made was right on the money. The senior center needs to be at Toby Katz because the high school kids are right there. They can walk right over. And the seniors can walk over to the high school. For example, if we want to do a technology program where they're not teaching them about how to use phones and they want to use the computers, the seniors could walk right over at 215. And they have a whole beautiful senior center, computer center there, where Rosary Morelli and I actually had a Teen Techies program going about 7 years ago. It was a raving success. And I think because of the close proximity of the Mountaineer Mentors of the high school to the Toby Katz Center, it is an ideal place, which brings me to Pastor Adams. I understand your advocacy for all of our gifted kids, and I want to assure you that no one wants any of the programs that are at the Katz Center to go away. What the seniors are looking for, and many of the families that I spoke to when I canvassed for this job and went around talking to people, is they want that to be a more inclusive space. They want it to be an intergenerational place where seniors can also meet with kids. I think if the seniors were using it, sharing it as a senior center, I think they would probably love working with your gifted children. I think you would see synergies there and a love fest that you could not imagine. So I really have to respectfully disagree with Toby Katz. I think it's an ideal place for our seniors to share as a senior center. We talk a lot about diversity, equity, and inclusion in our township, but our seniors have not gotten a return on the investment of their tax dollars. All kinds of costs are going up for our seniors. They are over 20% of our population. They pay an enormous amount of taxes, and they have a very small budget. And I really want to say thank you to all of the seniors and our volunteers who understand that and have come forward and said that they would love to do anything they could to support that effort. And I really think it is an underutilized asset. I know there are programs there, and I think our seniors just want to share in it. They don't want any of the programs that are there to go away. They don't care if it's rented out on weekends. We want to continue to do that. We know that it's used in the summer for the gifted children, but I think this is a matter of fairness, equity, and inclusion. And I think we need to continue to build our case for that because it's the most logical place and it's a beautiful spot. The seniors should not be relegated to a library. A library is nice and we might have computer classes there or a book club, but it's not a relaxing, beautiful spot where they can really be with one another. So I think we need to think about that and realize that that spot should be inclusive for all. To all of the landscapers who came, I really appreciate your giving us your point of view. I've always been concerned about the economical impact on landscapers if we move to eliminate the gas-powered blowers. And I wish that we had more private and public partnerships to help out small landscapers. But I think the health benefits to the community, I think, are worth really taking a good look at moving towards the electric blowers. Amy Levin came out on the parking ordinance. I'm glad we're able to help you. Mark Meyerowitz, thank you for bringing out the discussion about the effect of all the development on our schools. I have been thinking about this and talking about it for a very long time as someone who works in our schools. As you know, I'm a speech language pathologist in our schools. They are overcrowded. Washington School is a mess. We have a preschool dumped there. It's so overcrowded. Our children there don't even have a play space anymore. The parking lot is so full. They used to just have, lines and games and played in the parking lot. And it's really overcrowded. And we have to begin to think about how we're going to mitigate this and how we're going to deal with it. Those on Cleveland Terrace, Brian, thank you for coming out and talking to us about all of the road work that needs to be done. I hope that Mr. Gross can speak to that a little bit about how our engineering department prioritizes what streets get done. I've tried to get some information about that and don't feel that I have enough to adequately address it. And I know that the neighbors in Miss Lefkowitz's area are also very worried about how and when their streets will get paved. So I'm going to ask you to speak to that later. Let's see. Lisa Stallwick on Chestnut Road. Again, thank you for coming out and offering all of your comments too. MKA, I have to agree with you that what we need is a town planner. I have been talking about it for a decade. Many of us have been. I think we all recognize the need. I am not going to be voting for the economic development person on 333-23, the resolution. I feel what we need is a town planner, not an economic development person. And we need to be moving towards that goal. Joyce Rudin, thank you for your very well-researched info, as usual. I understand you have 1,500 residents. That is a lot of residents that are concerned about the gas-powered blowers. And Sally, too, I think you have made some very cogent arguments about why we need to move towards eliminating the gas-powered blowers. Darren Nurse, first I've heard from you. I know you are looking for more recreation for our kids and for family entertainment. I am interested in the same, and I think the Toby Katz Center can be that place. I think we can have some more intergenerational activities there where our children will be able to interact with our seniors in some meaningful activities. Phil Litnoff, I'm glad to hear that you've talked to your landscapers and they are able to use the electric blowers. And I do realize it is a cost of doing business, although to some landscapers, it's going to be a larger cost than others. And to all of you who came out, Andrew, I'm glad the electric blowers are working in your neighborhood as well. And I think that's about it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Deborah Michael.
Good evening, everyone. To those of you who came out in person and virtually on Zoom, thank you so much for your advocacy. I'm going to keep my comments very brief in an effort to save time because a lot of the public comments have to deal with the ordinances that we will be discussing and voting on tonight. I just do want to make a couple comments that aren't ordinance or resolution related. One is regarding the street paving. Hopefully the administration can address these issues because it is an issue driving up, around town. There are some streets that are in terrible condition, and hopefully the town will have a plan to address these issues. And yes, those are my comments. I will keep them very brief and address all the other stuff regarding the economic development coordinator, regarding the ban on the gas blowers, regarding the senior ordinances, Anything related to ordinances and resolutions, I will reserve my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Council President. The mayor addressed us first. While I applaud you, Mayor, for joining us and expressing your concerns, I do take exception with one of the comments you made regarding the drive-throughs. Whenever we change the rules, there will be an impact. There will be businesses, plans that are proposed or somewhere in the application process. At some point in time, we're going to have to decide what we're going to do about the character of West Orange. And I have yet to find municipalities that we would compare ourselves to having as many opportunities for these type of restaurants, which I think are at the lower end of the restaurant scale. And I don't think that's a stretch. It's fast food, it's cheap, it's quick. I don't think that is the character of their municipality. So at some point, we're going to change the rules, whether it's this council or a future council. And when it does get changed, and whatever changes are proposed, there's always someone in the application process. So because there are folks that are applying now, is no reason not to consider it. Mr. Blanton, thank you for your comments tonight. Your questions were heard loud and clear. I'm trusting that Mr. Gross will answer both of them, both the status of Mr. Lepore's employment and the availability of the DEP or EPA reports on the DPW site. I too attended part of the Older Adults Advisory Board meeting last night prior to attending another meeting sponsored by We Care. And I just want to be clear, Mr. Blanton, I know you think we owe Councilwoman Scarpa an apology for how she was treated in last week's meeting. But I am one of those that was supportive of her in that meeting and have been supportive of her, certainly with regard to the Older Adults Advisory Board. And I challenge anyone to go back and play the tape. I don't speak disparagingly to her. Ms. Limchek, thank you for voicing your concern on the gas-powered blowers. And I will just make some general comments for everyone. We had 12 commenters here tonight voice their displeasure with the proposed ban. And I'm grateful for all of them that came. They represent an important part of our community, which is, part of the businesses that employ people, service our residents. Their employees buy lunch here or breakfast or, get flowers on the way home, patronize the cleaners, and other local businesses. So they are a vibrant part of our community and deserve to be heard. So I'm grateful for them showing up tonight. As we arrived here tonight, we received the printout of probably another half a dozen, maybe 8 emails that we received in our inbox that were aligned with the landscaper's position opposing the blower ban. In addition to that, we've had numerous people speak tonight in support of the ban, and at least 100 or so different emails in our inbox in support of it. I find it interesting that just these were printed. I don't know why we would be given a printout of those that oppose it when there are hundreds in our inbox that are raising their voice on the issue. I know that this is the way the world is moving. We have to address issues with regard to climate change, and we have to do everything we can to address those issues. But there has to be some accommodation made for those that are going to feel that transition the greatest. So I'm happy to hear your feedback. I'm happy to hear suggestions on how we can improve transitioning to electric power or getting rid of gas powered blowers. But I think that is the way that we're going to be moving. And certainly your voice should be heard in that transition. So tonight it's up for first reading. I'm happy to hear anything tonight Council President allows. I know it's not normal, but this is an unusual circumstance. On second reading, there is public comment. And for those of you that are interested, just send us an email. We can email to you the ordinance and you can send back your edits. If there are suggestions that you have, recommendations for us to do better, we're happy to hear them. All right, so that's my response to that. With regard to the tree ordinance, I will be supporting the tabling of this and requesting that we have a workshop to focus on the tree ordinance. There's just too much there that needs to be done. It can't be done without focusing on it. And if necessary, I'd even be happy to include gas power blowers in that discussion as well. But certainly for the tree ordinance, we need to focus on that particular piece of legislation to make sure that we're getting all of the changes right. Thank you, Ms. Morelli, for your continued advocacy. I think the Toby Katz Center is a good intermediate step for a senior center, but I think our seniors need a designated space that's probably a little bit larger than and more modern than the Katz Center. It's just an issue of financing. So if the Katz Center is suitable to you now, I'm supportive of it. I've spoken with my council colleague regarding it. And if we can do that in a way that doesn't displace the current users of the facility, I think it's a win for everybody. And I think that addresses Pastor Adams' comments as well. We certainly don't want to displace the uniquely gifted, any of the programming there. But let's figure out a way that both spaces can use it. Ms. Lefkowitz spoke about the Katz Center and the older adults ordinance. We are certainly moving forward with that. Mrs. Levin, regarding the parking ordinance, I'm happy to hear the support from all 3 or 4 commenters tonight. I think that change is way past due. Mr. Lawrence wanted to know when his street was going to be paved. At the last council meeting, I requested, I think it was 7 years of the scheduling. I wanted to know which streets had been paved within the last 7 years, which hadn't been paved in the last 7 years. Also want to understand the system we use to determine which streets get paved. I know other towns have done an assessment and actually graded their streets, and those that were found to be in the worst shape were moved to the top of the list to be repaved. I don't know if we need to go through that expense, but we do need to understand the system, because this is not the first time residents have come here and complained that neighboring streets in their neighborhood have been paved 2 or 3 times, and their particular street hasn't been paved at all. Mr. Meyerowitz, I think you hit the nail on the head. This is something I've said many times. There's an elephant in the room. What used to be a small town is now almost 50,000 residents. Our schools are crowded. And if we are not proactive in addressing that issue, the tax increases that people have seen so far will pale in comparison to what they would be if we had to invest in building new schools. So we do need a townwide approach to development. I'm glad that the mayor is putting forward a resolution to hire someone with what's called an economic development coordinator firm. I am not in support of this resolution as it's written. I'll speak more in detail about it later when I pull it from the agenda. But that is a step in the right direction. I hope we can work together to take further steps down the road so that we can plan for the infrastructure impacts that we are certain to see with regard to the development that's coming. Mr. Kipp, I want to thank you for your passionate commentary tonight. It is obvious how much you care. So thank you for that. We've been searching for a forester who would be that passionate with regard to maintaining the trees. So when it comes to your 5-year tree maintenance plan, I think that is a phenomenal idea. I think a replacement plan for cut down trees is critical. How we're going to pay for it is important. And I think our budget should reflect our, I think it should reflect how we feel about certain parts of our community. If trees are important, you will see that reflected in the budget. Same thing with seniors. So while it may require an investment to meet the needs of the seniors or to handle the maintenance of the trees for the next 5 years, certainly with regard to replanting, if that is our value, it should be reflected in our budget. Mr. Puglisi, thank you as always for your timely information. I don't recall, Mrs. Stedwell, the conversation about the rat infestation. I know we've had some issues with regard to garbage cans that have either been taken away or are frequently overrun, but please do send an email regarding the infestation that may be coming. I certainly would not. I lived in New York. I live here for that reason. I don't want to. Mrs. Adams, of the commenters that responded tonight via Zoom, yours was the one that I had a very difficult time understanding. I do know that you wanted us to approve the drive-through ordinance, but your other comments were lost on me. So please, if you don't mind, send an email. Ms. Sanders supports Toby Katz being used for seniors. I've addressed the blower ban. Mr. Nurse, this is not my first time hearing from you. I am grateful for your continued advocacy and involvement in West Orange. And you are certainly right. We don't have enough recreation for kids, but moving to having a town planner will help address some of that. And while there is a role that the council plays in that process, that is really an mayor's function. The mayor will have to lead with regard to any negotiations with any developers or any development in town. I thought the CAPFR's commentary was particularly moving with regard to the blower ban. So I want to thank the two CAPFRers that voiced their opinion tonight and gave us some real life experience in science to consider as well. All right, I've covered all of those things. I have one more comment to make. Mayor, maybe two. Mayor spoke about using the 7,500 square feet at the new senior building for a senior center. When that project was pitched to the town for town support, that 7,500 square feet was claimed to be by many in the administration, you were on the town council at the time, to be used as an adjunct library to service the needs of the people in this part of town that find it difficult to get up to Essex Green. I've been saying from the start that we got to stop saying that that's going to be an adjunct library because it isn't. And if it is to become a senior center, you know, I don't know what the 7,500 square feet may offer. I don't know how many people that can service. But I don't want our seniors to be an afterthought. Just finding a place to stick them is exactly the complaint that they have. They feel like when they get to a certain age, and I'm not far from it, they get to be, they're out of sight, out of mind. They're an afterthought. So I certainly don't want that to be the case. Let's just find somewhere for them to be. I think we should be intentional and proactive about building up the services around them. Look, the taxes are already high. Let's find a way to lessen the burden on them by providing the kind of quality of life that they seek to age in place. And this is part of what both Councilwoman Castellino and her work with Mrs. Morelli pointed out in the senior survey. So thank you, Councilwoman, for that work. That was important work. And they certainly do point to it frequently because that's how much of an impact it has had. So let's honor that work by being proactive and intentional with any plans that we have for our seniors. And last, I am disappointed, Council President, with the tone you have taken already in this meeting. We had an invocation, and you still managed to speak in a tone that is completely inappropriate and abuse, in my opinion, your position as Council President to both Councilwoman Scarpa and to me. So that, I think each of us, and I've said this before, I pray before I come in here, I pray all the time. I think each of us has an obligation to do what we can ourselves to improve the tone and how we deal with each other in this body. It is difficult to get through the work when we have that kind of tone taken, certainly at the beginning of the meeting, but at any time in the meeting. And so I think that was an egregious offense. It certainly does require an apology, although I'm not expecting one. And Mr. Gross, the last thing I'll say is just to reiterate on the 7 years on the roads. I know that's going to take some time, but if you could give us an understanding of about how much time that would take to get a decent analysis, I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. To all the speakers this evening, you're all very passionate. I learned a lot from many of you. And let me start off with talking about the leaf blowers. For the past few years, I have not been supportive of bringing a ban to this community for multiple reasons, which were mentioned this evening by our professionals. I've been following this, and it's no disrespect to environmentalists or activists there. I admire many of you, and I appreciate a lot of your input and your passion. But I'm also disappointed with how can I put it, the lack of advocating for a change with these lithium batteries. They are problematic. And because of that, and because they are not moving forward with the technology, is why I have a hard time. I've been saying it over and over again. I don't feel the technology is there yet. I'll talk more to it when we get to it. But I just can't be supportive at this time. And I hear you with the noise levels and all that. And we could tweak our noise ordinance, and we could work on that without issue. But there's other environmental impacts that everyone has to be mindful of, and they're real. They're not just the professionals stating certain facts because their costs are going to increase. Everyone's costs going to increase. What about those of you that live in condo and or have association fees to pay? They're going to go up. Rent's going to go up. So there's a trickle down effect, and we just have to be mindful of all of these circumstances. So, and that's why I'm been very, very strong in not supporting this ban. I feel we should be wise and wait a year. I've had the opportunity on this council to sit through when the plastic bags were going to be banned. And I didn't want to move forward at that time because I didn't want to hurt small business owners, because if we were the only town enforcing a ban, and sure enough, the state caught up and then it didn't affect our small business owners. And I think the same will happen with this situation, that we shouldn't have to rush into it, especially because other towns are getting sued. And I think we should wait to see how that plays out before we even move forward and incur costs for litigation that we all know we don't need. In regards to the folks that came out to talk about their streets, I hope the administration has some comments when we get to them. Because I know you've been having some, again, I don't want to hit on HR issues, but with Mr. Lepore, like, could he be on the Tuesday night calls? I don't know if that's a possibility, because he would be able to get on the speaker and answer these items within a couple minutes and give clarity. So I'm not sure if that's something that could happen at the next meeting, that he could be on hand at our council meetings, because I think that would be very helpful to not just the residents, but to myself and my colleagues. He was always a great source of information. So I hope, I appreciate that. And again, I hope you get to speak to that. There was a couple streets mentioned this evening that were paved a couple times. So there's got to be a reason for it. And you may not have that answer tonight, but I think we owe the neighbors in those, the residents in those neighborhoods an explanation. I think Belterre was one of the streets. And Dunn was not paved yet from what I have from my notes. I could be wrong. Again, it was hard to hear everyone, but Mr. Lawrence was in the audience this evening. I appreciate him coming out. And I would like an answer as well on, because I do remember those parcels being up for sale on Mellon Avenue. Maybe Mr. Trank may know off the top of his head, maybe not. But if that question could be answered this evening, I would appreciate that, because I don't want to wait on that. I'd like to hear the answer to that tonight. Let's see. Mr. Kitt, thank you so much. Your passion is just awesome. We're really, really fortunate to have you employed by the township. And, I would like to support this ordinance tonight, and we could always make amendments to it. I also support a workshop. So I have no issue either way, whichever direction my colleagues want to go. But I think it's important that we have a balance with all these ordinances. I always say that. I always preach that, maybe because it's my time on the council. But everything we do here has a certain reaction and a result to our residents in the community. So we have to be careful how we proceed. Ms. Paxton, really appreciate your remarks about the trees in regards to the collateral damage they may have because of the increase in landscaping fees that folks, and we know that has been part of the problem with residents not wanting to maintain trees on their property. So if they have an opportunity to take a tree down, they will. So, let's not give them another excuse to do so. I also too have, we had bought an electric blower, and my husband wanted to come this evening, and our family rule is he does not come to my council meetings. So, especially if we're going to talk about leaf blowers. So I'll just leave that at that. Ms. Morelli, always thank you for your advocating for a senior center, and my colleagues' comments about myself with the study. So folks, I got a little frustrated last week, and Mr. Blanton, we talked, and you didn't have to, come up here and say that you had to apologize to my colleague. I apologized to her immediately after the meeting, and I was going to do it publicly anyway. I was frustrated with her. And it was late. This is why I say we don't go that late. And you said that's no excuse. And I agree. However, my colleague as well was getting frustrated and not always listening to what we tried to talk about procedures and how things should pan out. And changing an ordinance, not even giving it a year to see if it could work out amongst the group was frustrating for me. And I'm glad I knew the group did not vote on it last meeting. And now they did. And now we move forward. And I think we have to be respectful as much as we want to be eager to get things done quickly. But, comments such as stonewalling and other negative comments, as my council colleague has stated, how we talk to each other is important. And so are some adjectives that we all use. So I think all of us, all five of us need to be mindful of that. Let's see what else. So senior center, always been advocating for one. Toby Katz is ideal. Pastor Adams, I appreciate all your work and your support that you have given our most vulnerable community here in the township. And we shouldn't have to, this shouldn't be so stressful. When I was on the school board, when we brought in all new AstroTurf fields, we had the PAL, the mountaintop, the band community, the athletes, everyone wanting to use such precious real estate, some great facilities that we have. And we developed a schedule. And now we're going to have some great additional facilities here in the township. We're going to have that space at 10 Rooney Circle. We're going to have this space right across from the parking lot. And to my council colleague, you're right. We've been slating that, and it's going to be library services, which I truly believe there will be in some form or fashion, because I will advocate for that. But there's no reason why that space also can't be a dedicated senior center. The pool, we utilize the pool in the summer because the seniors are all down at the pool congregating, and it's an easy space there in the summertime. So, we have this committee for a reason, to sit down and work, and we have our staff that could figure this out. So I'm fully confident if everybody works together, we should be able to figure out how to utilize these great spaces. And it's up to administration to develop a online calendar so everyone sees when everybody's utilizing the spaces. So there's no overlapping of use, and all will be wonderful here in the township. So I'm fully committed to helping out with that and assisting with that, because I've had that experience with all the permits that I had to get involved with in my school board days. And money it's right. We need money, and part of the committee, we hope, there's some more grants that will be available, and some fundraising efforts would be available. We talk about, setting aside more money for our seniors, but at the same token, 11,000 was cut in senior transportation during the budget talk. So, we all have to be mindful how we speak to that, because, transportation is a big item in that survey, and we have to be mindful how we transport our seniors throughout the township. But again, we have a lot of dedicated volunteers, which I appreciate, and we should be able to get all this done. And with that, I know we have the parking on the streets by Seton Hall. The only thing when we get to that, I won't forget, but I have the note here, is I just want to see how that is, and I'll hear from the chief, how that's going to affect all the alphabet streets and Quincy and all the other streets. It's like with the parking permits, moving water around. I want to make sure that, we don't cause other issues, but I am supportive of doing something, because it has been very stressful for the residents there. I also don't want to hurt parking for some parents at Hazel Avenue School during the day. So I hope the chief could speak to that when we get to that subject. And Mr. Meyerowitz, it was good seeing you last night. I saw you at the West Essex Highland meeting. That's why I was not at the senior meeting last night. And the school district did a demographic study in 2022, and they were not overcrowded yet. I've been concerned, and I'm going to have my liaison meeting. I purposely am waiting another week or two for our new superintendent to get settled in. I know September, he is definitely fielding phone calls on transportation, having the honor to work with 4 superintendents in the district. And it's an overwhelming time, the month of September. So interesting to see how they're progressing with the full-time preschool programs, because that will definitely bring new residents to the township. And yeah, there needs to be a plan there. I know that 2022 demographic study, was not predicting an overload of students. So these apartment buildings where I'm not, again, definitely not a big fan of them, they do not produce the volume of students that folks think that they do. There's a Rutgers formula that we will use on all of these, and for the developments in town that we have used that formula on, the numbers have been coming in less than what's predicted with that Rutgers formula. But these are conversations that we do have to have and be mindful of. And I think, and Mr. Nurse, I've spoke with you on other occasions. It's always a great pleasure. We have, any recreation programming that we can do or add on to, but I think is always a plus. And we work with the school district as well, and all the other athletic groups and other groups in the community to make sure we have multiple offerings for our youth. However, an economic developer would assist us in this issue in trying to get some of those items to the township. I know I've been wanting a sports equipment store to come into the township. It'd be great if Dick's Sporting Goods would come in, but even a nice local sporting goods stores. Mr. Shannon's store has been gone for years, and definitely stores like that are missed, especially for our small business owners. So where somebody could go buy a varsity jacket. We have well over 1,000 athletes at West Orange High School alone. So it would thrive in a space of that nature. So same for some recreation. I think you said Dave and Buster's. That would be awesome to get Dave and Buster's here. And these are conversations we always have with our developers. So look forward to that conversation later as well. With that, thank you again, everyone, for coming out and having all of you on the call this evening. It's been very educational and I appreciate it. And I'm done, Council President.
Thank you. So to the administration, I'm not certain who wants to take this question. What is Mr. Lepore's employment status? The question was when it was asked 2 weeks ago, and currently what is his status, if you'll update us on that?
Yeah, I'll address that. I thought we did, Mr. Bland and I had this conversation offline, so I apologize. I certainly wasn't trying to avoid the answer to the question. Mr. Lepore continues to be employed by the township. He is planning his retirement in the beginning of December, and he is currently on leave. So he's not here right now, although we do have the availability to talk with him and get his advice and get certain things that he's able to do for us while he's out on leave. And I will certainly have a discussion with him regarding his availability at the next meeting to possibly address some of the issues that were brought up tonight. And in terms of for Mr. Blanton, if he's looking for environmental information on any site, That's a simple request to the clerk's office, open Public Records Act, and we'll give them everything that we have.
Sidewalk concerns in the capital budget off of Pleasant Valley Way was also a question that was asked. Any information or updates? I guess that would also be part of our streets. I will just not necessarily sidewalk concerns, but again, as you go out and you walk through West Orange, you start to see different things. As I was walking by the high school on the backside, when you go to the back of the field, interestingly enough, when you're passing by the lake, the sidewalk doesn't go to the end of the street. It stops like 2 houses in.
What, around Saginaw Pond?
Right.
Yeah,
right.
there's an engineering issue there. They try to put a pathway there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's always an explanation for why something doesn't exist or is the way it is. But that was, again, just something that I noticed. And I was like, oh, this is interesting. There's not a continuous sidewalk, but that explains it. When we haven't been here long enough to know the history of how things have functioned, you know, it's helpful to get that inside information. Were there any other questions, colleagues, for the administration before we move on to the agenda?
Yes. Mr. Gross, earlier this year, I believe.
Councilman, thank you.
Earlier this year, it may have been late last year, I can't remember. We approved some money to do a study of the Toby Cat Center to figure out the integrity of the building and that kind of thing. I hope I'm not misremembering that.
I remember.
A couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
A couple of
Months ago.
Well, you know, charge to my head.
We actually did an assessment. We just recently received it. So-
You did. Okay, so that was a question. When do you remember when that was?
Well, it was rec facilities in general, but I believe Toby Cats was included on that. So.
All right, so we will be receiving that in short order, I would assume? Or at least with regard, I would like to see what Toby Cats in
Yeah,
particular is.
I'll look and see what's addressed within the report.
I'd like to see that as well.
All right, and then just from a funding standpoint, I know we've talked about some things requiring an investment. The issue for me is less about the expenses and more about the revenue. We have opportunities. I want to applaud the mayor. She sent out an email today regarding townwide solar in conjunction with the Board of Ed. We've started working on that in February. It's an important project, and I think it helps move us forward. It does far more than the lower band with regard to climate change. Actually is probably going to be the biggest impact we have in town with regard to climate change. So very excited about that. But also we've got to focus on Main Street and Rock Spring so that, you know, Mr. Gross, I do hope that we are on target to meet the March deadline for Green Acres funding for Rock Spring. You know, we need that. We can't, some of the stuff that we'd like to do, we can't do. We just don't have the money, and we've got, you know, contracts coming up. We've got all kinds of things. So I think you understand the importance. I'm sure the mayor does as well in getting an RFP out for Main Street and for Rock Spring so that we can get those projects moving. That's it for me, Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Review the consent agenda, approval of minutes of previous meeting, public meeting and executive session of September 5th, 2023, and the work session of August 31st, 2023.
So moved.
Consent.
Thank you. Report of township officers, an update on the West Orange Public Library project from Mr. Smeraldo.
Thank you, Mr. Smeraldo. You're on deck.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
Council. These are pictures that were taken this morning, so I wanted to give you progress. The books are in the building. The books are in the building. Not all of them, not all of them, but they're moving in. That is the new pavers that are going on the outside patio. We have seen that there's a lot of work being, there's the gas line. So now we're going to be getting gas in the building. So the hot water heater is getting turned on tomorrow and tested. That is the rooftop air conditioning unit components that have been missing. There's still some orders that are back, or some components that are back ordered. They should be arriving in the next couple of weeks. The whole unit will be completed by the time that they arrive. These are the shelves. These are the books. You're gonna start seeing some more. That's the furniture that's coming in. It's starting to have a semblance of a library. So, the other thing that we did was, we had partial inspections completed, plumbing, electric, building, so on and so forth. Not all completed yet because there are certain things that have to be completed as far as the structure, particularly the rooftop units. But these are the pictures. I think that's more of the report that I can get, this gives more of a report that I'm gonna give you. So there's your books. So they're going in, and we're having staging, and so they're starting on the lower floor, they're working their way in. I was told that, by Mr. Cubey, that this should be, the book should be in the building by next week. By the middle of next week, I think it's about a 10-day process. And then they're gonna have to they're bringing in their furniture, their IT and things of that nature. The update on the other parts of the facility is the glass for the rear door is being produced. So we're hoping to have that in sometime in mid-October. The remainder of the glass doors by mid-November. The elevators are starting on the work with elevator 2 with the electric. They're starting to do the pre-build, and it continues to get the components built and delivered.
Beautiful.
That's it.
Thank you.
I
Any
like
questions?
some lights around the circulation deck.
That was my idea.
What was it? Such a team.
Good job.
All right. Any questions? None?
We still looking for mid-October open or?
In talking with Mr. QB today, he's looking more toward November 1st. That's his opinion. And that's based on what he has to do with getting everything set up in the interior. As you can see, we're near completion of construction.
Thank you, Mr. Smaraldo.
Okay.
Okay.
Madam Clerk,
Reading of petitions and communications and bids, none. Bills, are there any questions on the bills?
consent.
Resolutions, are there any resolutions being pulled this evening?
Just have a question on 330. This is why. 8-23, not to pull, but there was just a question in the preparation of the resolution, line 4 from the top. Systems including reaction of videos, and I just want to confirm that that word should be reaction instead of redaction.
I think it should be redaction.
Just wanted to note that correction.
I have a question on this resolution, Council President.
Certainly.
So was there any grants available for the body worn cameras?
this
This is
is
all
being-
grant money or?
This is being financed with almost all grant money.
Beautiful.
So I have a question on that one too. Are we just gonna take questions one by one? Or we're gonna pull them all?
Yeah. Can we go through and poll?
I just had a question. So if you have any more questions, I just had a question on that one in particular. If there's something specifically you want to pull.
335, 336, 338. That's it. 335, 336, 338.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yep, 337.
Anything else?
I just have a question about 333.
Go ahead.
Aren't we already doing this? So why, what is the point of this resolution out of curiosity if we are already a sustainable or committed to a sustainable future?
It had to be renewed.
It has to be renewed.
Okay. Thank you. I wish there was something in here that says that it has to be renewed.
How often does it have to be renewed?
Like there's not enough information in these resolutions. It seems to me like it's just ceremonial. But now that you're saying it has to be renewed, that makes sense. But again, it's not very clear.
The mayor is the one that asked for it.
The mayor is the Sustainable New Jersey Coordinator for West Orange. So if you have any additional questions, she's no longer present, but you can email her directly.
No, I'm asking the administration that's there about, again, please putting more information in these resolutions. A lot of them are vague. It should say in here that it has to be renewed each year, and this is for a renewal.
Duly
For the
noted.
general public who don't know that. Thank you.
Mhm.
So we
Anything
don't.
else? Anything
No.
else to pull or questions? Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Castellino, any questions?
No, mine was answered.
Okay, thank you.
Can
Madam
you just
Clerk,
repeat the ones that are being pulled, please?
335, 336, 337, and 338.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So
So
move.
moved. Second.
Thank you for the
All in
second.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? The consent agenda is implemented.
335-23, resolution authorizing the competitive contracting process for a professional and experienced economic development coordinator firm to function as the township's economic development coordinator. This was pulled by you, Mr.
Councilman
sorry.
Rutherford.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes, so, in April, I believe, maybe late March, the Economic Development Committee sent to the mayor some edits regarding what we would like to see in this particular role. It is not clear to me what, if any of them have been incorporated. Just want to, for the public's sake, have folks understand that entire committee is appointed by the mayor. I am the liaison. I'm working with them. But we had some concerns about the scope of the role, sent those in to the mayor. I don't know that you've seen them, Mr. Gross, but I would hope that you have. And I do actually believe you were in CC'd on that email. So with this, we have no way of knowing what is in the RFP, what that role will provide, and the changing of the language from economic development officer, which is what was recommended, to economic development coordinator or coordinator firm is a little concerning. And to your question, Councilwoman Scarpa, the way that we've encouraged the mayor to move forward is to have a planner with the economic development background and experience to take a look at both of those roles. So, I recommend that we table this until we did request to see the RFP before it went out. I've not yet seen it. Maybe it's buried in my inbox. But would certainly like to see the RFP and would like to understand what her vision for this role is before I vote on it.
So we certainly appreciate your questions, your position on this. This is mostly a procedural resolution in order to even go out and float a RFP. The council has to approve it first, saying yes, you can go out and look. In terms of the RFP itself, it's not finalized yet. Obviously, there were a lot of versions, a lot of input that's going into that. Once it's done, it will be posted. Council, whatever the response is to the RFP, and by the way, I'm certain that there's not an issue with distributing that to you as well. As far as whatever the responses are to that, any award would have to come before the council. So the council will have the ability to say yes, no, this is applied, yes or no. So this is really mostly just allows us to get started. And it's a process that's going to take a while. And so we would ask that you consider approving it, because it really is just kind of perfunctory. It's just it's a checklist item that we have to get done before we can actually start.
So I understand. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Asmara has her hand raised.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gabor Michael.
So I just want to echo Councilman Rutherford's sentiments. And again, this goes back to what I was saying earlier about resolutions being very vague and not having enough information, which we request. This you're saying is basically ceremonial, but I think that we should have the RFP or RFQ in there so we can read it before we vote on it. How can we vote on this and then go back and vote on something else? I also agree, economic development coordinator, our township needs and deserves a full-time planner with economic development experience. And that's what has been talked about all these months. So I don't support this resolution. I can't support it with the way it's written. Also, in our budget, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Gross, we had $150,000 budgeted for an economic development planner or a planner with economic development experience. So wouldn't this person be a full-time employee versus putting it out to bid? Why wouldn't we put out an ad to advertise this job? Why are we hiring a company? Why does it say firm versus one person? What are the costs allocated with that for hiring a firm? Are there going to be hourly set fees? Is there a certain amount that they won't exceed? This doesn't make sense to me. I feel like this is rushed and it's not really well thought out, especially considering you guys haven't even finished working on their proposal. So I vote to tabling this.
I have to agree too. Everybody knows I want a planner with the economic development experience, but I also have to agree that I can't vote for these vague resolutions. You know, we want to see the RFPs. We want to understand what kind of person this is, what kind of education they have, what kind of responsibilities they would have. And I have to say the same for the environmental center. You know, we've mentioned a number of times, I'd like to see the RFP or the RFQ go out before that goes out.
So I just want a point of order. Councilwoman Gabor Michael, you mentioned that this was a ceremonial process. Mr. Gross indicated that this is a procedural process. So I just want to clarify for the record the discrepancy in the descriptions.
Thanks for clarifying.
Councilwoman.
Is Councilwoman done with her remarks? Councilwoman.
Yes, Councilwoman Castellano.
Great, thanks. So I get this is a procedural resolution. However, I mean, I like to talk about the role and mainly because this has been a hot topic for the past few years. I am fine with the planner consultant, Mr. Greigel's firm. I've never felt we fully have utilized them in the right capacity. And we are starting to do that with the mayor. So I appreciate her efforts with that. But this role is just, like I saw during the pandemic, that when we had a crisis with all the small business owners being shut down, and Mayor was councilwoman then. She jumped in. I had jumped in. Downtown Meg Brill, which is part of her role, she jumped into to make sure, you know, and administration was great with PPE and trying to get people back online and just scrambling. And so we need to make sure like that part of this position is also included in this role. So I like a better understanding of what the administration intends this role to be, because I think that's important. Last a week or two ago, Council President, the downtown had a small business seminar for our business owners, with great information and providing them those kind of opportunities. Again, that's something that this role I envision should pick up on, because, you know, that's what they do. And so I just want to get a better understanding that, yes, it's great. We want somebody to go out, recruit, get great restaurants for, you know, especially that families can enjoy, bring all sorts of new businesses into the township. However, those other responsibilities need to be incorporated as well into this.
Councilwoman, did you want to move to table?
I think it's fair to say that we all have our own ideas and imagination about what this position should be, or a position like this should be. And those are all very important points to bring into this. But the reality is, when you put something like this out there, you're going to get a lot of responses. This is going to get a lot of, and we're going to hear and think about things that we never thought about before, and the perspective of the applicants that are going to come in, and we'll see what their experience range is and their background is, and may very well that perfect person may be out there to cover what each and everybody else thinks this position should be. But the first thing is to get out there and get those experiences and get those responses back in so that then there's something for you to ultimately consider. Because you are going to be making, this is not a decision that the administration is just going to hire. You know, the council has to approve it. So, you know, we're anxious to get out there, get something on the street and start talking to people and finding out who's just interested in doing this kind of work for us. So
I have a question as well. My colleagues have asked to see RFPs or RFQs before they are distributed to the public. Can you identify what is the proper procedure for us to preview, review? How does that typically work? I think in this particular situation, again, because to my recollection, we've been talking about an economic development director, whether it be a coordinator / planner. We really have been talking about this role for the past 3 years. It's been included in the budget for the past 3 years, even though we haven't put out any requests for proposals. So understanding that this is procedural, still, when you do prepare the RFP, for it to go out to the public, you will have to have some type of scope of work. So again, my question is, do we have some input? Do we see that before it goes out? What is that actual process procedurally?
well, the RFP process is a process of the executive branch. So it's an administrative function to go out and find out and make proposals back to the council based on what we find and what the mayor finds. So that's the procedure. Again, I think there's already been a lot of back and forth, in terms of with the mayor and with the committee, the Economic Development Committee. So I think that, certainly that I believe those emails have been shared. I don't think that there's anything secretive about those. So we are in that process now of trying to finalize something to go out. I don't think the administration, certainly the administration would love to hear from you what the council individually or collectively believes is necessary. And frankly, we all have. I mean, we like you said, we've been discussing this for years, and I think there's a pretty good feel for what everybody thinks. But now the mayor has to make a decision about what to go out and get and look for. The title is the title, but frankly, the title is just a mechanism to get out on the street with. It's really about the people that are out there that are willing to do this kind of work for us.
So again, just clarifying, is there anything, because I don't want my colleagues to come back and say you didn't do something. That's why I'm egging this, trying to drive this point home. And whose responsibility, whose function is it? If you're asking to see an RFP before it goes out and that's not the process, we need to clarify that so that it's clear. You're not going to see it before it goes out. It's a function of the administration. They will send it out. You will then, once the RFPs have gone out, either approve or deny the person that's employable.
That's the process. That's what we do with all of our RFPs. So that is the process. That's as I understand it, the executive process.
Okay, from a legal standpoint, the competitive contracting resolution before you is to authorize a different mechanism of soliciting. So that's why this is here. With regard to seeing the RFP, or again, it's called competitive contracting. Again, there's no bar to not seeing it. So again, and in one sense, it behooves the administration for you to see it, because what you just said, Council President, is correct. If we go out with one scope and we get a rock star, we bring it to you and say, well, that's not my rock star, I don't want to fund it, then
we've wasted a lot of time.
So,
exactly.
So frankly, if I'm not sure at what stage, again, Ms. Reynolds does an amazing job. I'm sure she's been working on it. So again, I thought what Councilman Rutherford was suggesting is maybe table it for a meeting, and then Mr. Gross and Mr. Abbott can find out where it's at, and we can circulate it. And if it doesn't meet what your collective wisdom is, then you could provide that input to the mayor, and then the mayor will decide whether she wants to put it out with those revisions. So,
Councilman, what's your pleasure?
So So thank you.
Councilwoman has her hand raised as well.
All right, I wasn't done with mine, but
Go
I'm
ahead.
happy to yield to the councilwoman.
No, please, Councilman Rutherford, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So it's not just me, it's the Economic Development Committee wants to see it too, and it's because it's integral to the work that we do there. And I agree with you, Mr. Trink. I think if we're going to be efficient, expedient in this process, it helps to get some guidance about the appetite of the town council. In the process before you send it out, get your responses, come back and find out that something's missing. So I do support, and after hearing Councilwoman Geber Michael, I'll offer a motion to table. And hopefully in the next 2 weeks, we can get some of that information and do some back and forth.
I second
Councilwoman
that
Geber
motion.
Michael.
I second that motion, but I also just want to say something.
So if you second in the motion, Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Castellino?
To table?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
Yes, thank you. The motion passes to table.
Now, I'd also like to.
Resolution 335-23.
Okay, I just wanted to respond to Mr. Gross, who stated that he wants, or the administration wants the council's input, and kind of piggybacking off of what Mr. Councilman Rutherford said, then I suggest the administration and the mayor reach out to us before these meetings and have discussions with us. You can call us individually, meet with us, but that doesn't happen, and that's a big issue. It really hasn't happened, I want to say, since July 4th. So if there's no communication with the mayor and the administration about things before we get them in our council packets and before meetings, then this will continue to happen. So I just think there needs to be better communication across the board.
Thank you. And now we're moving on to
336.
336. Hold on, I don't have it in front of me.
Resolution authorizing the competitive contracting process for a professional and experienced cannabis coordinator. Councilman Rutherford pulled this.
Yeah, I pulled it because I knew that Councilwoman Geber Michael also had some concerns about it. My primary concern is a lack of understanding of the scope of the role. I'm on the record saying I support it. So absolutely think it's important for the police to have this tool to help us, since you can't use your police officers to do it. But just before we approve going out there, I want to understand what does a professional experienced cannabis coordinator or cannabis coordinator firm, what that means, what we're looking for. And my other concern is that if there is some qualifications with regard to experience, because it's so new in New Jersey, that experience is likely going to come from other states. So I don't know how we're going to reconcile that. And then I'm happy to yield back to Councilwoman Geber Michael too.
So thank you, Councilman Rutherford. I echo your statements. I am in support of having a cannabis coordinator. I have said it publicly in meetings. I support Chief's initiative. I think it's
Councilwoman, are you on speakerphone?
No, I'm on my laptop.
The echo it just resurfaced again, and it's we can't hear you clearly.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear, but it's an echo, so it's bouncing off, and it's very difficult to understand what you're saying.
Is there still an echo?
Yes.
Well, I don't know what to do. I haven't moved. Has there been echo the whole time?
We'll manage.
Yeah,
we'll manage.
So I am in support of this initiative. It's very similar to the other resolution. There's just lack of information. What is it that we're looking for? What are the qualifications? What are the specifications? How about pricing? All of that. And again, I think we should table this until we have more information. And do we need a firm versus a coordinator? I mean, that's a big difference between having one person and then having a firm with many employees. And what's the cost of that? So I make a motion to table this until we have more information.
Mr. Trank?
I have some questions. Go.
Mr. Trank?
Just to clarify, I thought based upon, and again, Chief Abbott has been advocating this from Jump Street because of our collective infancy in this. And so the goal was, and we believe that some of the licenses now that have been issued will be coming back with their completed license for your final consideration shortly. So in terms of, so one of the things you have to balance, especially in this infancy of this industry, is that if you tailor it too tight, you may not get somebody. So the good thing about competitive contracting, which is why I think Mr. Gross is a big proponent of it in a lot of different areas, is it allows you to evaluate them. And again, you'll see all the responses. So that's why I feel a little different than cannabis on this coordinator as opposed to the last one, economic development, which has been discussed for years, because we literally need someone to help us police this. So the concept would be to get this out to literally give them our ordinance, which you wavered over very, spent a lot of time on, and say, we just want to make sure the ordinance is implemented as was intended by the state and the municipality. And then again, we're not bound to accept anything that comes in, see what the net, cast it wide, hopefully get someone. And then again, to go to one of the points that I think we all are concerned about is what's going to cost and who's going to pay for it.
Yeah.
So I always thought the concept was we're going to pass an amended ordinance. At least that was my understanding what you were directing.
Oh, yeah,
that would pass through the licensees. So now the problem is I can't do that in a vacuum until I know what the proposals are. So, but it's a process, and if we don't start the process to see what the net will yield, I think it would be difficult to expect somebody from out of state to come here on a regular basis. And the discussion that Chief Abbott and I've had is, I think year one is most important. I think what Chief Abbott's told from his experience on other chiefs, once they're up and running, there's a lot of initial. So we want people to have good habits, right? And we want, I think the first year, we're going to want what I'll call, again, at least from the chief's input, monthly inspections on every license that operates. And then after the first year, different things happen. So it's going to be more expensive, right?
Right.
But again, I think that's the flexibility. I would just suggest that we get this out, we show them our ordinance, which presumably they see, and then let's see what response you get. And then again, you're making the ultimate decision. So it's not, nobody's gonna make this decision without it being fully vetted. There'll be a committee, presumably Chief Abbott should be part of it. It's business manager, Chief Police, obviously Mr. Gross will definitely be part of it. And then they'll make recommendations and then you'll either accept them or you won't.
Yeah, I'm totally in support of this ordinance. I think that we've all discussed it, or I'm sorry, resolution. We've all discussed it. We've all agreed, or the majority of us has agreed that it is necessary. Again, with the competitive contracting process, I think some of the challenges is just understanding what that process looks like. I think that we also have to be mindful that while recreational cannabis is new to New Jersey, medicinal cannabis has not, and those stores have been opened and they have been functioning and they have already had consultants support them. So there are consultants that are out there in the state of New Jersey who are available to support this type of inquiry.
Well, and at the program, I'm sorry, I forget the health
Summit
panels that I thought there were some experts on those panels, and there was a councilman from Rawway who I thought was incredibly articulate. I think his name was Councilman Brooks, but again, it's being replicated throughout the city. But your desire here to do like we've done with our environmental compliance officer, like we've done with our contract compliance officer for Rock Spring, I think is incredibly well founded, and again, we'll make sure that the business is operating.
So I'm going to move for the
I have
accept.
some specific concerns I'd like to talk
Sure.
about. It's not just the cost, but I would like to know what the education of this person would be that we're hiring, what kind of education they would have. I'd like to know what the job description specifically would be. What are they actually going to do? when all the research I've done, I've run into more cannabis lobbyists than people that were really knowledgeable. I know there is a course at Patterson that consists of like 5 classes on cannabis that anybody can take. I thought about taking them myself just to learn more. I want to know who this person is and what the job description is.
But there is no person.
Yes, exactly.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I apologize. So again, all very legitimate, and you'll see it as soon as we see it. But if we don't put it on the street, obviously there's absolutely no problem saying we want your resume. One of the things I thought you were gonna refer to, which I think is an excellent point, is we want to know if there's any conflicts. Have they represented any company? So we can ask for all of that and more, and they better put the best foot forward. And these are all questions, but if we don't, so when you ask job description, to me, rather than get whatever the word is, bogged down, job description should specifically say to implement our ordinance in the best interest of the residents of West Park, and not to do, because the problem you get to, and I've litigated these issues on both, the more precise you get in what you're gonna do, the harder it is for you to
We can do anything but that.
exactly, and you're gonna hamstring yourself. Keep in mind that every contract that goes out, every RFP, every competitive, says you have the right to reject them all. So don't forget, it won't behoove any of us in here if we make it too restrictive and we get no responses, right? Or and again, if you get people hypothetically, obviously somebody like me, you'll throw me in the garbage, right? So you haven't had success yet, but you get my point.
So
Why make it to a point? I agree with you. Getting their resume, getting their education, telling them their job is to make sure these businesses operate in strict conformance with state and local law. Isn't that?
I don't understand are you writing an RFP for this job, or we're just going out and?
Yes.
So what does the RFP look like?
So what Ms. Reynolds said to me was, get this on first, the resolution that we're going to do competitive contracting, and then we'll come up with the RFP collectively. And there's still time for plenty of input. It's not written. The scope of work is not really defined yet. So we want to know that the council wants to do competitive contracting. Really, that's what this really is, an agreement to do competitive contracting.
So Chair, I have a question. With all due respect, why are we rushing if nothing's written yet to do that? And then it also says firm, and one whereas we need a coordinator, and then another whereas is talking about a cannabis coordinator firm. Those are 2 distinct different things right there. 1, 2, have you guys looked at what other cannabis entities were established to have coordinators, whether they're firms or one person? What is the cost? How much have they spent? Because that's like, if I'm thinking firm, it's going to be a lot of money. I see.
But the cost is going to be,
The firm is an individual. It can be an individual, it can be more than one person. The firm doesn't mean it's a law firm. It's just anybody who does it's company. Anybody who does this is going to have an LLC. They're not going to, expose themselves for sure. The other police chiefs I talked to that have this, they're at a loss. They're the same frustrations that I've had, and a lot of it was just put on them by ordinance, and they're in the same position that they don't have any expertise with this. So I've been telling them that we're going to do this. So honestly, I think we're ahead of the curve here with this. The medicinal is much different. You maybe one to a municipality. People aren't going in there without prescriptions. It's a lot different than recreational. So again, Ms. Reynolds asked that we pass the resolution to do competitive contracting while we determine what the scope of work is, so that we know we're going to go down this route. If we're not going to do competitive contracting, it's kind of.
I have a question about the competitive contracting part.
I just want to know, who these people are. Do we know any? Have we met any of these kind of people?
There's been some. I don't even know if they would be.
Because I'd like to do my own research and figure out what these people do, because I still don't understand
This
it.
is a new field, so it's not like we're looking for an engineer. We're looking for a civil engineer. We know what they are. We know who they are. We can find them, but we're looking for.
So we don't even know what we're looking for?
Yes, we do.
Well,
I don't get it.
Somebody that's got experience in the cannabis industry that's going to help us.
Is this going to be a lobbyist though? I don't want a
No,
lobbyist.
There's nothing to lobby for. We also want people that are going to be pro-business, because we're not looking for somebody to go in and haha, I got you. We're looking for people to help these businesses succeed. And we all, and nobody more than you guys, have put more time and effort into this to see it succeed. So again, we don't want to set them up for failure. This person will assist them, but also at the same time hold them compliant. And that's exactly what Wayne DeFeo does with the recycling center. He holds them compliant, but at the same time, helps them succeed.
That's
So-
the part I don't understand, the compliance part. I mean, what is this person gonna have to go in? Look at the security system?
Yes, make sure everything.
But what is it?
It's the ordinance. So I don't understand why, and I think Chief Abbott said it correctly. It's just like Wayne DeFeo. You get Wayne DeFeo's monthly reports on the recycling center. He goes, he takes pictures, he has a checklist, which is based upon what he knows are the regulations for running that recycling center. And it's so the DEP doesn't have to come there, or if a neighbor complains, we immediately call him and he deals with it. So similarly, extrapolating from that experience, which we've had now for 15, 20 years, this person would develop a checklist based on our ordinance. And this, again, especially in year one, you may decide to ease out after year one, depending on how it's going. He or she or it, a firm, would basically go and inspect and make sure it's being done in conformance with state and local law. So when you say who's got the credentials to do that, that's an excellent question. And the short answer is we won't know until we cast the net out there. It may be somebody from another jurisdiction, but that may be, every state has different laws. It may be someone, it may be I just don't know. I don't want to represent because I don't know who would do it. And again, clearly we don't want someone who has a conflict. So that's a relevant issue. Maybe it's somebody who's got experience in the medical area and therefore understands it. I don't know.
What kind of time frame are we looking at to hire this person?
Again, you got to go out with the RFP
Right.
or the competitive contracting now. If you're doing it right, you should generally give 20 to 30 days, right?
Mhm.
To get the responses and then to get a look at it. But we don't even know what the response is. Let's not forget, this could be all for naught.
Because I'm thinking, why don't we just, none of these are really up and very few are up and running. It seems premature to go out hiring this person until
Well,
we
you're
really
not-
understand what we need.
They're coming in, don't forget.
Yeah.
They're ready for they're ready to be licensed by this body and open their doors.
Yeah, you will have, I predict,
We can hold them compliant if we don't find somebody to do it.
between now and the end of October, you will have on your agenda, I think, 2 at least, a fully baked application because they've gotten their state licenses.
Well, one of the things I don't understand are how are the accounting systems going to be
Well,
set up to make sure that we get the
Excellent
revenue?
point. By the way,
That's why we need this coordinator.
But you
Well,
just,
That's a very specific thing that we
But-
need to be
but
looking
yes,
for.
yes,
If
That's
we
what
don't
we
find
need to do.
somebody to do this, then it begs the question, who is going to do
Yeah,
it?
we talked about that last time.
I'm
we
certainly
talked about
going
this issue.
right, but
Um,
that's exactly an excellent point. So
Do you
that's
have
what
any-
this person will do to make sure we get, again, do you know how many different people are supposed to report regularly? We have difficult time, let's recognize the limitations of government. We have a difficult time with all our vendors, making sure we have all the insurance certificates. And again, that's not Mr. Gross's fault, just the nature of the beast. There are millions of vendors here.
Let me ask this, does Maplewood and Montclair, do they all have one of these people?
I can tell you that Maplewood did have someone. I went to when what's the name of the place in Maplewood? The Apothecary. When they first opened, I was there for their opening, their tour, and I listened to their entire presentation. The mayor was an advocate and he brought in tremendous consultants to help him get started and
I would like to.
more than
I
one.
might reach out to him because I want.
You certainly can. He's
better
very
understand.
welcoming. Absolutely.
I think it's great.
Councilwoman has her hand raised.
Councilwoman?
Again, I made a motion. I'm in support of this. I just think that we need to have more information and more specifics before we can vote on this, especially because it's not even written yet. Can we have something written and given to us by the next meeting so we can vote on this? I mean, nothing's written yet, right? So why not just table it until we have the proposal in front of us attached to this?
I think Mr. Trink answered that as well as Chief Abbott, and they both said that the purchasing agent, Ms. Reynolds, wants to know that the competitive contracting process is going to be utilized before she completes the RFP.
I think we're overthinking this. If you read the resolution, it's a resolution authorizing the competitive contracting process for a professional and, Read above it. Contract prosper professional experience cannabis.
Right, in lieu of a standard bidding process.
Tonight, I said we're gonna do competitive contract.
All right, so on that point, and just a quick point of order, I know you wanted to offer a motion, Council President, but there was one on the table that we'd have to either have
It wasn't
rescinded.
seconded.
There's a motion on the floor.
There's no motion if it hasn't been seconded.
Well, it was seconded. 'cause-
So we'll come back to that. My question with regard to the fourth whereas clause. Competitive contracting in lieu of public bidding allows the township to evaluate and score proposals based on weighted criteria, including technical management and cost-related criteria. Blah, blah, blah. Are we able to include minority and women business enterprises in the criteria? And are we able to include any points for a West Orange resident or a business that's domiciled in West Orange?
For what? To be
The thing about competitive contracting.
For this role, yes.
The thing about competitive contracting is there's certain categories that are by statute that you can consider, but each the ratings are as seen by the person doing the rating. So experience could be if there's a particular experience in a certain field, that will reflect in their ratings. I don't know that there's
How to include WBE as an evaluation criteria?
Why would you want to put residents on?
No,
That's
that's a conflict.
It's not a
That's a conflict.
It's not.
That's it.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's a conflict.
Do you want me to answer or you want to answer for me?
Well,
Do you want me to answer?
I'm going to give Councilman Rutherford an opportunity to answer the question of why he thinks that's not a conflict.
So in this particular case, I don't think it's a conflict, because the person lives in town, that they're policing the people in town. We have police officers that live in town. We have firefighters that live in town. All of us live in town and we have to do the same job. Second, though, I'm asking specifically on this one, but the other one was that way too. And what I'd like to know is if those criteria can be used, because if they can be used here. They can be used in any, unless I'm wrong, and I'm sure you will correct me, they can be used in any competitive contracting situation. So if we are able to use MWBE as an evaluation criteria for this, we can use it for any competitive contracting situation. Same thing with a local resident.
So I understand your request, and obviously the goal of minority businesses being
And women.
and women having this opportunity. So I just need to consult with Ms. Reynolds. I want to look at it, whether or not in competitive contracting you can do it. Because Mr. Gross is absolutely right when Ms. Reynolds, who drafted this resolution in the fourth whereas, cites technical management and cost related criteria. That's right from the state regs. She didn't make that up. So now I get your point. Can I graft on these other criteria? Let me just check with Ms. Reynolds and we'll check the law. Certainly, if we can, I hear you loud and clear. Again, I'm putting the resident thing aside in this criteria, but I do see your point about WB and MB.
And with regard to the motion that's on the floor, the clerk, I would believe, would say, is there a second before we would entertain a separate motion?
Your presiding officer would ask for a second, and there was no ask for a second, and there was no second made. And it is not required that I ask for a second. A motion can die on the floor if a second is not made.
Right, and there still has to be an opportunity for one, because what happened in this moment, Councilwoman Scarpa asked a question before we moved to the seconding, so.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all right. I'm fine.
And again, the parliamentary procedure that I have implemented is absolutely correct. There was no second and there is no motion on the floor. And if there would like to be a second made, then Councilwoman, would you like to reiterate your motion?
Well,
And make a motion to table.
Was there a motion to table? That's
Yes.
okay. If there's a down second, it's not debatable.
Exactly, but there wasn't, procedurally, it wasn't done properly.
No, you offered a motion before.
I didn't offer anything. I didn't offer
Was
anything.
there actually a motion to table? I get.
Yes.
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 That's right.
Councilwoman Geber Michael made
Okay,
a
good.
motion.
There's a second now. It's-
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Let's move
Councilwoman
on
Castellino.
to table.
To table, sure, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, thank you. The next resolution is 337-23, resolution to rescind resolution 260-23 for Midtown Direct Shuttle Bus Program, Paula Reynolds. Who tabled this?
Councilwoman Geber Michael pulled this.
Councilwoman Geber Michael, you pulled this?
Yes, I have a question on this. How is it that we are going to be able to afford to continue to run this program in-house with the budgetary constraints that we have? Because I read somewhere that the township will continue the Jitney program as an in-house service. So for the benefit of the public, and even for myself, I'd like more information from the administration of how we're going to be able to do this.
The funds that would originally go towards this contract will now go towards running the program in-house. So we do not anticipate there being an additional cost above and beyond. In fact, we may have a savings, but that remains to be seen.
So does that mean we'd have to advertise for bus drivers?
I couldn't hear the question.
Does that mean we'll have to advertise for bus drivers?
We have to advertise?
Do we have to advertise for bus?
Hire.
Well, we did, we hired bus drivers from the firm that is no longer functioning sufficient enough for us to provide the service. So.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
I was asking Councilwoman Geber Michael, any other questions?
No, I don't. Again, I wish there was more information in the resolution so people knew that. Thank you, or some history.
So are we hiring part-time or full-time employees?
Some of both.
Part-time.
Some of both.
So what is the total cost of the employees, including benefits that we've hired?
I'll provide that to you, but it's less than this contract. Less than.
But the benefits moving forward,
You
I
no
mean,
longer have a middle person.
Yeah.
So that's why, in all honesty, especially with
More
the
cost effective.
insurance, that's why I think Ms. Rose inevitably should be corrected. You save money.
yeah, I would just like to look at the cost
Yeah,
and,
I'll provide you an analysis.
and also when we, contracted this company or put out a bid, did we put other bids? Was there
Mhm.
anybody
Yeah.
else?
Yes, we did.
You awarded.
Yes, were there a number of other bids at
No,
the time?
you're right. So-
That's why I was saying,
Yeah.
wasn't there somebody else who could have done it?
No. And
So
then-
that was the only one that,
Mr. Rose spent inordinate time,
yeah,
trying to get them to get the insurance,
right.
and they couldn't. I said, you can't work with a vendor that doesn't have the requisite insurance. They're driving
Right,
your buses.
okay.
And they also drive our seniors around.
Right, this
during
is why
daytime.
just anybody can't drive our seniors around. You have to be insured. You have to be insured.
So again, I think Mr. Rose and Mr. Smarl, I know they've been working on this nonstop, so we didn't have any disruption in service.
Well, it seems like a win-win because we get to save money, so that's great.
All right, I call them vote.
Is there a motion to approve resolution?
Second,
Councilwoman Castellino?
yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes,
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion carries. 338-23, resolution authorizing execution of an agreement with Lens Lock for body worn cameras, in-car camera, audio, video recording systems and related services.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes, a couple questions on this. So I'm a little confused. First with what I believe is just a typo. In the third whereas clause, bid specifications provided for a proposed 3-year agreement, specifically a 2-year contract with an option to extend the term for an additional 1, paragraph 2 year. Is it 1 or 2?
It's one. I think it's one. It's one.
1. Do we know the cost for that 3rd year?
Yes.
Yeah,
Because I didn't see it in here, and maybe I missed it and I had to go quickly, but I didn't see the cost for the 3rd year in here.
well, it's an option. We could find out what it's going to be and report that to you, but it's an option that you have then. Doesn't that, you don't, it's not,
Have to exercise.
because it's an option, whatever it is, you can make a decision at that time whether you're gonna extend or not.
But isn't it, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Rose, looking at the resolution, it says Lens Lock Inc. is 214,814.40. Is that's the gross number for the 3 years?
So that was the second question.
That's my question.
Mine too. I share that. Is that 214 for the first two of the three, or is that 214 for all three?
I believe it's 214 for the two, but I'll have to.
Hold on, let's look at
Yeah, see
the
what the-
agreement.
The agreement itself.
I didn't see that number. And can you direct me to where it is in the packet?
Then the one is 5.
Yeah, 'cause I didn't see it in the packet
I
either.
didn't see it
The
either.
same questions I had.
Right.
Generally, the number you would see in the resolution, knowing the way Ms. Reynolds is so careful, would be the gross price for the 3 years. So I can't tell you if it's a third, which would be the logical way, or generally I would think that it would be a third. And that's a gross number for 3 years.
Can we get Ms. Reynolds on the phone?
Okay, Mr. Gross.
Is that fair to her?
Yeah, no, it's 11 o'clock.
tonight.
Okay, then how are we going to approve this with us out not having adequate information? Do we want to table it?
Well, I have to say, to me, this has been again, we can get you that clarification, but to me, there's nothing more important. Because by my 25 years being town
And
clerk,
getting the body
that
worn.
every police officer for their safety, for the public safety, and what upsets me is that we currently have cars that don't have the dash. So again, we did a process. You
Okay.
can see this is obviously a competent company and whatnot. We can clarify. I'm sure Ms. Reynolds has everything and she can circulate it first in the morning, but
To the benefit of my colleagues, are you all comfortable passing the resolution without the information?
Not yet. I still have a couple questions. So the question that I have, and this is not to criticize Ms. Reynolds at all. I think she does an outstanding job. If this bid amount is in fact for 2 years, then is the Axon quote for 2 also, or is that for 3? And then is the utility quote, which is for 5? Like, if we don't know, we're not.
5 year, the 5 year does not provide redaction, so they.
So that's out because of that. Got you.
he's asking.
Can we
That was part.
wait till tomorrow and get the information and vote by email like we've done in the past?
Yeah, because we do share your concerns about the cameras. And I think that's for everybody's benefit. But we do need to understand what we're actually saying yes to.
I firmly believe that's for 3 years. I mean, that was my understanding when I went over these numbers with everybody.
So then we need to amend the third whereas to say propose for a 3-year agreement and then get rid of the rest, I guess. Or it should be a 2-year contract.
Madam Clerk, what is the process for us to?
Just hold on 1 second. Yes. You don't want.
I just texted her.
Need to have everybody on speed dial.
Oh, he's gone.
And I got some of our older adults director on.
So
told
while
us
they're
we
doing that, Mr. Gross,
caller.
if in these moments, if you would give us all of the information, we're all not going to go through it, but some of us will. And then those questions could be answered amongst ourselves before we get to the council meeting. So, like if I had seen the contract, if I then, flagged this as an issue and then looked in my packet and saw the contract, I could have answered the question for myself and provided the feedback to colleagues or been more instrumental in moving the conversation forward tonight.
Sorry, I'm missing what you're asking.
So there are responses to, there's a response by Lenslock, a response by Axon, and a response by Utility. And those responses would have had the details of those prices in them. If that was attached here, when the question rose, I could have looked through the packet and gotten my own answer, prior to tonight, and actually even told them before tonight too, so we could have moved it forward, assuming that it's a minor issue.
Well, eventually we will be, and we're working towards this soon, where everything will be, all of these responses will all be online, and you'll be able to get a link to them. Actually create paper on it is something. Now, if you're looking at it for and you have a question, you certainly pick up the phone and call so we can get you that information.
Yeah.
But I think, the packets are thick. It's a lot of paper.
So what we do at the joint meeting, and you probably are aware of this, is a link is given with all of the supporting documentation for
Right.
every single thing.
That's what we're working towards.
Yeah.
We don't have it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, but also, if I don't mind, I'm sorry to interrupt, but again, folks, like sometimes, most times we have all the information and sometimes unfortunately we don't. But as you're reviewing your packet over the weekend, or I had to do mine today because I was busy over the weekend, it's very easy to pick up the phone. They're all very responsive. You could get any one of them at any given time to get an answer. So I get it. You want it at the meeting. It's not on here, but you could also get it, and then they know that it wasn't given in the resolution, and we would have it before the meeting.
Mr. Trent?
No, the key recollection, I tried to call these Reynolds, but obviously it's late, is that these numbers are gross numbers. So you're right that hypothetically, the third one, Utility Inc., would be cheaper if you divide it by 5, but it doesn't provide the redaction.
Yeah.
Which is exactly, so it's cheaper service or less. So the short answer is, that's why the purchasing agent in consultation with the chief are recommending.
It says 3 years.
Yeah, so it's.
It says 3 years here, but then it says 2 and 1.
Well,
Right.
because you're not
So
locked for the
You're
third.
not locked for that third year, but if you do the 3 years, it costs you 214, 814, 40.
Okay, I'm comfortable voting for 214, 814, 40. I think if we were to do that and then it comes out and ends up being 321 over the 3 years, then that is even, because, if you would assume that if this ends up being a 2-year price, then it actually ends up costing us more than Axon, because Axon's at 301.
That's.
Yeah, they're not.
We would never award, we could not award a contract to somebody who was responsive and charging
More.
than-
All right, so I'm comfortable voting for the 214.
Is there a motion to
814.
approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
If you want to put on the record.
Take it.
Councilwoman
Thank you for your help,
Castellino?
Chief.
Wait, aren't we gonna remove the 2 years though for the extension? If that's a typo, don't we have to amend that first?
Councilman Rutherford pointed out the typo and Mr. Rose confirmed the typo. So again, this is 2 years, you're locked in. And the premise is exactly what was said earlier, that it's basically 2/3 of the 214. And if the decision is made to go for the third year, that'll take you up to 214. That's the gross amount.
I understand that, Mr. Trank. What I'm asking is, doesn't a motion have to be made to correct that, or it's just corrected? I'm asking a question. I
Just
heard all.
The typographical error does not require a motion. Mr. Rose, there's 2 typographical errors. I think somebody pointed out the word redaction in paragraph 1, and then the numeric one in the third paragraph. So
And I'd like to just ask to put on the record, I know we're in the middle of a vote and we should not be continuing with discussion, but in the event the assumptions that we have made are incorrect,
Right.
we will come back and we will rescind or make adjustments or do whatever is necessary.
we'll ask Ms. Reynolds to circulate emails clarifying this.
Madam Clerk, you were in the middle of a
Yes.
vote.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
No, because we don't have all the information. I don't feel comfortable voting.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa? No. Council President Williams?
Yes. Okay, now we're going on to
Ordinances.
ordinances on second and final reading. 2812-23, an ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 7 traffic subsection 7-46.2, parking prohibited during certain hours on certain days on certain streets servicing residential land uses except by permit, and subsection 7-46.3, parking time limited during certain hours on certain days on certain streets servicing residential land uses except by permit of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange.
Is there a motion to introduce on second and
So
final?
moved.
Second,
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
I have
Yes.
some commentary on it I'd like to add.
I would like to wait until after I ask the public. This is second and final reading.
Oh, it's second reading. I'm sorry.
Yes, it is.
My
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public who would like to have commentary on 28-12?
No one on the Zoom.
Thank you, colleagues.
No, I'm fine, actually. I thought it was a different.
Okay, I move for the acceptance of ordinance 28-12.
Approval on second and final reading.
Approval on second and final reading of
Thank you.
28-12-23.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, thank you. The motion passes. 2813-23, bond ordinance providing for various 2023 capital improvements by and in the township of West Orange in the county of Essex, state of New Jersey, appropriating $3,624,250, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $3,616,150 bonds or notes of the township to finance part of the cost thereof.
Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So move.
So moved.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes. Is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on ordinance 2813-23?
No one on Zoom.
Colleagues, any comment? I move for the approval on second and final reading of
Second.
2813.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes. 2814-23, bond ordinance providing for various 2023 capital acquisitions and improvements by and in the township of West Orange in the county of Essex, state of New Jersey, appropriating $1,990,550, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $1,895,500 bonds or notes of the township to finance part of the cost thereof.
Is there a motion to
moved.
introduce on? Thank
Second.
you. Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on bond ordinance 2814?
No one on Zoom. Oh, I'm sorry. Phil,
Litwinoff.
hi, Phil, you're on.
Hi, we're gonna try this for the second time since I got cut off the first. It's Phil Litwinoff, Linden Avenue. I would like to know, and I think the council needs to know, if the cost of this bond funding is already included in the budget for the new year.
Yes, Mr. Litwinoff, it is.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to comment or have questions?
Phil put his hand up again.
No.
Mr. Litwinoff, I'm gonna give you a courtesy and let you finish, but you are only able to speak and ask your questions, and then before we answer, I'm gonna give you that courtesy because I may have interrupted you.
Mr.
Do you have
Litwinoff?
any other questions?
Council President, I appreciate the offer, but since we're out of public comments and everybody on the council has already responded, I'm not sure if this is gonna do anything. But
We've
I'll
not
take it.
responded or voted or approved this resolution. We only allowed it to be introduced on second and final reading. We're listening to your comments before we make our cast our vote.
I'm sorry, I made the comments regarding this particular resolution. What I was upset about is it got cut off during public comments without any indication of being picked up again. There's nothing you can do about it now, not at 11 o'clock at night.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, are there any, public comment is closed. Colleagues, do you have any comment?
No.
Okay, thank you. I move for the approval on second and final reading of 2814.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes. Ordinances on first reading, 2815-23, an ordinance amending chapter 15, section 15-7 to update the township's rent control ordinance. Is there a motion to approve on first
I
reading?
have
To
some
introduce.
questions.
Introduce, I'm sorry.
I have some questions first.
Sure.
So one, I'm trying to understand why 15-7.1 requires this to sunset after 2 years.
Again, that is the way it's been done since 1972. Again, I'll be glad to look at to see if there's a way we don't have to sunset, but I think it requires you to find a continuing need so that it won't be subject to attack.
So when I read the legislative history, it says that it had to be reviewed every 2 years or approximately every two. It doesn't say it has to lose its force in the case that it is not reviewed.
But just to your point, seems like if you're gonna review it, you would want to enact something to say we reviewed it and it's still needed. So it seems like whether it's belt and suspenders or that's why I'm not worried that it lasts for a few months. And then I feel very confident we've done this in the past that we could do it kind of retroactively. But it seems consistent with what I think we're both saying, that the better way to do it is embody it in a resolution or an emergency.
Yeah, I don't want this to sunset at all. I would rather after the review, the action to be taken to say that we no longer need this. Because I know we're not going to solve our rent issues in 2 years. We're certainly not going to solve our affordable housing issues within 2 years. I would rather it just not sunset at all. And then upon review, the action could be to then decide based on the information at that time, we no longer need it. We're going to do away with it. And we can go through the same process to get rid of it.
I have no problem making amendments that are consistent with what you're saying. You know what I mean? It's only a question. It's always only a question if it gets challenged. But we're basically saying the same thing, looking at different coins, and I don't have an issue with attempting to modify it to say that it'll be in place until.
Whether you need an ordinance or not to effectuate that review, the reality is that probably the intention of the review period is because this is very sensitive to economic changes, and economic changes, every couple of years to review, can be as we've seen 2 years later, the economics are quite different. 2 years ago, we had zero inflation, and now we have a lot. So it definitely comes into play. I think the review now, what you have to do in order to satisfy that becomes whether it's an ordinance change or whether it's just some other process. But I think there's probably a good reason for the review.
Yeah, I mean, generally my feeling on ordinances of this type is they are meant to provide some level of protection for, in this particular case, the resident, not the landlord. And I know our laws, I'm a landlord myself, I get it. I know they're written in a way that often does favor the landlord. I'm not trying to rewrite state law, federal law, any law, but I do think it would give a level of comfort to those that live in town if they knew that if for any reason a review was delayed, that there is no argument that in the interim period, they didn't have these same protections. And that's really what I'm trying to protect.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you at all. Except that I'll say that I think the fact that you have to do a 2-year review gives it the opportunity to be balanced so that it is not pro one side or the other. It gives you the ability to look at what does this mean to both sides and be able to make a decision on that.
I agree with you. And I think that's important, but I think the review is already baked in the cake. We're going to have the review according to the legislative history here. It says, because rent control legislation is intended to be emergent, such ordinances should be reviewed approximately every 2 years to ensure applicability, that they address any emerging issues. Accordingly, this legislation requires review of the ordinance every 2 years rather than each and every year. And then he cites the law. So we have to review it anyway. I just would like.
Would you like to offer an amendment to the motion as it reads?
That we take the 2 year time out where it's no longer in force. I don't know exactly how to say that.
Well, I'll work on it with the caveat that I do want to look a little more carefully that case law to make sure it's not, that review suffices versus reenactment. But again, I understand that if I come to the conclusion that it requires it to be reenacted, we won't publish it for second reading yet, and then I'll bring it back at the next meeting. I understand your desire to kind of put the shoe in, I get it. I just want to make sure we don't run afoul of some case law or state law that says can't do it. Right?
So you can figure out
Yeah,
how to.
I'll be glad to circulate it and give you the so
I have a question.
Has it already been advertised?
No,
Huh?
it has?
Yeah,
It's already been advertised.
they're always advertised.
again,
A correction notice. can
So,
be done.
so what you should, I think, if respectfully, think you should introduce it as it is, because if it ends up having to be changed, it's gotta be re-advertised anyway. So that you come back at the next meeting and introduce a new one. And-
but we have advertised
Yes.
the verbatim you have already.
Mm-mm.
No,
No.
you just put the title,
Mhm.
which is all your part.
Correct.
Oh, okay, you didn't do that.
So I got
Yes, let's do that.
Okay.
do what?
Thank you.
have
You're going to figure out the language so that it remains in force. And if in the process of figuring that out, you realize that we have to do it this way, then you'll let us know. But other than that, we'll do it so that it remains in force and it doesn't sunset.
That way, the advertisement go forward,
Yeah,
so we
let
can
it be clean.
consider it a second reading.
Yeah.
And it, well, either way, we'll have it on the table.
All right, thank
All right,
you.
one other issue with that. I want to spend some time with you, Mr. Smeraldo, with regard to the rent leveling board. So before we leave tonight, let's you and I get together, get some time on our calendar, because we do need to reenact that as well. I know this is not controlling that board, but that board needs to be reinstated. And since we're dealing with the rent control, we talked about it earlier this year. I'd like to sit down with you and before we go, we'll set some time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman has a question as well.
Councilwoman?
Rutherford answered my question, actually. I was gonna ask about the rent leveling board and whether or not that we have to basically bring it back and, you know, appoint folks to it. So thank you, Councilman. I echo your sentiments.
Thank you. Also, just wanted to note, New Jersey is a tenant-friendly state. It is
Well-
not a landlord-friendly state.
Okay. I don't want to argue about it. That's fine.
Okay.
Is there a motion to introduce on
So
first
moved.
reading?
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams,
Yes, 2817,
16.
2816, an ordinance amending chapter 7, section 37.1 and chapter 7, section 53H of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, regulation for the movement and parking of traffic on municipal and Board of Education property, parking meters and parking yards, prohibited parking. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
yes,
I
Is-
have an amendment to it then.
okay. Would you offer your amendment?
Sure. So on page 6, it says parking yard number 7 on Mount Pleasant Avenue is intended solely for the use of library patrons and employees. Parking is permitted in this parking yard and only during library hours. So obviously that needs to change because
I'm sorry, I'm on page 6. I just need.
page 6, number 2, sorry, Mr. Train.
So what do you want to do?
Well, it just needs to be updated because now that building is no longer going to be, assume it's,
Oh,
it doesn't apply,
We no longer have a library there.
yeah.
Yeah, and when I read that, I thought it would just apply on 10 Rooney Circle, but you're right. It
Says Mount Pleasant.
tied to the address, not the building.
Right.
So can we strike that? Can we just make an amendment to remove?
Yeah, I think.
And I
that's-
apologize,
Alright.
I forgot to.
No
call-
problem.
call
So,
that in to you.
Councilwoman, can you make an movement to remove item 2?
Yes, I make a motion to remove item 2.
I second that.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes, just for the record, it's 7-50.3 paragraph, parentheses H, then 2, just to be specific, but yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
Yes. Okay, so 2817-23, an ordinance amending chapter 17, section 14 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, gas leaf blowers.
We should have some conversation first.
I thought we were tabling this and moving toward a workshop.
That's,
No, I think that's
No.
the tree ordinance,
No.
not the gas blower.
No.
I'm sorry?
I think that was for the tree ordinance, not for the gas blower.
so that's why I said we should have a conversation. What I said earlier was we certainly do want to do that for the tree ordinance, and I think it's necessary for the tree ordinance. Whether or not we wanted to add the gas blowers to it was something up for debate, but I'm hearing council colleagues saying no. And that's fine with me. I mean, I'm good with this. I think, so what we've done for the public's benefit, Councilwoman Scarpa, myself, and Council President Williams agreed to invite some of the folks that were present tonight to make a formal presentation during the public comment when this comes up for second reading. What I'm also happy to do is interact with them over the next 2 weeks to see what their suggestions would be to modify it, to make it more palatable to them. Just want to be clear, we have to balance multiple constituents here. And in this particular case, the differences between the two are stark. The bottom line for me is that I said this to you, Councilwoman Castellino, when we had this conversation, I appreciate your passionate advocacy for it, against it. Reasoned. I understand the logic behind the arguments you make. I think for me, the biggest or the most important point is that we should, as a township, do everything we possibly can to mitigate the effects of climate change. I think one of the more powerful arguments you presented and they presented tonight are the unintended consequences that could actually impact climate change. So I think it's worth the conversation. But I'm happy to do that in the next 2 weeks and see if we have to reintroduce on first reading if the changes are substantive.
I just want to, and I appreciate your comments, Councilman, but again, I just want to remind everyone why these batteries are charging. You're worried about, there's emissions being produced from the vehicles. So I don't see the benefit to the environment at this time. And I highly recommend that we table this or vote against it this evening and have the conversation next year. I'm more than willing to see where the technology goes in a year. As we know, in a year, things could change quickly. And then we'll be better suited to have a conversation, but to implement, advance it. Well, next year, everyone will be able to afford to go out and purchase these items. Well, with the way inflation is and the way prices are increasing rapidly, that may not be the case. And then we'll have an ordinance in place. So I really think it's wise for us to sit on this for a little bit longer. And I understand there's a lot of there's a part of the community that is advocating for this and putting pressure on to get this done and something in place. But at the same token, I don't see the reason why it just can't be revisited next year.
The only thing I would say in response to that is, unfortunately, as bad as vehicle emissions are, because of, primarily California and the rules that they implemented years ago with regard to vehicle emissions, they are far less polluting than these. These are not subject to the same type of emission control as your car vehicle. The worst one for me is not the car, it's the generator that they'd have, because those are not,
I was gonna say
those are not subject to those emissions.
either.
But folks, California,
But-
have we been realizing how many people have been moving out of California because of the legislation that they've been passing? And folks can't afford to live there anymore. So again, that's the path they're on. So look at everything when you're looking at all of this. That's all I implore you to do. So it's great to say California, cleaner air, yada, yada. But at the same token, there's a big exodus out of California because people cannot afford to live there anymore.
Well, if I may, I want to take into consideration some of the commentary I heard from the people who work in the industry. And I think when we listen to activist groups and those who may not be experts or even do the industry day to day, I think that the experts who came in here today, the people who do this day to day, have more impact, influence, and actual experience than our activist groups. The challenge that I have is that I came in here and I heard them say that the ban March 15th through April 30th does not give them enough time to do the spring cleanup that they need to do. October 15th through November 30th doesn't give them the amount of time that they need to do the fall cleanup. Quite frankly, November 30th, if you think about it, that's Thanksgiving when you really think about it. And I have leaves that need to be cleaned up in December.
Yep.
So I just, the dates don't reconcile to me with the needs in West Orange, New Jersey. If you think about leaving your leaves, even if, and again, to the landscapers that were here, the professionals who do this day to day, they clearly gave us data that you can't just leave leaves there to be mulched and picked up. Some of them talked about and discussed how that damages their equipment. You can't go through 6 inches of leaves and mulch that into mowing the grass. So I just think we need to, again, to the opportunity that we yielded, give some additional professionals an opportunity to come and weigh in before we make these type of drastic changes. If it is not going to give the business owners the time that they need to do the work, I think we need to take that into consideration and hear their appeal.
I would be willing to change those dates. We don't have to say, so for everybody's edification, we're looking at was this paragraph 3? It says chapter 17, section 14.2, entitled Prohibited Conduct be and is hereby amended as follows. In the first clause there, it says gas-powered leaf blowers may be permitted March 15 through April 30 and October 15 through November 30. I'd be willing to amend that, say March 1st through April 30 and October 1st through December 30.
And what are you doing in the summer? You're not gonna have any leaf blowers operate in the summer?
No, you don't have gas blowers. That is specifically prohibiting
Right,
gas
but
blowers.
that's to anywhere in the municipality, which means that there is a cost. We have to then convert.
Is your concern, Council President, as I just heard it a second ago,
I have some concerns.
what you just said a second ago, the one that I'm addressing, the one that is addressed in number 1 here, was, do they have enough time to do the spring cleanup and the fall cleanup? If that's the issue, if the amount of time that they need to do the spring cleanup and the fall cleanup is the issue, and this isn't enough time, let's give them more time.
Correct, but I would like for them to tell me how much time they need. So again, I'm willing to yield to a presentation from people who do this more often and get their professional expertise.
You're not reading the room, Council President.
I'm also not in agreement with effective January 2025 that all gas powered leaf blowers shall be prohibited anywhere in the township. I would be more inclined to do a 2026 when the equipment is more equivalent. But again, I mean, I have my own practical experience with my own personal yard. The equipment is not satisfactory. So I'm not willing to put this type of expense on our small business owners when we have so many challenges with whether or not this is going to effectively and adequately curtail
And our
the environment, the impact to
driveways.
the environment. In addition to that, when you think about not being able to blow leaves,
Our grass clippings.
or grass clippings. And then at the end of the day, you think about it in West Orange in the wintertime, if you don't have the capacity to do that, and that becomes, we're a hilly community. People have their grass clippings on the curb. The town isn't coming to pick them. We pick them up in a timely manner. We know and have experienced, and I'm certain, car wrecks because they have been ice, leaves, and they haven't been able to stop. So it's just the other issues that it creates with us trying to impact this and impose this now. I just have some challenges, and I'm supportive. I own one. I'm supportive. If I wasn't supportive of a gas ban on blowers, then I wouldn't have bought an electric blower. I want to do the things that are right, but I don't want to hurt our small businesses. And we heard our small businesses say they can't afford it. I mean, these are the people that are out there buying the equipment. They know how much it costs to run their business. I just don't understand why we're not listening to them and taking their perspectives and views into consideration.
I think where you're mistaken is that you think we're not listening. I just offered a compromise and you're like, no, it's this way.
No,
Well, if you
I
wanna-
did not.
if
I
you
did not
wanna-
say no, it's this way.
if
What
you
I
want
said is that I
to-
wanted
if
to
you
listen
wanna
to the
poo-poo the
experts to have
compromise.
them dictate what the time period would be instead of us who are just sitting behind the
They're
dais.
not elected officials.
I
doing
understand
what-
that, but again, at the end of the day, these are the people who do this on a daily basis. We don't. I don't sit here and offer expertise on your financial industry, perhaps. I just gave you a correction on what happens in the real estate industry and the fact that New Jersey is a tenant-friendly state. That's my profession. I understand that. I know that. I've been doing this 21 years. So again, I'm not offering expertise in an
So-
area that I don't have knowledge about. I'm asking for us to listen to them, which is why I encouraged when they came and they tried to talk to you, do you want to do a presentation? He's already said he's done one in other towns.
I have questions for administration in regards to our properties that we own. If I may, Council
Yes,
President,
absolutely.
I don't want to interrupt, but so turbine blower. So on here, we have here, so we can use except a turbine blower. So that's going to be allowed to be used for the golf courses.
No.
Is that what this is saying or no? The use of gas powered leaf blowers except a turbine blower shall be prohibited within the township on residential, commercial, and turbine blower, commonly referred to as buffalo blower, shall mean a piece of equipment that is connected. I'm on 28-17. Oh, this is from last week's.
No, she's in section 2, chapter 17, section 17.1. The definition of turbine blower.
Is that still the same ordinance? It
No.
hasn't changed. This is the 912.
No,
Did you
the
update this?
correction is in Roman numeral 3 that says no provision herein shall apply to any government property or public or private golf course. That's what's currently before you.
Okay, so that
This
will,
would have because of the fiscal concerns.
okay, so that will stay then. Okay.
Have we even addressed this to our golf course that we own?
No.
The possibility of this? And how it would impact them?
Yeah.
That's right. That's why it says it does not.
So I'm not satisfied with that. I think we can't ask residents and small businesses to do something we as a municipality are not willing to do.
Do you realize how much that is going to cost the community if this is banned? Do you realize the financial impact of what this will cost if you have
Well,
that ban? It's going to pass down to the
how about-
Can I
tax.
answer the question?
How about we don't know? That's the point. That's the point. We don't know what the financial impact.
Council President, you are not allowed to just interrupt when you choose.
It doesn't bother me because we're all thought
Right.
processing and
No,
some of us
Exactly, and I
think-
wasn't interrupting you. I was responding
He asked the
to.
question.
But she didn't say,
She was looking directly
I'm
at me.
okay. I'm fine with the council president.
And it's
Fine if you
okay,
interrupt
right.
me. We're having a talk. I understand the etiquette and the protocol, but again, it's
fine
midnight.
when
It's midnight.
But it's fine when
But-
Councilwoman
but-
Scarpa jumps in on him. He has no problem with that.
Okay, well, let's not go there. So here's my issue, folks. In the summer, so what this is saying, in the summer months, you're not going to be able to use the leaf blowers.
Right, and leaves generally are up.
Okay, but you don't, okay, so here's again, I mean, I don't know if anybody else has
You
landscape.
can use electric
They-
leaf blowers.
They do not work right now. The ones they have are not powerful. So if you go to clear off your driveway, you're not getting all the debris, yeah, because I was gonna use another word, debris off your driveway. You know what people are gonna start using? Like they used to do years ago, there are hoses and they're gonna use water. So again, I get the passion for this. I get, the people that are advocating for this. But it's not truly, I truly feel this is not truly helping the environment at this particular time. Technology isn't there. You're gonna take all these batteries and they're gonna be, when they get disposed, it's gonna cause more harm for the environment. And not just from the landscapers that showed, I've been reading about this in all different articles. And, Googling all over the place and looking at all different information. So again, there's big impacts to this community, residents alone and small business owners.
So I'm gonna move to table. Is there a second?
I would like to speak. I've had my hand up for quite some time and I didn't want to interrupt anyone.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank
Council
you.
President, can you? Thanks.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I've heard both sides of the arguments and I respect everyone's perspective. But I am in support of banning the gas blowers due to air pollution, noise pollution, the health risks of operating these gas blowers, which the people are exposed to high levels of, dust allergens, potentially harmful chemicals that can lead to respiratory issues and other health problems, environmental impact, fuel consumption. So I don't think we should table this. I think we should move forward with this. There are some revisions though in here, and one of them being the times. Monday through Friday, why would it be 7 a.m. if our noise ordinance it starts at 7:30 a.m.? Shouldn't we mirror the noise ordinance? Wouldn't folks be in violation? I think I'd like to amend Monday through Friday, 7:30 a.m. 6 p.m. and then Saturdays, I believe, should be start at 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. So that's
So one of the benefits,
The table, there should be a request if there's a second. It's a non-debatable motion. There's either a second or there's not.
so I moved the motion to table and I asked for a second.
I seconded.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on.
Call the vote.
I am in a moment. Councilwoman Castellino,
To table
Yes.
this, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
no.
Councilman Rutherford,
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
No.
Council President Williams.
Yes. Okay, I have a comment. So we're
Can
talking
we go
about,
back to my motion now that I'd like to make to amend?
no, I have a comment. You can hold on a second. My comment is, have we taken into consideration if we do a complete ban on Sunday, we have a complete community that does not do work on Friday and Saturday. Sometimes, and I live in this neighborhood, they have to come out on Sundays and do their lawn work. And we're saying there's going to be a ban on Sunday. So I think we just need to be considerate of our entire community.
And my husband for many years worked 6 days a week, still does, and he breaks out a leaf blower on a Sunday, not, and during the middle of the day. But I have no problem changing the time on a Sunday, so it's not too early and
Me
not.
too. I don't have a problem with that. We can do 9 to 5 on a Sunday. I don't have a problem with that.
I would rather do 9 to 6 as opposed to 9 to 5. And be
That's same thing
consistent
as
with the
Saturday.
times that you have in the other days.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Well, Sunday people tend to have dinner a little earlier. I think maybe 5 is a little more considerate.
5 is better.
Why don't we do 9 to 5 on
Barbecuing.
Saturday and Friday and Sunday? Keep it consistent. 9 to 5 Saturday and Sunday.
9 to 5 on Saturday and Sunday.
Who said
No,
that?
it's listed as 7.
Motion to amend, if someone's gonna.
I made the motion
We-
already.
I know,
We're
but I-
clarifying what that
amendment
motion is right now. So as far as I understand it, to clerk and the attorney's, question, we're in, chapter 7, this section 3, where it has at the on the top of the second page, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. We're looking to modify that to 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Well, I have a question. We have a noise ordinance that starts at what time?
I don't know.
7:30, that was what the,
Can we verify what time our noise ordinance goes into effect,
I think
please?
it is 7:30.
Different time. Different days.
I know, so
Monday through Friday, 7:30.
so
Should stay consistent.
we should stay consistent with our noise ordinance as was
Exactly what I
suggested.
said.
So I'm trying to find out what time our noise ordinance goes into effect. And then we're talking about electric blowers that have a lesser noise impact than gas blowers. So if it has a lesser impact, then how are we going to say that the noise is an issue?
Because this is for gas powered leaf blowers.
For gas and electric.
This is for gas and electric.
Yes.
So again, to that point, if you're using an electric blower, it's gonna be less noisy. So it's not going to exceed the noise ordinance, period.
It's not silent. I think it should be consistent. I think,
Noise is noise.
yeah, there's at least
Agree.
4 people that are supportive of mirroring the noise ordinance.
Electric
Which-
blowers, some of them are loud too.
Well, if you listen to the argument that some of the commenters made tonight, they'll be using more than one electric blower in replacement of one gas
Yeah.
blower.
Yeah.
So while one may be quiet, 2 may be not.
Yeah, so what are we accomplishing? Other point I'd like to bring up is, so you have here, and again, oh my goodness, I'm so frustrated with this. Gas powered leaf blowers may be permitted March 15th through April 30th, 2024, then October 15th through November 30th, 2024, then 2025, folks, and you're done. You got to go buy one. And I don't know who we're going to get to enforce this, because that should be comical come 2025 when somebody's breaking out their gas leaf blower, and now we're going to have residents calling the cops on each other. That should be a lot of fun.
I made
Again,
a
but-
motion
but-
already.
Excuse me, so number
Now we're
4.
jumping to something
I'm
else.
sorry, Councilwoman Castellino has the floor.
I'm just trying to absorb these points into the community so everybody realizes what you're trying to pass here. Again, so number 4, no more than one gas powered leaf blower may be used on a residential lot. Now, on my tiny property, that's not an issue. But on a larger property, that is an issue. So now you're telling the landscaper that usually has 2 guys, so they're in and out, to use one leaf blower on a large piece of property and double their time.
And that's what they just complained about, is why their fees are all doubling, tripling, and
So
quadrupling.
Councilwoman, are you saying you'd like to have that stricken?
I'm not voting for any of this, so I
But-
think this
but-
whole
so
thing
do
is
you want it
insane.
stricken or not?
I think it's insane. I think you should, yes, I think you should.
Okay, so I
Stricken.
think there's some support to strike that.
Okay, we need a motion, please.
Well,
I
are we
made a
gonna,
motion already that's been ignored. I don't understand what's happening here. I made a motion for the times and it's been ignored. And then you guys started having discussions and then you went to something else. Can you stop jumping
You're
around?
exactly right, Councilwoman.
Stop.
So I did not hear you make a motion, Councilwoman, and I've indicated to you on several occasions that there is a tremendous echo and that we
Yes.
cannot hear you clearly. So if my colleagues heard her make a motion, then all you have to do is let me know. We're here to help each other. It's not an attack. So if you heard her say, make a motion, all you had to do was say, Councilwoman made a motion. I would have asked for a second. The clerk would have asked for a second.
Well,
This is not a
that's
gotcha.
earlier, and it sounds like an attack. It just,
It does sound like an attack because it sounds like an attack on our small businesses.
okay,
And I support our small businesses.
okay.
I would like to make a motion to change the times Monday through Friday to mirror 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturday and Sunday 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Saturday at 9 a.m. is not mirroring our ordinance. So if you want to mirror the
That's okay.
ordinance,
I
then we
said the
need,
Monday through Friday noise ordinance at 7:30 in the morning.
you said Saturdays at 9.
Yes,
Yes,
Saturday
Saturdays and
should be
Sundays,
muted.
but Mondays through Friday should not be 7 a.m. because that's in
Again,
our noise ordinance. I didn't say
I-
everything.
I don't agree with that. We just heard our landscapers say, if they have incurred rain and they need to come in, then they should be able to come in and get out. And if our noise ordinance allows you on a Saturday to come in earlier, I think it says 8 o'clock on a Saturday for our noise ordinance.
But the clerk pulled it and it's Monday to. So Saturday is 8 to 5, except if it's the owner, it's 8 to 7, and Sunday is 9 to 5.
I think it should be 9 to 5 both days.
I
mean,
think we
people
should
wanna sleep
mirror-
on Saturdays.
I think we
after
should
working
mirror
all
our
week.
noise ordinance, and I
I
think
don't
we
think
should
it's
be,
necessary.
keep our businesses in consideration. Again, these people start work early in the morning. They're usually done by 3 o'clock in the afternoon when they work for a company, even a smaller company.
It's just
I agree.
I've moved the table. We didn't have to vote the
We're not
table,
tabling.
and now we're actually going through and making amendments. So we,
Yes, we are, and there's one on the table, on the floor right
Yeah.
now.
Make the.
right, but there
I
is not,
made the motion. Can someone second it? Because
I'll
clearly. the
second it.
board is
I
talked over.
second,
what is your motion?
I second it.
Monday through Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Saturdays and Sundays from 9 to 5.
So we're not gonna mirror the ordinance is what you're
No, I told
recommending?
you 7 a.m. is in violation of our noise ordinance because it's much earlier. So I said that should be 7:30. Saturdays and Sundays, we want to be consistent, right? For different demographics and groups, 9 to 5.
So there's-
I think 9 to 5 is
motion,
more reasonable.
Councilman Scarpa,
I'm.
second it. So that's what the
Let's
debate is
go.
all about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotta move
Now,
it.
we do vote.
Second here.
So what is
It's
Sunday?
11:45.
9 to 5.
Sunday.
It's 9 to 5, Saturdays and Sundays.
Okay.
And,
Thank
on
you.
Monday to
You guys
Friday,
want to be consistent.
it's 7:30.
To 6.
I could do that.
Okay.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino?
For the amendment, for that amendment.
This is one amendment, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I could support that amendment, yes.
All right. Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
No,
Then I'd like to make an amendment to stricken item number 4, no more than one gas power leaf blower may be used on the.
second,
All right. Did you get that?
I got, she went, again, Councilwoman Castellino, second by Council President Williams to strike 4.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino?
Is there any debate?
Oh, sorry. I thought you
Yeah,
said there was no
voted on
debate.
No, we had the conversation about
Okay,
it.
no
We're
problem.
good with that.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
No.
Did you say no? I'm sorry.
I said no to that
Okay,
amendment.
thank you. Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
yes, I move to change the effective date to January 1, 2026. Is there a second?
Second,
It's a monster.
That's in paragraph, Roman numeral 3, paragraph 2.
Correct.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on one second, Michelle. Okay, Councilwoman Castellino?
yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
No.
Councilman Rutherford?
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa? Council President Williams?
Yes. The motion fails to move the date to January 1, 2026.
So Offer a motion to amend number one in that same section. Gas powered leaf blowers may be permitted March 1 through April 30, 2024, and October 1 through December 30, 2024.
I second that.
December 30 or 31st?
31st, whatever last day is.
31st.
Yeah.
I second it.
Councilwoman Castellino,
And nothing in the summer then.
Correct. Nothing from May 1st until
Yeah.
the end of September.
I can't support that. You need to go through the year. You should transition this in 2025 and not put any restrictions throughout 2024. So that's a no for me.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
No.
That means this coming summer, not any resident could use a gas powered leaf blower. That's what this means. I just want the
Yes.
residents to realize that this summer, this coming summer, you're gonna have to go out and buy an electric leaf blower after you pay your new sewer tax increase.
And I just want to say for the record, the financial issues we face in this town are because of folks that have been making horrible decisions financially for now 20 years. If we're going to correct the ship, we're going to have to be serious about these finances and not play politics. We need revenue. This is not about the expenses. We need revenue.
Spending our time on is looking for
Yeah,
revenue. I
but
do that.
in the meantime,
Hundreds of.
We've got other things that we have to govern.
I do hundreds of thousands worth of grants. I work in a marketing campaign.
Thank you. But
Okay,
thank you.
we
But
need to
we didn't get here. We didn't get here because of gas powered leaf blowers. This is not going to solve our problem.
Increases of.
The sewer fees are not because of gas powered leaf blowers.
Something
The
that is
budget is not because of gas powered leaf blowers.
friendly.
This has nothing to do with the budget. This has
So-
everything to do with changing rules and regulations that are going to impact the residents of West Orange.
And I
So-
know you're getting upset with me.
I am.
and
I'm just tired of the back and forth.
Because
It's now
you don't
midnight.
understand what we pass. You guys want to rush these things, you want to pass them, and then people get upset when they realize what we've done.
In addition to
The
that,
only reason we
I-
have a phase-in period is because of the work that I did. We would not even have a phase-in period.
You're
it wouldn't pass if we didn't have a phase-in period.
people a year.
We are giving them a year.
No, you're
No, we're not.
Next summer, you need an electric blower.
Well, he doesn't because
He doesn't because you live in an association,
Right.
so.
No, I do because my association has to comply with it and I have to talk to my neighbors about this. I'm not exempt from the impact of this ordinance.
Okay, then why wouldn't you take your time and get it right?
I think I am getting it right
Okay.
and I'm willing to listen. And unfortunately, what you guys think is listening is doing what you want or doing what you think is right. I don't agree with you.
Listening to the residents. I've
So
been
am I.
listening to the.
I
So
residents.
listened
am I.
to the residents today as well. We're gonna move on. That motion passed. And again, for clarity's sake, I think Councilwoman Castellino has a true point and valid.
I'm sure
So
you
that
did.
our residents will understand the financial impact that this vote is causing them as they have incurred additional fees this year so that we could balance our budget. In addition to that, it's okay when we point out that the administration didn't do something and we want everybody to know for the benefit of the public, this is for the benefit of the public to understand what the financial implication of the vote that just occurred will be.
I offer a motion to strike the clause, no provision herein shall apply to any governmental property or public or private golf course.
I second that.
Oh, good, it could cause more tax revenue.
So here's
Good
the
job.
difficulty
Good job.
with strike. You have no financial analysis.
Yeah, that's what
I
I
mean,
said.
so again, before you strike that, it seems like you should ask the CFO to provide a financial analysis as to what it's gonna cost us. And as to golf courses, if you know what golf courses begin to do this activity till 9 AM, how are they gonna be open at 7 AM when
Yeah.
golfers start?
Well, that's exactly.
So no, that's a very good point. Very good point, right? So let's figure that out. Let's figure that out. How do we allow them to maintain their property properly and still comply. Look, I'm happy to get the analysis. I want to know what it's going to cost the township. I don't want to wait any longer to start moving this process forward. So I do expect that you'll provide that analysis within the next 2 weeks. And if the analysis is so heavily weighted on the other side, it's so cost prohibitive that it doesn't make sense, then you give us an opportunity to then make further adjustments to this, even if we have to reintroduce it on first reading. And that, my friends, is the democratic process. So let's figure out how to allow the golf courses to properly maintain their property. You know, we can figure out how to exempt them from some of these timeframes or all of the timeframes, you know, give them, what are they working with now? 7 a.m.?
Again, I'm not a golfer, so
So we need to find.
The golf course starts there,
Yes.
it's before.
What time do they start maintaining?
They start doing their, as soon as, it's not even daylight. It's not even daylight when they start. A half hour before daylight.
So 6:30?
I mean, I'm certainly out there by my house early, but I guess the point is, what I would strongly recommend, and I'm gonna recommend it no matter what, that a letter should go to every golf club in town.
Yeah.
Residents, so
Please.
Yeah,
they're
get their
here and they will
Cause
articulate.
we only own one. It's 5 other golf
The
courses.
county
On a
is
five.
a multi-million-dollar
Exactly.
investment in Bourbon, so I'm sure the county's gonna wanna know we're outlawing them from cleaning up the golf course.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, so we will make sure that every owner and operator of a golf club is
Yes,
aware of
please
it
do.
between now and second reading.
Okay.
So it's been properly offered and motioned and seconded, but let's have this discussion before we take the vote.
There's no other votes taken tonight on this.
No, the amendment that Councilman Rutherford offered was to strike what is in Roman
Yeah.
numeral 3 that says no provisions herein shall apply to any governmental property or public or private golf course. That was the proposed further amendment that I think.
There was a second?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to have discussion so that we can get it right. I mean, it's already midnight, so let's just take another 2 minutes to figure it out. If what we've already done would impact them because we've changed the times on Saturday and Sunday to 9 a.m. to get started, that's going to affect them.
No, not if you don't pass the amendment that you now offer.
The
Because
exemption.
the
All right,
amendment-
so,
They were exempt. Now
They
you're
were
making,
exempt.
you're putting them in the pot now.
all right, so I want to rescind that motion.
The second has to rescind too.
Who was the
I
second?
rescind it.
Okay.
Okay, so I offer a motion that that clause reads, no provision herein shall apply to any public or private golf course.
So you
I want us to do it too, as a township.
Governmental property.
are offering an amendment to delete the words governmental property,
Yeah.
right?
Right, so that governmental properties are subject to this ordinance.
So wait,
Motion
so you
to-
want the government, I'm confused. So you want,
The township of West Orange to abide by this
and
ordinance.
also the private courses and the county courses?
No.
No, he's
No.
going,
So you want the county courses to be able to use gas leaf
No.
blowers, but not the
All the
township?
golf courses are fine.
If we need to further amend this, we have not, there's going to be some information sent out to golf courses. We have, Council President said 6, I thought we had 5. We have 5 in town, or 5 that occupy any portion of their golf courses in West Orange. We certainly want to understand what the impact is to them. They are major constituents in town, right? We own one, the county owns one, but the other 3 are taxpayers, right? They're constituents as well. So I think the compromise is remove them from this for now. We can have this conversation. It's still going to affect them in some different ways. They'll be concerned. They're probably paying attention right now.
So why don't you just?
I know by my amendment, if they are exempted from it, what my expectation is that they're going to be concerned. I know if I was a golf course operator or owner, I would be concerned that this is even being considered, not just for this, but because of the direction that we're going in. This is only about blowers. There are other equipment, gas-powered equipment that everybody else uses to maintain their property. I would be, as a golf course in particular, but also as a landscaper, concerned about what the next shoe is that will fall. Will gas-powered mowers be next? Will weed whackers be next? Will any of the bigger equipment be next? They should rightfully be concerned. So let's take that into consideration. I'm willing to carve them out for now. I don't know if my council colleagues are or not, but that is the amendment that I would like to offer.
I'll second.
I'm confused. So why are you making an amendment if you're just going to drop the motion?
I believe, and clarify if I.
That's why I'm
misunderstood you.
confused.
I think, Councilman, what you're saying is, for instance, when they clean up this property, we, meaning the township or the county with the zoo, the county will no longer be able to use in any part of the zoo, gas powered.
Oh,
so they
wow.
can be impacted.
When I'm walking at 7 o'clock in the morning, they're out there blowing.
I know, but this will, the chief will go and will, whoever is enforcing this will do whatever enforcement is required. But
I
again,
don't think the
How do
township
we
can
enforce
offer
the county?
again, very
other-
simple.
Councilwoman Castellino, Mr. Trink has the floor.
But again, all I'm trying to do, I understood, I think I understand what Councilman Rutherford suggested. He just wants to remove in this, in Roman numeral 3, the words governmental property. So it will exempt all the golf courses, public and private, but any government property.
So how much property does the township of West Orange own?
Every school.
So that means, so again, this is what I'm asking, this is what needs to be articulated. That means every school so do we pay for the Board of Ed to do their maintenance?
No, the Board of Ed would have to,
School budget, so we'll.
They would have to go buy electric.
I guess, county properties.
Do we have anything? So
Other county properties in town.
Shake your head, but this is the repercussions.
Well, here's why I'm shaking my head.
Will have to go buy electric blowers.
Here's why I'm shaking my head, Councilwoman.
Okay.
We have already exempted the leaf falling season from this particular ordinance. We've exempted the spring cleanup from this particular ordinance. Those are the two times where they need the heavy equipment.
For 1 year.
For 1 year, it gives them plenty of time to plan their transition.
Depending on what it costs.
Well, if Mr. Gross can present, or if the Board of Ed, or if somebody else can present a compelling financial case, then present it.
make sure the county is aware.
Councilwoman has her hands raised.
Thank you.
Councilwoman,
I don't want to interrupt people because I've had my hand raised for some time now.
Councilwoman, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
You're echoing.
Okay, so I don't know what we can and cannot dictate to other governments and jurisdiction wise. But our focus is West Orange, the township. We can't expect our residents to do something and not have our own municipal government not do it and cooperate as well. It's not fair.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I'm not done speaking, Councilwoman President.
Okay.
Again,
Township, I'm agreeing that we have to do an analysis to find out what the financial implications will be. But for you guys to sit there and talk about county or other entities, government, you can't dictate. We can't tell another government entity what to do. That doesn't work that way. So for
That
you
is,
guys-
that is absolutely untrue. If the county has property in West Orange and we have an ordinance, they have to abide by it.
he said
Separate
speed limits
jurisdiction,
for
but let
town
the
trees.
attorneys handle it. Let the attorneys handle it instead of us coming up with our own assumptions. How about that? But we do need to do an analysis of some sort to figure out what the financial implications would be, but we cannot expect our residents, our business owners to comply, and then the township doesn't comply. It's not right.
The county has to comply as well, just like the township. And so what we don't have is any financial impact, not only on residents, the financial impact. We don't have an analysis on the financial impact for our public works department.
I
Nor
have to
do we have,
recuse myself when it comes to anything with the county. As you guys know, I cannot vote on anything for the county, but I can vote.
Is it still there?
Yeah, it went under her papers.
Get it first.
So again, to the point that you were making, we're just clarifying that if we set this ordinance with the times, this impacts everyone, including the county and all of the properties that they own. So I hear what you're saying, let legal, but that's legal. That's a legal.
You have to assume it applies to state property, it applies definitely to the school board. They're gonna have,
Got it? Oh my God.
it applies to every nonprofit, to the hospitals, to any senior facilities. It applies across the board.
Right, to
I
the
think
entire,
like
everything in the town.
So
I think everybody should.
my motion was to strike governmental properties from that clause. No provision, so it would read, should the amendment pass, no provision herein shall apply to any public or private golf course. That was properly moved and seconded.
Who seconded it? I'm sorry. Okay. Councilwoman Castellino?
No, I'm still confused. So,
Okay.
so now, no. Who's on first?
Right.
This.
This means,
That every government entity will be subject to this new law.
oh, absolutely not. Sorry, I gotta vote no on that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Councilwoman Geber
a
Michael?
lot of money.
I abstain.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
No, the motion fails. Are there any other amendments to offer on 2817-23? Yeah, because she doesn't
We're on a
want
roll.
it. She works for the county.
I have to abstain. I have to do the right thing. You can sit there and laugh. It's inappropriate, but I gotta do the thing. Very mature of you guys.
2818-23,
It is fine.
ordinance amending chapter 2.
Wait, we didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We didn't vote. We didn't
Yeah.
pass the ordinance yet.
Oh, we only did the amendment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so then 17-23, all in favor with the
Oh, wait,
amendment.
no, we gotta do-
No. I want, all in favor with the amendments, and can we please repeat each amendment so that we know how it's been amended?
Okay, so I'll go through it if it's okay. So the only amendments that were approved were on Roman numeral 3, paragraph 1, March 1 to April 30th, and October 1 through December 31st for next year. Then paragraph 4 was stricken. And then in paragraph 5A, it'll start at 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Friday. And then Saturdays and Sunday will be 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And does that carry over to paragraph 6 is my question? Because I know we made those changes in paragraph 5, but was the intent of the move-ins and those to include paragraph?
No, I think
Okay.
six is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta have some
That's
flexibility.
fine. So that's it. That's the only amendments that were approved by a majority, but
So all those amendments have been approved and now we,
Voting on the.
On the ordinance,
okay.
as amended.
Yeah, to introduce on first reading as
Yes.
amended. Okay, gotcha. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading as?
So moved.
Wait a minute.
And we need a second.
Second.
Okay, hold on. Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
No,
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
No. The motion passes on first, introduction for first reading with the noted amendments.
so generally, Madam Clerk, you would tell the public now, when will second reading be and when will the public hearing so they can prepare?
Will be October 10th.
Thank you. 2818-23, ordinance amending chapter 2, section 62 of the revised general ordinance of the Township of West Orange, Older Adults Advisory Board.
Yeah, I'd like to clarify the changes. Yeah. I'd like to offer an amendment to make a motion to amend the ordinance and replace it with what was submitted on August 21st to include the four following.
You're gonna have to be very specific
Yeah,
in what you
I
want to
will.
amend, that we can't do an
I will.
amendment.
In fact, I'll go through it. So this ordinance does not reflect the revisions to the Older Adults Advisory Board that I submitted on August 21st for first reading. The record is clear that what is in this packet is not what was properly moved and seconded in our last meeting.
We didn't have anything moved and seconded, for the record. Just a point of order. There was nothing moved and seconded at the last meeting regarding.
Yes, it was.
No.
No, there was not.
Voted to have it on the
Yeah.
agenda. There was
Yes.
no amendments.
No.
There were no
Voted to
amendments.
have it on the agenda.
In the form that I offered
Yes,
on,
Okay.
on
Right.
the 21st.
yeah,
Exactly.
Okay.
because I offered that motion.
That's right.
And what I offered was that version be brought.
I
on
submitted
For first reading.
twice.
But it was supposed to go to
Yeah.
legal.
So
It
can
did.
I have the legal department again reiterate what your process is, how it comes to us, that the mayor has input? Can you please just speak to that so that we are clear on process? Because again, we can't just keep going back and forth and battling because there was a elected official who put something forth and her expectation is that whatever she put forth is what should be in front of her now. So can we please clarify process?
So again, I think the ordinances are clear. When you decide that you want to have a topic on, it goes to legal. Then the administration looks at it, so we can get the input from as many people as we can, the administration, and we provide it. When I saw the emails from Councilwoman Scarpa and Councilman Rutherford, just like on the tree ordinance doesn't look identical to what has been, because there's lots of inputs occurred. So that's why I think, and I'm sure Councilwoman Scarpa will do a very articulate job, but I wrote a memo today in less than 10 minutes articulating what was included and what wasn't. So now is the time, just like you did on leaf blowers, just like you'll do eventually on trees or any ordinance, to go through. If you don't like what the mayor and the administration have proposed, you have every right to amend it. I agree with that totally. And as Councilman Rutherford said, the mayor then will make a decision based upon the final product, whether she signs it or vetoes it. And if she vetoes it, then if you have 4 votes, you can override the veto. So this is the process. You're the legislature, and you have every right to amend the ordinance. And if you want to do it en masse, Councilwoman Scarpa, and I think I articulated in my memo to you today,
It's in,
1, 2, and 3.
it's incomplete, so I'll go through
Okay,
it.
absolutely, you should.
Okay, so the amendment I'm making is for the 4 changes. One was to expand the board to 11 members, 2 council consensus appointments.
That's what I wrote, paragraph.
2 was one of the mayor's appointments shall be designated the secretary. I believe that's the one you missed.
Where is that? I didn't see that.
Okay, so if you go through on, we'll just start with membership.
No, I will do it any way you want. you just
It's under
said-
membership, 2.62.3 membership.
Right, that one you made clear, you want to add 2
Right.
council. So why don't we vote on each one? So we get a good record.
Okay,
So the motion to amend is to add to section 2-63.3 under
Right.
membership.
right, where it says the board shall consist of 11 members, 11 is the
Right,
change.
I get it.
Right.
That you want to add that there will be 2 council consensus appointments. So it'll basically expand the board from 9 to 11, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, so that's motion, and now you need a second.
I second it.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded. Let's have some discussion. I am not in support of expanding the board at this time. I think, and I can stand corrected, that there have been only 4 meetings by this newly created board that has not given them an opportunity to find out what the successability of a 9-member board is. I've heard some concerns that the mayor has 4 appointments, the council has 5. And now you're delegating that one of her appointments be assigned as a secretary. And one of the things that I did hear last night while sitting in the meeting was that there was really, everyone is older and no one wants to take minutes. They have a challenge taking minutes in the meeting, but I will offer and ask my colleagues to pretty much affirm or deny. That's the same problem that any board has if they don't have someone that's willing to take the minutes. I don't know that there are minutes that aren't taken on, the chair actually takes the minutes on the Historic Preservation Commission. Oftentimes, because there's no one available to take the minutes. On the Public Relations Commission, is there a designated secretary?
No, the vice chair volunteered to do that because no one likes to take the minutes.
Open space as well.
Open
The
space,
chair.
there's no one who takes the minutes. So again, you know, I'm not suggesting that we can't function better, but I just feel like we have to be consistent. This has been my argument with the boards and how the boards function since I've become elected in 2020, is that there is no consistency in how we function with our boards. Some boards do one thing, some boards do something different. We really need to be consistent in how all of our boards function. All of our boards are advisory boards except for our 2 land use boards. They have their own sets of rules. And I just think we need to be consistent. I don't understand how you would make the older adults force them to have a secretary, but you don't have a secretary in all the other boards, and they all have the same problem and challenges.
Well, last night, the Older Adult Advisory Board spoke and voted for all 4 of these changes. And that initiative to have the mayor appoint the secretary was from them. And they spoke. So let's move.
There's only one amendment right now, and it's the first one, to add 2 council consensus appointments. And it was seconded and.
Yeah, and I just stated that I don't think that the board after 4 meetings should have to be expanded. I think we should give the board an opportunity to see how it functions and flows. It's very difficult to make changes when you first get started.
I also have not had an opportunity to sit on a meeting. I opted to go to another meeting last night because there'd be too many of us at the other meeting. And I do agree with one change that the board shall appoint a vice chairperson, because that's how to council president's point, that's how the other boards function, where the mayor is appointed as the chairperson. The mayor appoints a chairperson and the board votes on the vice chair and the secretary. If there's somebody that wants to do it, they vote on that. Again, I'm really disappointed that there's been issues with this board, because they all should be consistent with each other. The rest of them seem to function. I know it's our role when we go there as liaison to make sure we stay back and we interject to help them function. And if there's something not working, then you need to discuss that with the mayor or any one of us if it's an issue with any one of our appointments. So I think it's too early to be changing this ordinance. I think it should be done at the end of the 1 year. But if they talked last night, they appointed all 4 of those changes they voted on.
Yes.
Do you have minutes on that?
Yeah.
All 4 of those
They
changes.
voted for all 4 of the
I
changes.
thought this ordinance we have was based on the changes that are here tonight.
No, in fact, that's what I'm concerned about. That's not what I put forth, and we should be working on the document that I put forth on August 21st and then sent around again. And this is a problem.
Again, I want to just clarify, and I'm gonna, guys, I need you for the administration to speak up. We have an elected official who thinks that she sent something to you and that's what we should have back. And that's just not the way it works.
Again, you can send whatever you want. We're still gonna generate what the administration does. So, and this is the amendment process. We're in the middle of an amendment.
Yes.
Made
Let's just
amendment.
move it along. It's 12:15.
I'm
No,
okay with that.
because
I'm
we have
okay
the
with that
votes.
amendment.
Stop wasting time.
We have the votes.
Let's vote. Yes.
Clerk
There's
has-
support. We made it clear
The
last
clerk
meeting.
has to call for the votes and then we will identify who has the votes.
Correct, but in the last meeting, we made it clear, and you guys are sitting here and going back and forth. With all due respect, it's late. Let's come on.
Well, with
call
all
for
due
the vote.
respect, if we're gonna deliberate, I'm not gonna be rushed. It doesn't matter what time it is.
President, you rush us
Let's
all
keep
the
repeating
time.
yourselves.
Like, you can't have it both ways.
I'm not rushing us now.
So I'm calling for the vote.
I call for the vote.
Councilwoman Castellino?
This is for the amendment.
Yes.
The one amendment.
Right, the one amendment.
Add 2 members by consensus of the council.
Yes.
Okay. Councilwoman Geber Michael. Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
No.
Okay.
Are there any other amendments to the ordinance?
Yes. Okay, so the second one. A says 4 members
Wait, just tell us. the
on
secretary.
262 membership, same place, right underneath it. 262-3. A, 4 members appointed by the mayor. And it should say, one of whom shall be designated secretary of the board.
And just a point of clarification, why does it matter who designated the secretary? Why wouldn't you let the members decide who
Yeah.
wants to do it?
Because it's difficult. Nobody wants to do
Well,
it.
I know, but why would the mayor saying to her appointment versus you saying to your appointment? Won't the people in the room have the best knowledge as to who can take the minutes?
No, I think the mayor could find someone who she designates. She has 4 appointments and she could get someone who is the
But now the
secretary.
council will have 7 appointments.
So then the
6.
mayor gets
Seven,
fifth
you're right.
appointment then. She could
I'm sorry?
appoint a secretary.
She has
that
4. One
votes.
of her 4 will be the secretary.
But I have a vote
That's what the
I
amendment
guess the
is.
problem will be if that person's not there, with all due respect.
Then they'll find it, they'll have somebody else take
Well,
it.
that's why the way we drafted it after the mayor looked at it was to let them, the board should pick the secretary. To the extent the secretary is not present, the board will designate an interim secretary. So again, I think if the substance doesn't change, it's just the practical workings of them. So on one hand, everybody thinks the committee, the board should run their own affairs, and on the other hand, somehow you're expecting the mayor to have some unique quality as to who takes the best minutes. I mean, again, it just seems like it's.
I would like to comment on this, Councilwoman Scarpa, with all due respect, I agree with Mr. Trenk on this. I think that, and I think with all boards and commissions, the members should vote for their chairperson, their vice chair, and or if there is a vice chair, and secretary. It should be the members of the committee.
Well, they voted on this. This is the way they wanted it to read. So
I
I
would-
get to go forth as
Quite frankly, if Councilwoman Scarpa, while they did vote, the commentary was that it didn't matter either way. That was the discussion.
right, but this is what we voted on, and I had a lot of discussions with a lot of people about this. So I'd like it to read this way.
So she's offered her.
I'm offered the amendment,
Okay.
one of whom shall be designated secretary of the board.
Is there a second? Seeing none.
I'll second it.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Yeah, Councilwoman Castellino,
No.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes, because the board voted that way.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
No,
So clarification, so does that mean the mayor gets another appointment then?
No.
No, one of her 4. That's how she appoints
But
4
her
members.
4 clearly
One
stated they don't
of
want to
whom
do it.
shall be.
So
one of her
4
4.
clearly stated they didn't want to be, so give the mayor a 5th appointment,
No. This
Why
is the
not?
way this is what I'm calling for.
huh?
No.
Can we add another?
I like to make an amendment.
She
That-
got her, can she?
Can I finish with?
Well, this is in
Can we start in January?
It's
relevant.
Again, the amendment passed, as Councilwoman Scarpa said. If you want to make a further amendment, propose a further amendment.
We're on the top.
Councilman,
That's
to the section, you can.
Yeah, can we make an amendment to this start in January of 2024?
Yeah, this
Instead
should
of-
start in January,
Should be
obviously.
right now.
well,
Yeah.
all of our ordinances go into effect per our code.
Right.
I'm sorry. All of our amendments go into effect immediately upon approval.
But can we add a clause in there that it will start effective January 2024?
So then you're going to, you can do that as an
Yes, we
amendment?
just did it with the vote.
And with other ones.
Okay.
So I make a motion that all of these changes.
We're doing an amendment.
So, yeah, so I have
I'll second it.
amendment that's
Crazy.
I
Hold
think
on.
that Councilman-
Councilwoman
Michael.
Castellino started to do an amendment.
Go ahead.
And it's already been seconded that these changes are implemented January 1, 2024. It was properly moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, is there any discussion?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, the clerk was just saying, before we get to Councilwoman Geber Michael's motion, the Councilwoman Castellino was in the process.
Councilwoman Gabor Michael has started making her motion.
okay, it's fine. I'm not,
That's
it's
not how
fine.
it went. I mean.
All right, it's fine. It's late. Let's just get this over with.
Motion's been made and seconded to make.
I need you to go over who made the first and second and what it is, because
Councilman Geber Michael moved, and I don't remember who seconded it.
Scarpa.
Okay.
I second it.
That the effective date for all of these amendments will be 1/1/20.
thank you. Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Okay, so I like to make a amendment that if the mayor is forced to appoint a secretary, then she gets a fifth appointment for the secretary. And that secretary is a voting member.
So I'm sorry, is the motion to, I couldn't hear.
Add for the mayor, if the mayor's secretary appointment is an additional appointment for the mayor.
Okay, it's fine. There's a second.
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
No.
Councilman Rutherford,
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa, Council President Williams.
No.
Okay.
Okay, the next amendment is under 2.62.5 organizational structure. B, it says the mayor, we're striking the mayor and we're putting the board shall appoint a chairperson and vice chairperson.
Second.
Each-
Sorry.
That's okay.
It's been properly moved and seconded that the mayor,
No
that
discussion?
the board will appoint a chairperson and vice chairperson. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Oh, was there a second?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so obviously, we're looking to cut the mayor out from her own committee here, which, we, in comparison to our other, and this is why have an issue with this, because I don't appreciate the way this is being done. To stay consistent with our other commissions, which always seem to work out their own issues, and this frustrates me, that we finally get a senior advisory board. And we're not even, a year's not even up, and these issues that these changes have to be made immediately. And I'm really disappointed that we're here, because and I've talked to a few people, and I understand what some issues may not be. At the end of the day, they're all worked out. You had a lovely meeting last night. And the other commissions, the mayor picks the chair and the commissioners pick the vice chair. I don't know why this is a problem with this with this committee, advisory board. Maybe Councilwoman, you're the liaison, maybe you could explain why the need for this.
Because this is what the
Change.
seniors asked me to do, and this is what I'm doing. This came.
All right, so that's your story and you're sticking with it.
That's my story. I'm sticking to
Okay.
it.
But
Let's
again, just.
Call the vote.
for the vote.
Well,
Just
I have
to
a question.
recognize it from a good government, and obviously you can do whatever you want. Keep in mind, purely advisory. So the problem with not having the mayor pick the chair is the mayor, whoever the mayor may be in the future, doesn't have to listen to anything they say. They only have the power of an advisory board. So you now want them to meet 12 times a year or whatever, and do this. If the mayor doesn't have confidence in the process, and she's not, like, for instance, as I think Councilman Rutherford said earlier, Economic Development Commission, the mayor picks the chair, and the mayor went to them, and I think Councilman Rutherford, as the liaison, has played an active role in trying to mold as we go forward on this economic development coordinator. So when you have especially a new committee or commission like this, if you're not gonna let the chair should be promoting the agenda of the mayor and vice versa. If they're not in lockstep, then you're just gonna have basically people wasting time. But okay, I mean, again, you can pass it.
I have a question on that. So, under the Faulkner Act, that's one of the benefits or one of the privileges or rights afforded the mayors to appoint the chair of these various committees. Does this in any way violate the Faulkner Act? Is this?
I mean, I've researched it. I don't see this as a statutory committee.
The zoning board works.
Zoning
that way.
board
There's
is-
there's
no,
others
The
that.
zoning board is autonomous, like,
Yes.
that's why you can't dictate who the chair is. They do it themselves. But this is totally different. So I'd have to look at it, but I don't think the Faulkner Act implicates this because it's an advisory committee.
Okay.
It could be disbanded after a year, or the mayor could say they can meet, mayor could decide not to appoint anybody to it. Then they can meet or not meet and do what they want or not do, and it'll be, again, how long volunteers will want to serve on boards. But again, it seems like when you look at the balance, going back to what I think we put in the revised proposes, if there's two main officers, a chair and a vice chair, they work together. So the chair picked by the group, the vice chair picked by the group complements the chair picked by the mayor, and hopefully on 90% of the issues they're in sync. But
I also just believe that we have to be consistent in how we function on all of our advisory boards, and the mayor picks the chairs for every advisory board. I'm just not understanding why this board has to function differently.
Let's call for the vote.
Councilwoman Castellino,
No.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
No. The motion passes.
Okay, and there was one last under organizational structure, one last change at C, and it says the board shall meet monthly. We're deleting at least 6 times a year.
so I guess the question on that, if there's a second, I assume there's a second, right?
I haven't heard one yet.
Seconded.
I think what the mayor's articulated, they can meet twice a month. Like, why? And so you're gonna say in the middle of summer, they have to meet? I mean, it just seems it's unique to tell an advisory group they must meet
Well,
once
this
a
is
month.
how most of them are written, aren't they? I mean,
No.
they could cancel the August.
No, they can't. That's not what this says. It says they shall meet.
Well, it's better that they meet in August, but aren't most of them? Most of them, they don't say at least 6 times a year.
No, the Economic
There's
Development commission meets at least 6 times a year.
Well, it is, but this year we're meeting every month with the exception of August.
Correct, but the ordinance dictates that you meet
Yeah.
6
I think
times
it's
a year.
important because this board has a lot of work to do. It's been a decade that they haven't had a voice, and they want a voice now, and they want to move forward at a better pace.
Councilwoman, I'm going to disagree with that because Laura Van Dyke and Noelia sitting here, present this evening to hear this. They have been extremely responsive to our seniors. In
I
fact,
agree.
all the programming that has been
I
implemented,
agree.
most of those ideas came from our community.
Mhm.
So, and we've had surveys. And there's numerous, there's the primetime players. We have various senior groups in town that have been meeting for years in this township. And any ideas that come out of any of those seniors groups have gone to former administration, present administration, and been implemented. So this is, I get a little cranky this hour when statements like that are being made because
agree,
because
they've
the
done a
impression,
fabulous
the
job.
impression, and that will continue to move forward. The other commissions, they don't want to put it in there because they don't want to meet in the summer. Most folks have plans, they go away. I'm sure a lot of our seniors may go away. So you may want to put in 10 months. And then if you meet in the summer, you meet in the summer. They may want to meet at the pool. Again,
mean,
if they're
I wanna
fine
just-
meeting
I wanna
12
leave it
12
at-
times a year, they could always cancel. That's not a big one for me.
So this,
But to
the,
make statements like that, to imply and
I am not
in
in
the
the
community-
community.
when
Laura
you-
Van Dyke and Noelia have done a fabulous job. Rosary Morelli has said it at every meeting. I have said it at every
okay, but
meeting.
you just made a statement.
I said we want to move at a little faster pace.
and
a
the
lot
way
more
the
to add.
ordinance is currently written does not prevent the commission, the board from meeting
Correct.
on a monthly basis.
I'll make a motion to meet 12 times a year.
Well, it's already been
So I'll
moved and
second that for
seconded.
you.
It already was
Okay, then
seconded.
I'll vote yes for it.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes.
Is that it?
Yeah, the motion passes. You have any other amendments?
No, that was it, all four.
Thank you. Now we can move for the acceptance of the ordinance with the amendments.
Is there a second?
Second.
Council-
Um,
Councilwoman Castellino.
No disrespect to the seniors at the meeting last night. I was not there. But I don't support all these amendments, so I'm gonna vote no.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes. 2819, an ordinance amending chapter 25, section 1114 of the revised general ordinances of the township of West Orange drive-through windows.
I make a motion to.
Second.
Wait,
Introduce,
no,
to
not-
introduce on
No,
first reading?
no, to.
Well, then that's the only motion that we can take to hear anything else,
You can
Okay.
amend it.
not until we introduce it.
Okay,
Oh, you're right.
that's, okay, then make a motion to introduce it. Thank you.
Yeah, all this and then introduce it.
Councilwoman, you're
Okay,
echoing.
you're not right.
We introduced it and then made amendments
No, we
We
made
haven't
all
done
those
the
amendments and then we.
Introduce.
with the amendments.
Mhm.
Okay, I stand corrected. What are your amendments?
So in the chapter 5, number 2, a drive-up window shall be permitted as an accessory used for banks. I want us to remove restaurants.
Again, someone's gonna have to interpolate.
Yeah, I didn't hear that either.
She said she wanted to remove restaurants.
And
So
also
se-
want J,
Um,
any restaurant must be situated on a property consisting of 5 or more acres.
Is there a motion to remove restaurants? We need a motion to strike.
So just so that we're clear on what she just said.
Yeah.
For all of our benefit.
You can feel it.
Yeah, it's echoing.
In section 2, it says chapter 5, section 11.14, entitled Drive-Up Windows be and is hereby amended as follows. A drive-up window shall be permitted as an accessory use for banks. Councilwoman would like to strike restaurants. And then the rest reads as it
Pharmacies and
is.
similar retail. So I have a question before we move to strike. When we were here with Mr. Greigel, he indicated because this is a part of the master plan, that it requires 4 votes.
Well, again, that would be for second reading anyway. So amendments are just amendments. That's all that is proposed.
Right, but, okay,
That will only be relevant on second reading.
Okay.
So my question is, if restaurants is stricken, does that mean, because the language we inserted was restaurant would mean any restaurant must be situated on property consisting of 5 or more acres.
No.
I asked that to be striked also in my motion.
So you don't want that language in there. So the only restaurants that we would approve would be on 5 or more acres
No.
and provide ample,
No, she's indicating she's gonna propose an amendment to strike
Strike
5
5.
acres.
yeah, no, I can't do that. Okay.
Okay, so again, obviously, the administration in conjunction with Mr. Greigel believes that if you say that you can't have a restaurant, that means, for instance, you'll never have another Starbucks in this town.
Yeah, no, I can't support
And
that.
that's what the import of this amendment that's being proposed is. Or whatever the new Bengal, there'll be something, beyond Starbucks, but that's just an example of what will be eliminated.
Never another Panera Bread with a drive-through window. Never a Cavo with a drive-through window.
Whatever it might be, ones we can't even think of them.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, this prevents if some, on Eagle Rock Avenue. So this places a restaurant on 5 or more acres, which would be suitable for the new Target shopping plaza, Essex Green.
And that's it, because
That's
unless,
it.
as far as I'm aware, there are no other single
No.
commercial properties. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, we've got,
The only problem with saying that is it would affect, let's assume somebody could
compile 5 acres.
Right, so you're right now, hypothetically.
Well, that's a long
you're
shot,
right.
yeah.
Well, the manor, you've got the manor. The manor is Mayfair Farms is over 5 acres. The manor is over 5
Yeah, but
acres.
they're not doing commercial there.
Today, we don't know what the future may hold.
Well, then we could always amend it, so.
Basic premise on this amendment, which is one single amendment, striking the word restaurant.
Is that we could never have another
There's
drive-through
no more
restaurant in
Starbucks.
West Orange.
No more Starbucks.
Okay. I don't, is there,
The
is,
administration,
Yeah.
at least the mayor, is not supportive.
Was there a second on that?
Yeah, I can't say.
I second.
okay. It's been moved and properly seconded. We've had
Councilwoman,
discussion.
okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yeah, no, I can't support that.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa. Yes. Council President Williams.
No. The motion fails. Are there any additional amendments?
Before we go there, I just want to say, I want to say why I'm voting no. I think there was some commentary earlier tonight, and there's been some other commentary that hasn't been done in public. We have an opportunity to do some really good work with regard to some of our commercial spaces, and I don't want to limit them without giving them the proper opportunity to address some of the challenges that we face. So I'm not comfortable getting rid of everything that has a drive-through. I am comfortable getting rid of fast food. I think we've been cheapening the town. I think our town is not a cheap town, and I think we've got to stop doing that. So, there is a difference between a restaurant and a fast food restaurant, both in my opinion and as defined in the ordinance. And so I'm drawing the line there. And that's it for me, Council President.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you taking that into consideration. As I just indicated, we do not know what the future may hold. And I think we owe it to ourselves, especially if we're in the process of
I made
securing.
that decision after we had our conversation with the last council meeting.
I appreciate that. I do have a question.
I was kind
Oh, I'm
of still
sorry,
talking.
I thought you were done. I thought you were done, sorry.
I was just saying, with us putting out an RFP or an RFQ or going through the process to get an economic developer, I think it would do ourselves a disservice if we were to cut off opportunities when we know that person may have the capacity to bring opportunities in that we may not even think about.
Is there any
So-
other comments to this?
Yeah, let's get this over with.
My one amendment, I'm not sure if it's needed or not. So where does, because I know the planning board turned down one of the cannabis retails for a drive-through, which I was glad to hear. Can we put that in here? We've discussed.
They're
it.
not allowed to have one
They're
there.
not allowed to
Yeah,
have
that's
one.
not-
according-
that-
Okay,
that-
so
that-
because it says similar use, I just want to make
Yeah, I didn't know
sure
what that similar.
it's not going to get
retail
confused with
businesses
the
meant.
pharmacy.
Oh, no,
if I,
Yeah,
You're right.
You know,
It's
I
not
want-
clear.
it's not clear.
clear. You're right.
What's not clear?
And
Whether or not
similar
a
retail
cannabis
business.
dispensary could have
Be
a
confused.
drive.
Yeah, that it's similar as a pharmacy. I don't want it to be misconstrued. I know.
That cannot be,
I know.
but again.
But similar retail uses, that's the other.
The pharmacy
Yeah.
is.
What does in similar retail uses mean? And that, from a legal standpoint, I don't know. I'm concerned about that.
I think that's a good point with regard to cannabis, because, are we saying we want drive-through cannabis?
Oh, absolutely not. That's not what the planning board.
Right, so then
let's not forget, they're gonna be delivering your house.
You're gonna have home delivery.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
a drive-through is different. than
No,
a business.
drive-through's
No, you're
different.
absolutely right.
Yeah.
And it's a permitted use.
And we, could, you know.
Okay,
That's why it's a
let's
separate
That's-
license.
Talk about
Right,
security
it's a permitted
nightmare,
use.
held ups at the cannabis nightly drive-through.
Can we strike and similar retail businesses?
Yes, if you're specifically concerned with cannabis businesses, that we just add a sentence that says nothing contained herein shall.
Okay, yeah.
Allow cannabis dispensaries.
I'm concerned because I don't know what in similar retail businesses
about it.
means.
So I'm not gonna comment on it because, but for instance, we'll just take Burlington Coat Factory because I don't want to use Target. Target, as part of their application, as I understand it, is going to be able to, it's like you pick up stuff at
Yeah.
Walmart, I'm sorry, you pick up stuff at Whole Foods from Amazon. I believe that, but I don't think it's a drive.
It's not, at least the way I understand it.
It's
So
like,
I don't know the example, but again, Mr. Grimes was one who drafted this. So we can certainly get you a further explanation.
Yeah, I just want to know what that means.
I'll ask Paul.
Okay,
And-
are there any other amendments?
But no, I do.
well,
think
well,
the
well,
amendment-
can you put,
Yeah.
can you insert it? I can't think right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I need,
Cannabis
You
retail.
need a second and a vote on that.
Second for the cannabis exclusion.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
That's the
Thank you.
difference.
And then just so we're clear, we're excluding them from being able to have a drive-through.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right,
And
okay.
we would say nothing contained herein shall permit.
Yeah.
Right.
okay, Councilwoman Castellino
Yes.
on the amendment, Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes. Any other amendments? Thank you. Now for the ordinance 2819.
We
Now we have to prove it.
vote on it.
Now,
This is-
now for the ordinance 2819 with the amendments.
Correct, thank
Only
you.
one amendment.
Two.
No, there's two
Amendments.
amendments.
What was
The
second?
first one was to remove restaurants.
No, restaurant.
That's
Failed.
it.
Oh, that's right,
That
that
failed.
failed.
I'm sorry.
All right, so there's only one amendment and that's
Yes, you're
to
right. Sorry.
exclude
Exclude
cannabis.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
yeah,
you.
right.
With the amendment to exclude
Mhm.
cannabis.
Yes.
Madam Clerk.
Okay, is there a motion to approve
So
twenty
moved.
nineteen?
Second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes. Thank you. Now we have 2820, an ordinance amending chapter 25, sections 27.3, 27.4, 27.5, 27.7, 27.8, 27.9, and 2710 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, tree protection and removal.
I'd like
Is
to make,
there a motion to introduce on first reading?
I'd like to make a motion to table it.
Second,
Yeah.
Second.
Madam
Second.
Clerk,
Oh, did you second?
I did,
You seconded it?
I did.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President
And I
Williams.
just want to say, I want to request that we have a work
Can
session.
can I vote?
Oh, I thought you voted on.
No, I haven't.
Council President Williams.
Thank you. No, and I'm sorry, yes to table. And also, I just lost my train of thought.
Workshop, yeah.
Yes, thank you. It's like, and can we schedule a workshop, but under new matters, pending matters, new matters? We'll pull out our calendars and schedule a workshop.
Yeah.
2821-23, an ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 7, traffic subsection 7-31, no passing zones of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes. All right, and now
And
let's
wait, I
go.
just want to say one thing, the 2819 chapter 25 ordinance, that has to go before the planning board before final
Okay.
approval. So
Okay.
just as a reminder, it will not be on the next agenda.
Okay, no
Okay.
problem. And so what meeting will it be on?
I don't know. It
October,
depends
oh,
on-
it depends on
yeah.
when the planning board
Correct.
hears it. Okay, not a problem. Thank you. Pending matters, new matters, council discussion, council colleagues, can we set a workshop date so that we can discuss the tree ordinance?
Again, before we, again, enormous amount of time this is heard by many, many people, both in the administration and outside administration. before we set up a workshop, it's so hard.
I can't hear him that well. Can you come to a mic, please?
Before we,
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Trank.
but before we set a workshop on this, it just seems to me that the most beneficial, I did a chart, like I said I would. And it seems like some of these are concepts, but some of them are just verbiage. So I welcome anybody's recommendation on verbiage. I'm more than willing to, Ms. Carnival gets it in Word. So I'm more than willing to email it to anyone, outside groups, inside groups, let them redline it. And then at least when you get to this session, you can compare apples to apples. I think it's really hard in an ordinance this complicated
It's very
to
complicated.
go line by line. And I know the mayor must have spent 12 hours last week, on Zoom calls with Mr. Gingaro and I, and obviously Mr. Brick and the forester have spent a lot of time. So maybe what I recommend, we use the next 2 weeks. Again, I'm more than willing to do this on Zoom with particular council people or any group that wants to. I'm more than willing to take their word red lines, and then maybe we narrow the issues. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd like to request that the working session be with all stakeholders, some people in the Environmental Commission, Walter Kipp, members of our Green West Orange, so
But
that.
I'd rather,
So
the
that-
problem, if you want to do that, then we'll have a public meeting and you can all sit through it. It doesn't work to draft with 14 different people in the room. So what I'm saying is, since they all have different views, let them take the in Word version and redline.
Mhm.
And then, hopefully there's some commonality. I mean, as you know, there's some basic concepts that I think probably we won't all ever agree to, but like the tree protection committee, maybe the
I think we're good with that. I think I think
Yeah,
we
that's
can live
good.
with that.
Yeah, that's
We can
fair.
live
I'm
with
okay with
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
So again, Karen has it in Word and she can certainly email it to all of you, and certainly, so can we suggest to everybody that from like a week from tonight, they would provide it back to Ms. Carnival, and then that way she can try to compile them with the law department, whatever you want to
And
do.
we can email it to any members of the
This-
public that we
Absolutely.
want further feedback.
Absolutely.
So I'm in a difficult season right now, time wise. So,
Here.
how about 10 days? Is 10
Yeah.
days?
That's fine.
How about the next meeting? How about?
I'm good the next, that's even
Yeah,
better.
If,
I mean, that's
mean,
even better. I agree. with
can we
you.
But
just
I
thank
think if
you?
people get it to Karen at least the Monday before,
Mhm.
because she's gonna dump it on us, and then we'll try to at least put it in a notebook for you and try to make it public in whatever way. So
Okay.
you won't have it on for first reading next meeting.
No, we, that's fine. I think if we're comfortable just working through it.
And again, maybe in doing that, I can work with, and at least we can preview at the next meeting what the issues, not the wording,
Right.
but the issues.
What the sticking point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we say by Friday, October 6th?
That'll work. That's
Mm.
perfect.
Okay.
Split the baby.
Okay. And, Civilian Complaint Review Board appointments. I just received from Madam Clerk, a resume, so I don't know if everyone has had an opportunity to
I distributed it
No.
tonight.
review it. Madam Clerk, can you please email a copy to, Councilwoman Gavin Michaels so that she'll have it as well?
I believe Councilman Rutherford did.
I reviewed it. I've received
Yeah,
it.
I just printed this from Councilman Rutherford's email that
Okay.
he sent out.
All right, and we have as a council, to the advisory board, I'm sorry, the civilian board, 3 recommendations,
Consensus.
3 consensus appointments. Colleagues, do you all have any recommendations to this civilian review
I
board?
have one.
I do.
I have.
Okay, can you all get that in to us by October 6th?
No,
Yes.
is there a timeframe?
Yes,
We're way past. that.
yes, there is. Yes, there is.
I'd like to recommend, I'll get you the resume.
Okay, typically the process is you distribute the person's credentials so that we have an opportunity to review it before we vote. We want to know who the person is, their contact information as well. We've also had an opportunity as consensus With any of our other consensus appointments, if we wanted to reach out and speak to that person directly, we've had an opportunity to do so. So anyone who has a recommendation for a board consensus appointment, please get it in by October 6th. So we have two.
We're gonna do it tonight, but okay.
Can we do them all at the same time?
We can.
Okay.
Each get one?
No, there's three
Only
from the
three.
council. Yeah, 3 consensus appointments. So
The
if you have
council
a
has-
recommendation,
Yes.
please get that to us so that we'll have an opportunity to review it. And then we can put it on the next meeting's agenda to vote for the 3 consensus
Okay,
appointments.
so if that's the case, it has to be before the 6th, because the 4th is the actual deadline for
Okay.
meeting material.
So the 4th, please have all of your recommendations distributed by the 4th.
I would just like to let you guys know that I have spoken and reached out to Cynthia Bailey, who I think would be a great recommendation with her background in law enforcement, specifically internal affairs. She's very active in the community. She's a member of the West Orange African Heritage Organization. She's working on her resume. She will get it to me by the end of this week. And then I will share it with all of you. So
Okay, thank you. I'll call for the meeting to be adjourned.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good night, West Orange. Thank you for your indulgence. We appreciate you hanging in there with us this evening. As you know, we intend and hope and desire to end our meetings at a little bit earlier of an hour. 11 p.m. was the requested time by our mayor. But we are here this evening and it is 12:55. So thank you. Our next meeting date is on October the 10th, 2023. And we look forward to seeing you there. We hope that we also, and just a reminder, see you at the Jazz Festival on Saturday at OSPAC, pending good weather. And on Sunday, I will remind everyone that we also have the Run for Nikhil at the high school, starting at 9 a.m. Registration opens at 8. Thank you, West Orange. Have a great night.